they lie and know that they're lying. These ladies finally, and it was a horrible thing there, the town, everybody pretended they didn't know anybody. So here comes Miss Lee Grant with her camera. This typical all-American town, red flags all over the place, everybody, American Legion, gung-ho, parades 3 or 4 times a year. Love, freedom, and democracy. So here comes Miss Grant and her cameras, like these gentlemen here. And they're going up and down this town trying to get the opinion of the man and the woman in the streets, right? And tell me if I'm lying, Gigi. They went into a supermarket. See, Americans lie to each other a lot. They went into the supermarket and they said to this lady, and this one is, can you tell me what is your opinion of the strike at the bank? And she said, is that camera on? Am I lying? And Ms. Grant says, yes, it's on. Got nothing to say to you. They went to about 20 people, all upstanding, freedom-loving Americans. And guess what? Guess what, Mark? They all did the same thing. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't talk to me. Now, let me ask you, class, why y'all think them people behave this way? Huh? Why you think they behave this way? Because they knew damn well that we do not live in any free society where everybody have a right to have their opinion. They knew that in most situations in this so-called free society, if you talk out of turn or you take the minority position, you're in big trouble, right? Them folks knew that this little all-American pretty town didn't have no problems because they didn't have none of those folks that they claim make the problems. No black folks, no crime. No Hispanics, no crime. But the interesting thing is when the chips are down, people behave like what they know the reality is. You see, when you I don't want to say nothing. Don't talk to me. What are you coming in this town? One lady gets up there, they're getting ready to cross the picket line, and these are neighbors, they know these women. They also know that if these women win, that it is going to improve conditions for everybody, other women in the town. And other women in the town took the position. I love being a housewife. I don't want to be out there. Well, that may be true. But the issue was not whether you love being a housewife. The issue was, and still remains for most people, are you entitled to a promotion if you do the job and you demand? That was the issue. But they turned it into, oh yes, the other thing was the outsiders who's doing this. And who are the outsiders? The outsiders always came from Moscow. This was before the fall of the evil empire. Now, of course, the demon is Saddam Hussein. I'm sure they got another one in the background waiting when they wear him out, or they'll probably get tired of it. But what I'm saying is, in situations like this, certain truths come out about the nature of the society and by extension the world we live in. Now, if that had happened in Moscow or in Baghdad, everybody's brother and sister, right? Dan Rather, all even knew. See, there's no freedom there. People are afraid to speak their opinion because they know Big Brother is watching. Hell, Big Brother's watching all of us. And I guess Big Sister, Big Mama, and Big Daddy also. But the difference is the powers that be, the control that be, understand clearly whether you're talking about control of a government, control of information, or control of history. And when you challenge that control, you got problems. When you talk about getting courses where people can argue ideas and have a mind and have opinions that differ from the so-called mainstream opinion, whatever the hell that is, then you have a problem. And if the program becomes successful, you got a bigger problem, as Ms. Rivera said. Yeah, but I don't understand. This is the only class. This is the only class. This class is the only class they've been able to get in the school where people come in here on a Saturday. And some have been doing it 4 or 5 years. The only successful Saturday class this Empire State College has ever had. Yes, full class. And you all know, some of you who's been know how we work to make it that way. It's the only class where students can stay here until we finish. If they can do it, go out, right? Now, wouldn't you think, forget about me, if you had such a class, wouldn't you think the institution would want to nurture this, right? This is a showpiece. right? You know they brought people here from France, from Europe, to come in and sit and observe this class, right? Am I right, Mr. Ruckard? People went back, right?
That's the reason we gotta ice it.
Okay.
What's wrong with you, Professor Mackey?
Now notice that nobody in here has got one stealth bomber, huh? Nobody in here has got one rifle, not one fighter plane, no weapons at all. All we got coming here is with what? Our minds. And that obviously becomes a threat to the powers that be. Now, obviously, they've always wanted to, they didn't feel too good about courses such as this from the beginning, but now that there's a budget crisis, a crunch, they can, again, hide behind the fact there's a budget crunch to ice, these kind of concepts. So as you said earlier, how do you keep them going? You keep them going by having some kinds of input, and remember that you're never out of the woods. So again, as I just said earlier, when you look at this whole thing now that's happening in northern Iraq, where they say we're going to take that and make it a permanent home for the Kurds. Tuesday, a lady on ABC, and I didn't know it in my Wednesday class, and people saw it, she got up and took a picture, if you can believe this, about this size. They went into one of these Kurdish camps and they took a picture of this little blonde, ostensibly blue-eyed girl. I don't know if she was it was a black and white picture, but anyway. And so she was talking about giving a historical background on the Kurds. That's why I have to share this with y'all. You might find it amusing, but at least you know that there are other opinions than your professors. And this lady was showing this picture, and she was saying, you must understand that the Kurds are Europeans like us. And therefore the implication was that when we provide a homeland for them, we are providing a homeland for our own people. And I said, now isn't this interesting? The most famous Kurd in history is a gentleman whose name was Saladin, who we know as Saladin. And Saladin was the first of the Muslims who turned back the crusade in the Middle East, killed Richard the Lionhearted, and took over and, quote, saved Jerusalem and these places for Islam. Now we find that almost 1,000 years later, here's somebody on our news program who holds up a picture of a little blonde and says the Kurds are European. So what does this make Saladin then? So what that meant that what was he doing then? When he was out there icing Richard the Lionhearted and Leopold of Austria, then you would have to call him one of the first traitors, because he obviously was out there doing what? Killing his own people. Does that make sense to you? Of course not. Now, this lady, I don't know, remember the people, the personalities that we see on TV, they don't make the news. The editor hands them something and then tell them to read it. But they are the people that we see. They are the people. In other words, we don't see the camera person behind there. But unless there's a camera person, you don't get a video camera. So, obviously, we have to look at these people that we have learned to revere as these anchor men and women and realize that what they are doing, at best, is their mouthpieces. They're mechanical puppet that people hand them stuff and want to spew it out. And once we understand that, rather than getting involved at the Ted Koppels and all the rest of these things, they dare not ask questions that would open up cans of worms that would make people think. And they know which side their bread is buttered on. And you must understand that Mr. Koppel earns, I don't know what the hell it is he earns, but he likes his lifestyle. Dan Rather likes his lifestyle. Sam Donaldson likes his lifestyle. These various people, they like their lifestyle. Now, they got nothing to do with their complexion.
$1 million to $1.5 million a year.
All right? And them little honorary Europeans like Sue Simmons and them, they always smile. Oh, 150,000 Indians died in a typhoon yesterday. Ha, ha, ha. What the hell is funny about tragedy?
Yeah, I always think of that.
You know?
Smiling.
It's like, yeah, like somebody's told them when they went to a broadcasting school, no matter what you are describing, always keep that stiff. You're always smiling. And I noticed that only the black ones do that. I have to say that, y'all. I try to be as honest as I can. As though they're afraid that if they say, oh, prophet of gloom and doom, somebody comes and says, all of you niggas is fired. That's the truth. Yes. Mr. and Miss Personality. And that's what they're selling. So when you begin to look at where we're going in today, we have to take all of these things and these definitions and look at them from the point of view of whose ox is being gored and who has an axe to grind. And this is all I've said, that in this class we take the position, I take the position that even if they don't like what I say, it's only a minority opinion. And if the minority opinion can be that threatening, then this whole system is in deep trouble. Now, and as that has happened, and which now I can segue into this, if you understand what I've said before, then you can understand why there's so much confusion, outright lies, deliberate misinformation about this worldwide institution we call human slavery. And I would argue that it is probably, and there's no evidence for it except internal evidence, it is probably almost as old as the institution of prostitution. And it probably started when the first human being, male or female, recognized that for a hot moment he or she had the edge on some other human being that they meant to and used them. Marriage, as we know it today, came out of slavery. And the vestiges of that slavery is still there. The ring, which is not a symbol of love. They used to put, oh yes, the bride, that's right, the bride used to get a chain on the leg. When the groom or the husband got it, he put the chain on the bride and dragged her off to his cave, and Mom and Papa, that's what, right? Later on, he said, hey, this chain is heavy, so you do a symbolic thing. For a long time, the ring only went on the finger of the bride. It is only in recently modern times that the condition of, okay, we will exchange rings. But that was not a part of that ceremony. He was talking really about a ceremony of belonging. When you look at some of the traditional African societies and others where they talk about what?
Bride price.
Bride price. What are we talking about? Huh?
Dowry.
No, it's more than that.
Purchase.
You're purchasing. Yeah, we call it when you get down to labor. Yeah, the dowry comes out of this. Bride price or dowry. Now, what are we talking about here now? When we say bride price, suppose you cannot afford to pay the father a certain sum of money for his daughter, Bianca. Do we get it? No. Can you marry her?
No.
All right? All right, let's suppose on the other level, in European societies at least, suppose the bride can't come with some dowry to bring to the husband. Is the family going to approve of this?
No.
Huh?
No.
Right? Let's look at one of the old concepts. And again, we're talking the theme of slavery, oppression, but we're looking at various branches of it. Hopefully you can make the connection. Let us look in terms now of the law or rule of primogeniture. What does that rule mean? G-E-N-I-T-U-R-E. What does that rule mean? First born. And you notice it don't say prima. It says primo. A would be feminine, O is masculine. So when we say primogeniture, we are really talking about the rule or right of the first born son. What happens if you have 5 other sons, Gigi? What do they get? Let's say you're the lord of the manor. And Hopeton, he's the firstborn son. But there's Steve, and there's Hampton, and there's Michael, and there's Mark, and there's Clemson. What about the other 4 sons? What happens to them? What do they get? All right, so in Christianity, as you develop, you say what? The second son could more or less go to where? The church. Two might go church. Third son becomes a what? A warrior. Or as he called him a what? A knight. But these various options only came about much later. You see, in order for you to have a firstborn son as a bishop or whatnot, you got a system where that first happens. In other words, you're going into the medieval period of medieval Europe now, where the structure, in other words, you can't have a bishop unless you got a church. So the system before, quote, Christianity meant that the second son, or many times in the early days, or what they call primitive times, the second son would just be shoved out into the forest to root hog or die a poor pig. Now, we're talking possession and slavery. What about the females, Selman? For the daughters, nothing. So the only hope now let's suppose that the firstborn was a daughter. Nothing. The only way, if there was 8 boys and 1 girl, and she came first, the only way she could inherit anything, all of them 8 dudes had to die. And that is, they had to die without leaving any heirs untested. And even then, if she inherited from her father, if and when she got married, what happened to her inheritance? Who got control over it? Her husband. Hey, God, you know, I'm proud of y'all.
Okay.
Yes, Doreen.
I think in some societies there's still another thing going on.
Of course they do. Yes, but maybe with certain kind of modification for the thing. Now, when you go into Muslim countries, or any what they call the Orthodox Muslim day, or the fundamentalist Muslim, because remember, you got as many divisions in Muslim religion as you have in other Christian religions. So, but when you go into a place like Saudi Arabia, where even today, you know the problem what happened when Barbara Bush then went there, and she was supposed to say, you can't come here wearing that short dress. And we were supposed to be over there doing what? Desert Shield, protecting them from the great monster, right? But they didn't want our protection enough to say, So when they had the state dinner, what did the First Lady of the United States, the most powerful nation on the face of the globe, do? She was not there. She was not there because the women do not sit down with the men, not any purely Muslim women. You're still talking about a culture where, as I've indicated before, if you are convicted of stealing, off goes your hand. And there's still a lot of folks walking around in Saudi Arabia with no hands, and some with no feet. Now, I know it gets more difficult for you to steal something as more your limbs, your limbs get taken off. But nevertheless, at least there are people who have done this, and of course, if that don't work, you know what the next job is, right? Yes, yeah, they reduce your weight drastically. Now, I don't know what percentage of the body the human head represents, but whatever it is, it ain't there no more. And if you go into Ethiopia, if you went into Ethiopia under the rule of the late eminent Haile Selassie, you had the same thing, including the modern version of what is called slavery. Good evening.
Sorry.
Let me see, is your hands empty? Yeah. Check it out there, fella, because he might be the duke, right? So, now,
Look at that.
Good night.
well, I knew you have a legitimate reason. Give me my kiss. Come here. Bring your behind over here. Because you just in time to give me a little energy that I need. Thank you. Right. So, you find that sometime in view of my theme, we see how each one of these forms can merge imperceptibly into the other. First, you have a oppression, and that is to put something down. And oppression means you're going to slip and break your butt.
Okay. Yes.
So here we are. I think we now begin to understand why I put this up here. Oppression, suppression, slavery, servitude. But all of these are a part of this. Because one of the terms that they used to refer to in the early days of England, they referred to the wife as a slavey. My slavey. And of course, when you talk about these, there are in all of these a relationship. The relationship between the oppressor and the victim, between the master and the slave. And we see, I hope you see, that all of these things fall out of each other. Slavery, servitude. When you talk about servant, servitude, servile, all comes from the Latin word for slave. The Greek word, of course, is take my word for it. I just throw that up there to let y'all know that, when I want to do it, I can. All right. And then if they add this to it, which is a pi, that equals
runaway slave.
Now, the Greek goes way back. What does this tell us? Don't this tell us something very important about slavery and about human beings? Meaning what? If we add this, and now this is a slave who runs away, or as they said, a slave who's hidden, same thing, how they described it. That meant that early on from the beginning, that the slave did not, or the servant or servant did not really approve alike of a system. But if we look at the testimony from the master or the master class, here's what we find. And I'm going to read this from Dr. David Bryan Davis's book, Slavery and Human Progress. And that's why I put the Greek phrase up there. Let us go back and look at a quote that he has from Aristotle. Again, from the rationale of the master or slave-owning class. Now listen to this. Quote, and see if you can think of any modern parallels. Quote, for all tame animals, there is an advantage in being under human control, as this secures their survival. And as regards the relationship between male and female, what I just put up here, the former is naturally superior, the latter is naturally inferior. The former rules and the latter is subject. Now this is Aristotle talking about what? Male-female relationship. Now watch this cuteness, and you see the technique is not new. It wasn't invented. Watch the cuteness here. By analogy, the same must necessarily apply to mankind as a whole. Now, ain't that cute? Here you go from a specific, which you set up the cards, right, to suit your condition, and then you go from that and say, what? Well, this is true, yes, the general. That's the way it is for man. Now, remember, Aristotle is considered today. You don't study the classics of philosophy, right, without studying Aristotle. It's just like if you're a good Catholic scholar, you study St. Thomas Aquinas. This is the great Aristotle.
Disgusting.
Huh?
Disgusting.
Well, hey, it gets more disgustinger. Yes, yes, Brother Kupo.
I said it's normal. I mean, this
Okay, right. Now, I'll take my hat off to this.
that's cute.
Yes, right? Now, so I can see. By analogy, the same rule must necessarily apply to mankind as a whole. Therefore, all men who differ from one another by as much as the soul differs from the body, or man from a wild beast, and that is the state of those who work by using their bodies, and for whom that is the best they can do. These people are slaves by nature. And it is better for them to be subject to this kind of control, as it is better for the other person, the other creatures I have mentioned. For a man who is able to belong to another person is by nature a slave, for that is why he belongs to somebody else. And how about that logic, huh? Assistance regarding the necessities of life is provided by both groups, by slaves and by domestic animals, meaning that human beings, you tame domestic animals to do certain service to you, and you also own slaves to do certain service. So both, as Aristotle sees, are necessary. The slave and domestic animal both provide certain necessary services, of course, to the master in society. Nature must therefore have intended to make the bodies of free men and of slaves different also. I ain't making this up. Slaves' bodies strong for the services they have to do. Those of free men upright and not much use for that kind of work, but instead they are useful for community life. And this is from Aristotle's Politics, chapter 1, paragraph 5. And then we have another quote here at the bottom, and I like the way that the author has juxtaposed this. Quote, owners often have to be reminded that this is actually a golden age for the family dog. Far and away the best that he has ever known, and especially for the old dog. There was a time, more recently than you think, when by present standards all dogs were miserably treated. Old dogs live well today. They are cherished and preserved and protected. They are comfortably housed and too generously fed. They are healthier and stronger, and they live longer and more happily than they ever had in the past. Far from being outcasts, they have become the most privileged characters in every household. And this is a quote from an outstanding doctor of veterinary medicine, George M. Whitney, in an article called, a book called The Health and Happiness of Your Dog. So now you compare these two articles and you see what they're telling us, right? All right? Now, then we move over here for a minute and let us go back to look at the scheme of slavery servitude. Let's look at, I'm using these books because they are out of print. They can't come by and I have no more copies, so I have to quote from them. This is a book called The Militant Dissenters by Stanton A. Coblentz, C-O-B-L-E-N-T-Z. And it was published by Barnes and Noble and Thomas Yosseleff. And here's what he says. Let me get the date it was published. Yeah, it was published in 1970, so that's 21 years ago. And here's what it says, a little background about the book. The Militant Dissenters by Stanton A. Coblentz. Militant dissent has not been confined to our own times. It has been one of the key phenomena of the ages. So much so that we cannot understand today's disturbances without reference to those of yesterday. This is made plain by Stanton A. Coblentz in the first wide-reaching survey of the subject. In this book, he has chosen representative cases varied enough and characteristic enough to eliminate the trouble present by reflections from the uprisings and rebellions of the past. He shows that, despite the powerful glare of current publicizing media, that word again, the contemporary activists are not a new breed sprung full arm from the brain of a modern Jove. In the militant dissenters, we see that riots, insurrections, and revolutions have been prominent in the history of most lands, second only to warfare, and in some cases not even second to that. We follow the slave flare-ups in ancient Rome, the fire disorders in the ancient Near East, and what are we talking about? We're right back to Iraq, etc., Kuwait again, right? Revolts in England, the Netherlands, France, and North America, the Black Revolution in Haiti, the uprisings in Mexico and South America, the cracklings throughout Europe in 1848, the crucial outbreaks in Russia, Germany, Italy, and China, and the tumult in present-day United States. Here, in a comprehensive review, we see the reflections of our disturbed past upon the anti-war demonstrators who march in moratorium parades and tried to halt troop trains and shipments of napalm, the dissident students who occupied administration buildings and small and smashed campus windows and college facilities, the black insurgents who set fire to stores and houses, the near-guerrilla warfare that interrupts the national political convention. Thus we become aware that such eruptions, not being confined to the United States and being by no means without precedent in the disturbed records of our own country, represents history in the process of repeating itself. Because history does repeat itself, Mr. Coblenz's evocation of the rich experience of the past not only offers a new, well-rounded and objective approach to present upheavals, but will serve to clear away much of our bewilderment and bring life to these tormented times. And I will just read you one passage from him called Bursting the Boilers of Ancient Rome. And in part 2 of this, he says, let's go for part 1. So sort of put this in perspective. Am I boring anybody?
No.
All right. Bursting the boilers of ancient Rome. The year was 137 BC. All right? That's before the birth of Christ, which means over approximately 2,000 years ago. The man was a 26-year-old Roman of gentle bearing and refined manners on his way to Spain to assume his duties as questor or governor. The region was Eritrea, whose fertile fields the young man was viewing with shocked eyes. Everywhere the small farmers had forsaken their holdings, leaving the ruins of their houses to weeds and the wild beasts. Everywhere the land-owning capitalists dominated. The slave drivers swung their lashes over cringing barbarian backs. And they were not talking about barbarians that looked like most of the people in this room. Remember the definitions? What was the ancient definition that the Romans and Greek had? Who was civilized?
Us.
And who were the barbarians? Anybody who was not a Roman or anybody who was not a Greek. What did it have to do with wogs? The universal wogs. Thank you. I like that. The wogs. Did it have anything to do with color?
No.
It had anything to do with hair texture?
No.
Eye color?
No.
Because the barbarians meant anybody outside. Now, ruminating on the depopulation of the land, the observer reached a conclusion which he would express in an eloquent speech, quote, "The beasts of the fields and the birds of the air had their dens or nests, but the free man of Italy had not a roof to shield his head." Now, this is in the days of what we call about the Roman Empire. Sound familiar? Let me talk about this again. Had not a roof to shield his head? Anybody need to go look in the Port Authority building? And Rome was as rich and as powerful in its time as the United States of America is in ours. What then had that wealth and power done for the average Roman man, Pat? What it done? Nothing for him in one moment. And the revolution, all right, in this thought, there lay the seeds of revolution. And the revolution was to be begun by the young man Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus. Unlike many reformers, he was an offshoot of the privileged classes, a grandson of the renowned Scipius, who? See how it all ties in? His granddaddy was, they used to say Scipio
Africanus.
Now, ain't that interesting? So where that means his grandfather got his reputation? In Africa. The Romans had a custom that whenever a general went someplace and won a victory over a city or a territory, they gave him a new name. So Scipio Africanus, when they attached that cognomen on it, meant that he had won a great victory in Africa. But now remember that Africa to the Romans was only that part which is now on the northern tier of the Mediterranean. And that is why the Arabs and those folks look like what they look like. And that is why, as my colleague, Professor John Henry Clark says, that anybody, as my esteemed colleague, Professor John Henry Clark says, that anybody that you see that is of light skin in Africa are either they are invaders or descended from invaders. And if you go and study again that whole Mediterranean area, which imperceptibly, historically, as you do, blends into what they call the Near East, it becomes very clear of why these people in this area look like what they do, for the same reason that why the people in this room look like what they do. And I'm only talking about those folks who theoretically is from the African persuasion, because ain't no two of us in this room got the same complexion. And the same thing that's happening to us constantly was also what happened in the whole Mediterranean area, which is why the Greeks, the Italians, the Spaniards, and all them folks are dark. And that is exactly why the Americans refer to the Arabs contemptuously as what? Sand niggers. In case y'all don't know how it's there.
Camel humble buckles.
Yes. Because when you're looking at a degree of shade of darkness. But when we watch this, now remember, when you looked at ancient Rome, you were not looking at, quote, a Simon Pugh race. The Romans, again, look pretty much like the modern day people of the United States. And for, guess what? Surprise, surprise, the same reason. The term black Irishman, Pat, is no accident. The term dark Englishman turned inside out is no accident, Michael. There's a thing historically, but we must understand when we look at these areas, we must try to not look at these people through our eyes, to make the attempt to see them as near as we can through the eyes of their contemporaries. In other words, to try to see the ancient Roman or Greek or Celtic society in terms of modern attitudes of racism and ethnocentrism would mean to blind ourselves to the culture, because we would constantly not understand why people did what they did. Race had no bearing in Roman society. Class did. Status did. Previous condition of servitude had no permanent stigma in Roman society. Because of ancient Rome, we know that there were slaves who rose to become emperors. The color was in Septimius Severus. And we have also examples of emperors who descended and became what? Slaves. The fortunes of war, which really in the beginning was what started it out. After the difference, the first kind of slavery, as I said, would have to be domestic. Man enslaving his woman, and then his animals. And then, by extensions, you're fighting over something, and if you lose, you end up being put in some kind of servitude or being killed. So what we find from this gentleman coming here, as Mr. Cobbins tells us, Gracchus was an offshoot of the privileged classes, grandson of the renowned Scipio Africanus, who had overcome Hannibal at the Battle of Zama. His father, also named Tiberius Sempronius, had held high offices, including those of censor, consul, general, and governor of the Spanish province of Ebro. What are we talking about? Roman province in Spain? Now remember, this is when? 137 years before the birth of Christ. His mother, Cornelia, Scipio's daughter, was one of Rome's most distinguished women, a person of high intelligence and noble character. The young Tiberius had been reared with every advantage of his age. He had been trained in the Greek language by his tutor, a learned Greek what? Slave. Under his brother-in-law, the younger Scipio Africanus, he had fought with distinction at Carthage, or Cartagena. Now, where was Carthage? Carthage is now where ancient Tunis, Tunisia, and Morocco is. That ain't in Europe. That's in Africa. So how they can talk about calling Africa the dark continent? He had fought with distinction, and in Spain, his diplomacy had saved a Roman army of 20,000 men. Had you been one of his circle, you would have laughed to scorn the idea that such a man could become a revolutionary. But history is full of such examples, aren't they? What personal complaint had he? He need only repeat the conservative patterns of his father, and honors, high offices, and wealth would lie before him. As it happened, however, he was not content to repeat the pattern of his father. He knew that the times called for a change, and in his eagerness to hasten and direct events, he had no regard for the saved traditional course. And that is how we define a revolutionary. Someone who is by nature not willing to wait for the tides of change or the winds of change. This was not only because he was driven by youth's usual impatience. As we look back, we can see that the Roman state tottered in a dream world of false security. That sound familiar? As we look back, we can see that the Roman state tottered in a dream world of false security, paying the heavy, unforeseen price of a long series of successful wars with Carthage and in Macedonia, which is, of course, part of present-day Greece. Asia Minor, which is another name that they now call the Middle East, and Spain. The victors had cursed the victor, or the winner. Does that sound familiar, y'all?
Just like today.
The inflow of spoils, slaves, and luxuries had subverted the ancient social order, torn down the old economic adjustments, and brought debilitation and demoralization. Politically, the state was stagnating and decaying. A group of patrician families had parceled out the coveted positions of governor and censor among themselves. It's eerie how contemporary this thing sounds, isn't it? Giving Rome a do-nothing government of nonentities. Not that no effort at reform had been made, but little had been accomplished by the measure that gave Roman citizens the ballot in popular assemblies and permitted them to vote for the popular tribunals. The masses had been inflated with an ostentatious self-importance, and power had been put into the mouth of the shouting riffraff of the streets. You had a comment? What's that sound like, sir? Brother Hopeton? Gordon? What does it sound like? Y'all recognize any of these things? At the same time, the problems of the state were mounting. And this, of course, is why I'm reading this section to you. Rome's Italian allies, scorned and disgruntled, were demanding broader rights. Central America. And this was leading toward the revolt of the important city of Fragella in 125 BC and the bloody social war of 91 to 89 BC. Meanwhile, the plight of the small farmer continued to deteriorate. More and more countrymen flocked to the cities. More and more shackled and branded slaves replaced them. And slave revolts threatened increasingly. Yet how to restrict the slave system and put the Roman farmer back on the land? Tiberius Gracchus thought he knew the answer. It lay in the vast public domain which Rome had acquired in her wars. Large land holdings might be split and made available in inalienable parcels to Roman citizens, while a regulatory commission administered the law. With this end in view, Gracchus moved, let me spell the guy's name so if you see it again you'll recognize it. Okay.
You have a brother?
Yes, he did. With this end in view, Gracchus moved into immediate action after taking office as tribune, which would be like governor, sister, whatnot, of the people in 134 BC. Unfortunately, there were disadvantages to his plan. Some possessors, whom we would call squatters, were excluded from territory which they cherished as their own, and on which they had perhaps spent much money and labor. Also, the members of the Senate who belonged to the landlord class were by nature against the idea. They come at these lazy bums on welfare. It was their opposition that brought the 29-year-old statesman to a decision that harbored the germ of violent dissent. He would bypass the Senate. Like a modern lawyer, however, he looked for a precedent, and he found it in the example of Flaminius, who a century before had pushed a land bill in defiance of the Senate, but resistance came from an unexpected direction. Marcus Octavius, a fellow tribune whom Gracchus had considered his friend, interposed his veto. On legal grounds, this should have ended the case. A tribune's veto was absolute, but Tiberius, going beyond legal means, exchanged constitutionality for revolution. Probably he and his followers did not put matters to themselves in quite this way. Yet how else can we interpret his actions? Having suspended the business of the state, having closed the courts and the treasury, having offered his law for a second time, having encountered a second veto from Octavius, and having entered into futile discussion with the Senate, he was at an impasse. Seeing no recourse now except in an appeal to the rabble, he went before the assembly with the statement, quite unauthorized by law, that either he or Octavius must surrender his tribuneship and that the people must decide between them. In this he took no chances. There was no question what verdict the mob, composed of every floating element, farmers, slaves, aliens, and citizens, in a riotous mixture, would shout to the man who had catered to its wishes. The next week, Gracchus' proposal, of course, passed by a large majority, and now he took the violence-torn road of no return. At his bidding, Octavius was put down from the bench by the lictors. Then, while the mob cheered, the farm law was passed, and the first commissioners were nominated: Tiberius, his father-in-law Claudius Appius, and his 20-year-old brother Gaius. Thus he aroused questions that remain to this day. While a strong case can be made for the reforms he introduced, the result was tainted by his methods, which had in them something of the presumptuousness of the usurper, something of demagoguery and rabble-rousing, and led to results disastrous for Gracchus and costly in many ways to Rome. The element of force had been injected into his dissent, as had the substitution of force for law, and force would flourish and spread to his opponent and would be expanded frightfully in the culminating episode of his own life. So, of course, as a result of this, you had the uprising of 137, which changed the nature again, all because the people who had the power refused to relinquish anything, even though they weren't even using the land. Then he tells us here in another section, Part 2, Slaves versus Masters. We moderns, bedeviled with problems of black and white, whose origins we can trace to the African slave traffic of 4 centuries and more, may not always remember that slavery in other lands and eras had likewise resulted in long-range unrest and revolt. In ancient Rome, for example, the challenges were severe and perennial. Like all other ancient countries, and like the pre-war American South, Rome built her economy on slave labor. Now, I will repeat that so you understand. Like all other ancient countries, and like the pre-war American South, Rome built her economy on slave labor. But this, in turn, was based on war. And it is therefore not surprising that the situation became acute after the series of large-scale wars that began with the 3 Carthaginian conflicts, or the Punic Wars as we would know them. These contests, including the fighting in Spain, the, quote, Near East, and elsewhere, brought Rome not only rich treasure in metal, gems, and fine cloths, but booty in one of its grimmest and most dangerous forms, quote, that of 2-legged captives who would become abundant enough to be a cheap and disposable commodity. Their discard when they became too old and worn to be profitable was advised by that practical old realist Cato the Elder, who said that once a slave could no longer be useful, the thing to do was not to let him or her live to be a burden on his master. That once a slave could no longer at least earn enough to support his own keep, then they should be killed. How the slaves themselves felt can only be judged by their actions. Huh? Since they were not able to record their side of the case. Sound familiar? It has, however, been well said that the slaves caused Rome to dwell for centuries on the lid of a slumbering volcano. The slave system, the reliance on the large ranches which specialized in the grape and the olive while neglecting the traditional cultivation of grain, was at the root of that decay of Italian agriculture whose beginnings had been noted by Tiberius Gracchus. A decay which sent the impoverished farmers flocking to lead disgruntled, if not parasitic, lives in the cities. Now let me say here parenthetically, how did this city become, in northern cities, become overcrowded with black folks? Thrown off the land in the south, is that not correct? Running to the cities hoping for succor. Why did the Irish come here, sir, in the 1800s, in the 1840s? To try to do what? They couldn't, the English took away the land, right? You can't grow nothing to eat, but the potato goes rotten, and you got 2 choices. If you can, leave or die. Man's inhumanity to man. Same face, same mask, all the time. Now, to get back on target. Pictures have come down to us of branded slaves laboring by day with shackles on their legs and sleeping at night in dank dungeons or ergastula. And this is evidence for the view of the historian Mommsen that the sum of all the black suffering in America, as great as it was but a drop compared with the afflictions of the ancient Roman slaves.
Can you give us some idea of what that slavery was like?
Oh yes, that I will go into my next period. But this is part 1. We can't cover everything in the first part. We have to get it back down. That's what you asked for, sir.
Because the African slave institution was so powerful.
Oh yes. Wait, I'm not. Wait a minute. Remember. Hold it. Wait 1 minute. Now, what did I say? I didn't say. This is not a flat statement. Do you follow what I'm saying? This is a statement by Mommsen the Crier, right? Let me read this to you again. Mommsen cited the conditions as saying, but that Mommsen was not a slave, Roman or African. All right, so I quote this as an opinion, not fact.
From their old
All right? The fact we'll have to, in order for us to prove the fact one way or the other, we have to compare A, B against the other. Now, my own argument would be, based on what I've studied in my theory, is that all slavery, quote unquote, is bad. You see, to argue which slavery was worse, are you following me, Minister Brown, is to put the cart before the horse. Because what that leads us to, in my view, it leads us to the specious argument of the good master versus the bad master. You all right? Thank you. You see what I'm saying? So we don't make a case for, we can cite the examples, and we should. And I don't even argue that. But my position is that slavery of itself is an evil. Now, within that system, there may be one slave or a group of slaves who might not gotten beaten this morning. But that is not the case. I agree what Aristotle said. Remember the first thing I read here, in this, starting this off with, Aristotle made the statement about, if you are a slave, you are by nature inferior. Thank you. So I see it stuck. All right? Now, we must also remember, I didn't state it at the time, I didn't think it was necessary. We must remember, let me put it to the class. Which class do you think Aristotle belonged to? The master-owning class or the slave-owning class?
Master-owning class.
Obviously the master-owning class. Once again, the slaves who were contemporary, the Greek slaves contemporary with Aristotle, nobody asked their opinion, did they? We have no record of what they thought of the system. Right? We only have, to a certain extent, you ready? Let me just finish. We only have, to a certain extent, a very small part of what the slave system was during the South and the West Indies during the African slave period. Because when you look at all of the writings on American or Caribbean slavery, the amount done by slave, like the slave narratives, the autobiography of Frederick Douglass and others, amount to a very small part. And this is when I told you beginning. Slavery is usually an exercise that is participated in by winners. Slavery is an exercise that is usually, or has largely been participated, or slavery is an exercise that has been largely written by winners. I mean, history, of course, is an exercise largely written by winners. That means, then, that by the very nature of slavery, no slave at any time and place would have access to the abilities to get there, to the men by means by which one gets one view out there. Slaves were not lawyers in any system. They were not permitted to be lawyers. If you're going to be a lawyer, there's a contradiction between being a slave and having privileges. Because a slave by definition cannot have anything that the master does not wish to concede. And I've said this before and I'll repeat it again to make it absolutely clear. Look at that argument about the good master and remember the argument about the good master, as Monson's argument, is a question of trying to divert the argument to an either or. I'm sure that if we could go back in time and approach one of those Roman slaves and ask him or her, what kind of slavery do you think is the worst? I think we know what the answer would be, don't we? The slavery that I'm in. Because that's the slavery I know. Right? You follow what I'm saying? And if you went and you asked the average slave in the West Indies or in the South of South America, what slavery you think is worse? The slavery that I know. And the concept of the kind master was always something that was an idea of the master's thing, because the master always wanted to be thought well at any period in time. Are you following me, Dr. Brown? He always wanted to be thought well of. Even the cruelest of masters insisted that I am doing this, I am whipping the slave for his or her own good. And we know this. Remember I told you earlier about why, I mentioned to you without stating, because we wasn't on camera then, about about Annie's book, and I told about Charles Dickens, David Copperfield, and how when he came here, they literally chased him out the country and took away his royalties of his book. And why they did this? Because Dickens went and took a hard look at the American slave system. He copied in a book called The American Notes, which I'll bring in next week. You might be able to find it around. If you can, I would suggest you do it, because he looked at American society as it looked in the 1840s. And he copied down advertisements from the daily press at the time, the daily newspapers, of masters advertising for runaway slaves. I have read some of those things in this room, and some of you at other occasions, where the masters, and that tells you the reality, never mind what the apologist says, where masters said, "Run away, my mulatto wench, Kitty." And now you got a physical description of Kitty. And they said the description would go, "She has 3 front teeth knocked out where I knocked them out. She has a mark on her shoulder where I dug in." This Dickens repented this. "Her back is much scarred by the whip." Now this is no lies here. Are these lies, Patrick? No.
The master wrote himself.
Yes. Not only why, and why did he do it? He was doing it because he wanted his... All right. And he, allow me, Sancho, I'll tell you when I'm ready. Let's try to hold it. I realize you got this great enthusiasm that I bring out of you. But if you cut me in, my mind is not what it used to be. Allow me to wet my whistle. Now, we know what this man Tom looked like, and it's interesting that he didn't give him a last name any more than he would say, "My Negro man Gordon," or "My man," or "My slave Doreen," or "My slave, my wench Bernice," or "My wench Blanca," or "My boy Patrick." Name, no last name. Obviously, it was not important to have last name, was it? I mean, since you didn't know, you might wake up with one last name in the morning, and by nightfall, you might have 2 other names. So he described Tom as being tall, lanky, and red hair, and the way he put it in the archaic 18th century terminology, his face much besmirched with freckles. Tom was a carpenter, but he was his master carpenter, and his loss has been of his absconding has been of considerable loss to me. About 6 foot something, lean boned, and anyone who gives me information leading to the recapture of my man Tom will have as a reward, if he gives information that leads to the capture, he will have the reward of 25 pounds. If he captures Tom and returns him to me at Albemarle, County, Virginia, he shall have 50 pounds plus expenses. Now, Arthur Schlesinger, whose European credentials are impeccable, that is the son of Arthur, the father of Arthur Jr., who was a historian at Harvard. In his history of the American history, he quotes this. This was from an advertisement that George Washington put for his property, his runaway property. So when we look at the story, remember always that by and large we have the story through the eyes, if not of the master, of people who belong to the same ethnic group or the same class as the master. But given that what we have to take these records and use them until we can do better. Because everybody has the tendency of trying to smooth over their own faults while working up in terms of the others. So when we look at this thing about which slavery was better or worse, my answer to that would be slavery. Because, as I said to you earlier, suppose you have one of these quote good masters, right, Blanca? And he treats you good for 20 years, lets you sleep in the house, say, "I like you. You know, you can be my wife's companion. You go everywhere with the missus. You don't have to do nothing. You eat at the master's table," right? and you go out. You can even have the privilege of kicking the other house slaves behind. Right? Because you is the master's ace boom. And then, New Year's Day of the 21st year, he calls you in and he says, all right, Blanca, get your butt out of here and go back down in the quarters with the rest of the slaves. And what'd you say? Repeat that where everybody can hear you.
I said she's devastated.
Why is she devastated?
Because she had living a totally different life.
Uh-huh.
And she felt as part of the master.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Superior to the other slaves.
Mm-hmm.
And to be with them, you know, that's more like.
Yeah. But so what are we talking about? Now, why was the master able to do this, Kitty? Why was he able to come after 20 years of good treatment?
Because he owned her.
I beg pardon?
Because he owned her.
He what?
He owned
In other words, she was his what?
Slave.
Property. So what are we saying then? So the condition, the question of who was a good master, a good mistress, or a bad master, bad mistress, does it have any relevancy?
No.
Does it have any relevancy?
No.
Does it have any relevancy, Doreen?
No.
Why not?
Because you can do whatever you want at any time.
I beg pardon, will you repeat that, please?
The master can do anything he wants at any time.
At any time. What about the slave? Can she say, can Bianca say, well, listen, I've been living here for 20 years and have my way. I'm not going to go down in that house. Can you do that,
Of
Blanca?
course not.
Why not?
Really?
Huh?
Who am I? I'm just a slave. He could do with me whatever he feels like. Because he owns me.
Do you agree with that, Mark?
Yeah.
In other words, you can't fight it. If he says, get down and go back into the slave quarters, you got to tuck your tail between your legs, figuratively, and go.
That's right.
And all because the master has the power of life and death over you. In other words, you are his property.
Absolutely.
And there is a principle in law, certainly in law of most countries, Anglo-Saxon law specifically, it says, one can do whatever one wishes with one's property. Always with the proviso that what one does not infringe upon the rights of somebody else.
But a slave was not a somebody else.
Exactly. But I'm saying if he wanted, he couldn't take you and deliberately throw you down on the head of his neighbor Clemson Brown, who was another master.
Right.
Because that would be using you in such a way that would infringe upon his rights and his safety. Therefore, there's my point clear about this issue of good master, bad master, or which slavery was better and which slavery was worse. That is a specious argument that has no validity, has no relevance to the subject. The issue is slavery. And Aristotle makes this clear in his statement when he says what? He's a slave. One man is owned, and his job is to do it just like we do with animals. So when you equate me with your chickens and your dogs, and even the cockroaches that you step on or not step on as you may wish to. So this then brings us to a situation where, when you look at this, and as he said, how the slaves felt, how the slaves themselves felt can only be judged by their actions, since they were not able to record their side of the case. It has, however, been well said that the slaves caused Rome to dwell for centuries on the lid of a slumbering volcano, meaning what? That even though Aristotle could say all he wanted about some men or people being designated as slaves naturally, these folks obviously at no time, and that's what we must keep our eyes on, Reverend Brown Ogden, that at no period did the slaves sit still for their chains, even though they were not able to write history. There's no time. Individual slaves, yes, at all times, just like you got individual people. There are people who, as long as you give them a crumb, they will allow you to kick their behinds from day the kingdom come. We have these kind of people. But that you don't go from the specific and make an evaluation based on the general, because one slave says, I loves my master, or as Malcolm X put it, what's the matter, master, is we sick. You see, you can't say, well, that's the way all slaves behave toward their master, because at the same time, since the master's class wrote most of the histories. The slave that walked in the master's room and tiptoed in and cut master's head off. You see, it is not in the interest of order. Well, I'll tell you like this. It's not in the interest of order and the status quo to be writing about people like this, because other slaves or other exploited people might do what? Might get ideas. You see? I beg your pardon?
I said, so it's written as if they were not.
Precisely. And to excuse the horrors of the master class. It's just like in this society that there are part of people who tell you that anybody that wants a job in this country can get one. And if you're right, if you don't have a job, go lift yourself up by your bootstrap. It's your fault if you don't have a job. Lift yourself up by your bootstrap. If you was not lazy, and if you don't, then you say, but I ain't got no boot and I ain't got no strap. That's not my problem. Go raise some cows. Make you some leather. In other words, you take the position, and this is effective because it convinced most people who lose their jobs today feel guilty as though it's their fault. Because yes.
It's the same with the homeless.
Precisely. You look at it on any level. The same with people on welfare. It's all their fault. And therefore the victim now starts saying, well, I must have done something wrong because how come I ain't got no job? Because what they do, they inculcate in all people of whatever class the idea that individuals own jobs. Think about that. You don't own no job. You might own that pen. You may own that cup of coffee. But you don't own no job. By definition, a job is something that somebody else has and you make an agreement to work with. And when the job is no longer there, for whatever reason, the man tells you, this is your last day. And we even have a term for that in this culture. It's called a pink slip. Yeah. Don't even put nothing. You can have people get a heart attack just by accidentally putting a little piece of pink paper in an envelope. I'm not kidding you, because the person, before he opens the envelope, he or she opens the envelope, they see that pink shining through, and somebody gets scared, hold up the light. Let me see if I can read it without opening it. Right? Oh my God. And then forgetting what the heck I'm, then the first thing you want to know, well, God, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? And that's why we have to begin to try to look this up. So what I'm saying is, when we look at these things, we must always understand that all the evidence is not in. I'm not finished yet. All right. Now, let's take it to the next step. You see, part of because I want to tie in, and I'm going across, but tying it in, because I want to make certain points while it's here. This kind of thinking, the good master, bad master, the happy slave, which is the concomitant of that, and and of course the happy slave is a slave who as the Calvinist says, servant, obey your masters. Remember that word, servant, servile, slave. Obey your master, because obedience to your master is what? Obedience to who? God. Thank you. And by obeying your master, you therefore ensure that when you die, you will be, not only you will be saved, but when you get to heaven, you will get your reward. But you ain't gonna get no reward here. Your reward here is to serve your master as best you can. Don't argue, don't run away, do what you have to do, and God will look upon you and look upon you favorably for this. And when you die, you will get your reward in heaven. Now the question of how about getting a little something here, like a little freedom, don't ask that, because that means you're not being true to God, because now you're giving your master problems. And this is not something, I'm putting it in my attempted humorous way, but this has been and was the status quo. Now, that then, when you look at certain projects, then you have to look at what is considered the relationship with the slaves that's in the other groups. A part of that, and a spin-off of that, is how it has been perceived about the relationship of black slaves here to certain of the European groups. The conventional wisdom, of course, is when we sit down in this city today, other places, and we talk about fighting for civil rights, the question always comes up, if we say that Jews exploit blacks, you would then say, well, this is anti-Semitism, and you're being ungrateful. Even if it ain't anti-Semitism, you're being ungrateful because Jews have always been in the forefront of fighting for black rights. And a lot of us believe this. And there have been individual Jews, like individual other people, who've done this. But that does not make a case. Once again, you try to go from the specific to the general. And you say, well, of course not, because I'm always the good guys. And then I go out and I pick up this book written by two Jewish scholars. You know, I tried to put it in y'all hand, but y'all don't know the good stuff. Jews in the South. Edited by Leonard Dennerstein and Mary Dale Paulson. Brother Hampton was smart enough, he jumped on a copy this last week like you saw see, right? You see him smiling over there, right? And here's what these scholars have to say. Got a whole thing on your Jews in South Carolina for your fellow Jewish people there, right? Jewish life in the antebellum and Confederate South. But what I'd like to point out something to you is this section here. You see about the stereotypes. It's dangerous. This is a title, book, chapter called Jews and Negro Slavery in the Old South, 1789 to 1865. Now, you could make the same argument for other groups, but other groups don't claim a special relationship with us, you see, it's different, right? Introduction, as we inaugurate this 5-year-long observance of the Civil War, Introduction. Jews and Negro Slavery in the Old South, 1789 to 1865, and this is written by a gentleman called Bertram Wallace Corn, K-O-R-N. As we inaugurate this 5-year-long observance of the Civil War, and this was an address delivered at the 59th annual meeting of the American Jewish Historical Society at the Jewish Museum of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America in New York City, and was delivered on February 18, 1961 by one, as I aforesaid, Bertram, B-E-R-T-R-A-M, Wallace, W-A-L-L-A-C-E, Corn, K-O-R-N. And I reiterate, as we inaugurate this 5-year-long observance of the Civil War, there's certain to be no diminution of the quantity of historical volumes already flooding forth from the nation's presses. One of the major subjects which will undoubtedly continue to be the questions of the questions of the causes of the Civil War. Some writers will favor political interpretations. Others will emphasize economic factors. Still others will cite social ingredients. Some will blame the North and others the South. Some will denounce foolhardy leadership in the South or in the North or both. Others will underline the failure of ordinary citizens in both sections to express their feelings and desires. Many of these writers will be so enamored of their theories that they will overlook the all-pervasive influence of the crucial problem, slavery. Political, economic, social, psychological, and other currents were present as contributory factors, but they were all related in one way or another to the persistence of the slave system. Had Negro slavery not been an integral aspect of life of the Old South, there would have been no conflict, no secession, no war. Obviously, there would have been no reason for it, because we would not have been there, right? Differences there might have been, but not violence and bloodshed. Slavery was the single indigestible element in the life of the American people which fostered disunion, strife, and carnage, just as the concomitant race problem has continued to an important degree to be a divisive force in American life to this day. Previous students of the American Jewish scene have appeared to be reluctant to investigate the question of Jewish participation in the slave system. I will repeat this. Previous students of the American Jewish scene have appeared to be reluctant to investigate the question of Jewish participation in the slave system. Works on local Jewish history in southern communities in particular have either glossed over or altogether ignored this basic aspect of the life and experiences of the Jews of the Old South. It is my purpose to attempt to survey the following themes: Jews as planters and as owners of slaves, the treatment of slaves by Jews, the emancipation of slaves by Jews, Jews as harsh taskmasters, business dealings of Jews with slaves and free Negroes, Jews as slave dealers, cases of miscegenation involving Jews and Negroes, and opinions of Jews about the slave system. So I figure that covers a pretty comprehensive thing here, huh?
Who's interested?
I don't know. 1. Jews as planters and as owners of slaves. Only a small number of Jews in the Old South were planters. Sociological and economic factors explain why so few Jews achieved this characteristic Southern status of ownership and occupation. History had ordained that Eastern European Jews could not own land. Is that clear?
Inquisition.
Mm-hmm. The selection of occupations in which Jews could train their sons was severely delimited. Most Jews, out of natural inclination and the presence of circumstances, felt safer in urban areas where they could share each other's fellowship and find support in each other's presence. That also sounds familiar to me. If Jews desired to be loyal to their ancestral faith, they could fulfill this need only where other Jews resided, not in the rural areas. An additional pressure was the poverty which accompanied most immigrant Jews when they came to America. The average Southern Jew was, therefore, a peddler or storekeeper, out of which came riches, marcus, gimbals, etc., etc. With comparatively slim resources, who tended to live in a town or city and would not even think of aspiring to the ownership of a plantation. Some Jews found their way to the highest rung of the economic and social ladder through prosperous careers as merchants or professional men. Among this small number of men, probably the best known was Judah P. Benjamin, the brilliant New Orleans attorney who purchased an extensive plantation 20 miles below the city in 1844 in partnership with Theodore Packwood, who served as the resident manager. Not content with the rather smallish mansion house, Benjamin rebuilt Belle Chase into a magnificent house which finally fell victim to a housing development in 1960. Benjamin's home, in which he installed his sisters after his wife and daughter moved to Paris, was an elegant example of antebellum grace with, quote, great double-level porches almost 15 feet across, a parade of massive rectangular pillars and everything else in proportion, curving stairways of mahogany, going with the wind. Massive carved decorations, silver-plated doorknobs, extensive rose gardens between the house and the levee, and an enormous bell into which Benjamin was said to have dropped 500 silver dollars during the melting to sweeten the tone. Though Benjamin continued to practice his legal profession, he devoted great interest to his plantation, unlike the typical absentee landlord, and wrote articles and delivered speeches on the problem of sugar planting. Belchas was staffed with 140 slaves, of whom about 80 were field hands. Benjamin sold the plantation after his election to the Senate. Another well-known Jewish planter was Major Raphael J. Moses, who owned land at Esquilin Hill near Columbus, Georgia. Moses, who became Chief Commissary Officer of General Longstreet's Corps during the war, that is the Confederate Army, mind you, wrote in his memoirs that, quote, when the war broke out, I had 47 slaves, and when it ended, I had 47 freedmen. All left me except one, old London, who stayed with me until he died. So you see, we can't go from the specific to the general, right? Old London says, I was going to stay with you, master. What happened to the other 47, Patrick? Gone in the wind. And I'm sure that Benjamin considered himself a good master. Other Jewish planters were Nathan Nathans, who was the president of Beth Elohim congregation of Charleston, South Carolina. Mordecai Cohn, who had 27 slaves on his plantation at St. Andrews, South Carolina, and his two sons, Marks and David, both of whom owned nearby farms. Isaac Lyons of Columbia, South Carolina, Barnett Cohn of Kings Creek, South Carolina, and Chapman Levy, who turned from the law to planting when he moved to the Mississippi Territory. Various members of the Mordecai family had plantations in North Carolina and Virginia. Among other large plantation holdings, Moses Levy owned a magnificent home, Parthenope, on a plantation at the juncture of the Matanzas River and Moses Creek in Florida, which he sold to Achilles Murat, the French refugee. One of the few lady planters was Abigail Minus, who had a small plantation near Savannah on which she employed 17 slaves. The only Louisiana planter other than Benjamin whom we have been able to discover was J. Levy of Ascension Parish with 41 slaves working his field. There were probably a number of other Jewish owners of plantations, but altogether they constituted only a tiny proportion of the Southerners whose habits, opinions, and status were to become decisive for the entire section, and eventually for the entire country. In contradistinction, and it is astonishing to discover that there were several Jews who tried their hands as a plantation overseer, if only for a brief time. And one of them was a gentleman by the name of Solomon Pollock, a member of a well-known Philadelphia family who worked on a plantation near Mobile in the late 1830s. And then we look at the gentleman who was the first senator from my home state, Florida. There's a section on Judah P. Benjamin, but this man was called, and it's interesting how these people, they, in spite of all this thing about freedom, like them folks out in Minnesota who said, don't take my picture, right? All right. This gentleman's name is but his name didn't start out as Yuli. Levy. All right, so let me just take a look at it. This is the way how people get lost, right? Obviously, if this country was so free of racism and anti-Semitism, why would anybody change your name? Huh? Or why would you say, don't point that camera at me? Leon Hubner, David L. Yulee, Florida's first senator. In other words, when Florida was made a state, Yulee was the first senator that went to the Senate, and there's a town in Florida, not for about 20 miles outside of Jacksonville in Nassau County, that is named for him, Yulee, Florida. And it's ironic that this is the Florida to this day that has no black residents and wouldn't even sell you a tank of gas within the town. They tell you very quickly, don't even stop here. This is one of those towns in which, like in folklore, where it says white folks read and run, niggers read and haul ass. Or the way it went, white folks read and walk fast, niggers read and haul ass. And I've seen signs that says, nigger, quote, don't let the sun go down on you here. I'm not talking about Nazi Germany. I'm talking about Florida, place where I was born in other times. But, well, last time I was through Yulee was 5 years ago.
Still there.
And it's still there. And it's still, well, it's grown a little. It's right at the crossroads of where US 101, the Buccaneer Trail, cross US 17. And you go down Fernandina Beach, St. Augustine, right on the coastline. And Yulee sits at that, right at that crossroad. And to this day, it is still a town that if you see black folks there, they're passing through. And it's known by people for miles around. Nobody black even gets stops in Yulee after dark, today. Today. There are lots of pockets of this all over this country. West Texas, for example, notorious for this. Though by no means, it is a curious fact that so little has been written concerning the careers of several Southern statesmen who were important figures in our national history during the period immediately preceding the Civil War. Men like Judah P. Benjamin. Though by no means as prominent as Benjamin, David L. Yulee was nevertheless a noteworthy figure in his day. It is therefore remarkable that beyond a dozen lines or so, nothing has ever been written concerning his career, with the exception of an article by his son, C. Wycliffe, W-I-C-K-L-I-F-F-E, Yulee, which, however, that's the son's article, is mainly of a reminiscent and personal character. In preparing this paper, therefore, it was necessary to go through original documents on file in various government departments, the public reports of Senate House and House committees, and the writings of distinguished contemporaries. Not only had Senator Yulee the distinction of having been a prominent factor in national affairs for over 20 years, but to him belonged in large measure the honor of having obtained the admission of Florida to the Union and of being her first senator. Beside this, he is of additional interest because he was the first Jew ever elected to the United States Senate. The father of David Levy never bore the name Yulee, Dave Yulee. The family name was Levy. And as David Levy, the future senator, first distinguished himself in the affairs of Florida. His father, Moses Elias Levy, was a native of all places, Morocco. Born at Mogador by 1782, migrated to the island of St. Thomas, the Virgin Islands, in 1800 at the age of 18, and there engaged in the lumber and slave trading business, accumulating a considerable fortune. In 1816, he removed to Havana, Cuba, where he was a government contractor in supplying troops. 2 years later, he paid his first visit to the United States. The real history is really something else, ain't it, children? C. Wycliffe Yulee, in the sketch above referred to, claims a rather fanciful ancestry for his family. To quote from his article, quote, the senator's grandfather was a Portuguese who, quote, became a high official in the Emperor of Morocco's court, and as such had been given the rank of prince. That's according to the son Wycliffe's version, right? Upon the death of the emperor whose side he had espoused against the intriguing heir, he was obliged to fly at a moment's notice to England, taking with him his wife, an English Jewish, and their infant son, close quote. This child was Moses Levi. He was educated in an English university, but became a tradesman. And his mother, quote, who had exaggerated ideas as to the importance of the princely title, insisted upon his dropping of the name Yulee temporarily. You see how it is when you don't want to deal with it? See, black folks ain't the only folks that try to pretend that certain things taste like sugar. And adopting the name of Levy, her own maiden name. This name he retained to the day of his death, although he approved of the resumption of the family name by the senator. Now this is the son's Wycliffe version. And then the author says, in connection with the above statement, it must be borne in mind that Senator Yulee married out of his faith, and that his children were brought up as Christians. In fact, the article referred to shows a desire to escape the recognition of a Jewish ancestry as much as possible. So now who was practicing anti-Semitism? Why would he want to escape knowing who he was, huh? And aside from the fanciful statement as to how the name Levi came into the family, it even claims that the princely grandfather was not a Jew at all, but a Mohammedan by the name of Yulee. Now that means old C. Wycliffe was stretching a long way to get away from this, right? Naturally, Wycliffe then was all Episcopalians. The fact remains, however, that the senator's father was never known by any other name but Moses E. Levy, and was always devoted to the ancient faith, meaning he remained a Hebrew. When he visited the United States in about 1818, he became enthusiastic over our free institutions. How about that? Free institutions, 1818. Get it, y'all? Free institutions, 1818? Free? And he completed settling here, but his affairs at the time did not permit him to remove. Even before Spain had ceded Florida to the United States, he had decided to settle in the eastern portion of that territory, and in August of 1820, through his agents Hernandez and Chevatian, he purchased about 45,000 acres of land, for which it appears he paid about $40,000. His plan was to bring families from Europe to settle on his plantation, and in 1820 he instructed his agent in London that the colonists designed for his settlement might be sent on. On June 8, 1821, he appeared in Philadelphia before the United States Court of Appeal and there declared his intention of becoming a citizen of the United States. About this time, he also visited New York and became acquainted with prominent Jews there, among other Daniel M. Pixato. Leaving Philadelphia, he went to St. Augustine, Florida by way of Charleston and arrived there about the time of the change of sovereignty, that is from Spain to the United States. He purchased Negroes
It's all right. It's going. Keep going.
I was just pausing there. That's supposed to be dramatic emphasis. That's underlined. That's 3 exclamation marks. He purchased Negroes and commenced sugar planting at a place called Volusia. It is now Volusia County, Florida. About 8 miles above Lake George on the St. Johns River, and also at a place opposite this, which he named Hope Hill. And I would wonder, hope for who? Certainly not for them slaves. As early as 1822, he figured extensively in large land transactions in that portion of the territory. And then I'm going on down to where he says, Andrew Jackson became governor of the territory in March 1823, issued an ordinance which enabled those persons who were inhabitants of Florida at the time of the change of flags to become American citizens at once by complying with certain formalities. Under this ordinance, Levy renounced his allegiance to the King of Denmark, because they claim ownership then of, you know, the St. Thomas, the Virgin Islands, then, right? To whom St. Thomas belonged, and took the oath of allegiance to the United States, receiving a certificate of citizenship at St. Augustine. It was the method of obtaining his citizenship which subsequently proved to be a source of infinite trouble both to him and his son, which means that after David Yulee became very big in government politics and whatnot, a lot of the WAS and the Christians decided they really didn't want no Jew being in the Senate. So they challenged his seat in the Senate, or how you like that, on the ground that he was not really a bona fide citizen, because the way he had become. You got to get up early in the morning and beat these people out stuff, right? Now, when Moses Levy visited the United States, he brought with him his son David. Like Alexander Hamilton, therefore, the future senator was born in the West Indies, the date of his birth being June 2nd, 1810. As the father desired to give his children the best possible education, he did not take them with him to Florida, but took the boy to Norfolk, Virginia, where he placed them with his intimate friend Moses Myers, then a leading Jewish citizen of Norfolk, who had held distinguished office and who at one time had represented the French Republic in the United States. David Levy attended school and continued to reside at Norfolk from 1819 to 1827, with the exception of occasional trips to the West Indies. In the meantime, his father had become one of the foremost citizens of St. Augustine. He had purchased extensive lands in the interior and was considered one of the most influential men in the territory. From the affidavit of Judge Elias B. Gould, printed in one of the government's publications, it appears that as early as 1822, Moses E. Levy took an active part in the politics of Florida, particularly on the subject of education and as a defender of the sacred institution. Anybody need 3 guesses of what sacred institution he was defending? Slavery.
Nice name, sacred.
Yes. He even succeeded in 1824 in bringing about certain reforms in the administration of the law. And then we go and we look at Jacob, and this is very interesting. It's probably the only book I wasn't. So here we are. Now, that's just an introduction to tie in on that level. Who indeed are our friends? Now, I guess us. Now let us go back to look at what David Bryan Davis has to say. Remember, I led you all for a field, something that had nothing to do with us, way in the so-called Near East, Iraq, and all them places, right? Here we have part 1. How progress, quote, led to the Europeans' enslavement of Africans. That's the general title. And the opening chapter 1. A black slave revolt in the Fertile Crescent. Now the Fertile Crescent is where? The land between the Tigris and the Euphrates. And you might ask, what the hell was us doing there? And here's what he says. In the middle of the 9th century, that would be the 800s.
18.
No, the 9th century.
Yeah, right.
The 800s.
Yeah.
In the middle of the night. Oh yes. Oh, let me. Don't so y'all don't call me a liar. In other words, we're talking about 1,000 years ago. In the middle of the 9th century AD, 600 years before the Portuguese voyages initiated an oceanic slave trade from West Africa to the Iberian Peninsula. Did you understand what he said?
Yes.
A slave trade from where to where? From West Africa to where? Iberia. And where is Iberia? Spain and Portugal. Not an African slave trade to the West Indies, South America, or what is now the United States. All right? And if you want to know the year, I'll tell you the year. The year was 1443.
Before Columbus went to America, to West Indies, even before
Of
Spain.
course, that is correct. That is right. That 43 and 50 would be 93. As a matter of fact, 49 years before Columbus.
What year was the papal bull written giving the right to
The Assentio,
Yes.
the papal bull which gave the Assentio was written was given actually in about 1516.
That's when it became sacred.
That is correct. And we will try and deal in terms with that. I hope that this meets with your approval, Minister Brown.
Oh, yes.
All right. Listen, hold it. Next week, what about the
I'm
marriage?
going to be here next week.
Well, you owe these people an announcement. Let's take a break before
yeah.
you go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, hell. It's not oh, yeah. It's not an afterthought.
I'm getting married next week.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
It's not slavery. Make
All right.
sure that it's not
Remember-
slavery.
And not only this, the dude went home. He got himself an Irish Colleen, a real one, yes. Yeah. All right, so we'll see you next week. You call me and let me know where to go, okay?
What county is you made from?
Dublin.
Dublin.
All right. All right. So you let me know, Matthias. All right, we'll have to take up one, so we'll take side that we got to take up a collection for him, all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let's start over again. In the middle of the 9th century AD, 600 years before Portuguese voyages initiated an oceanic slave trade from West Africa to the Iberian Peninsula, 800 years before African slaves displaced white agricultural workers in Barbados and other British West Indian colonies, a full millennium before the issue of restricting or extending black slavery precipitated the American Civil War, many thousands of black slaves worked in regimented gangs on the tidal flats of southern Iraq.
Salt mines.
Sorry about that. Yes. I think I have made a rather dramatic connection.
Can you read it again?
You would like me to read
Yes,
it again?
please.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back because I don't want this to be left out. Once again, with apologies to your videotape. The title of chapter 1 is A Black Slave Revolt in the Fertile Crescent. That is the sector of Arabia where it's fertile in Iraq, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates. In the middle of the 9th century AD, 600 years before Portuguese voyages initiated an oceanic slave trade from West Africa to the Iberian Peninsula, 800 years before African slaves displaced white agricultural workers in Barbados and other West Indian colonies, a full millennium before the issue of restricting or extending black slavery precipitated the American Civil War, many thousands of black slaves worked in regimented gangs on the tidal flats of southern Iraq, spelled I-R-A-Q. Much of the Tigris-Euphrates Delta, interlaced with ancient dikes and canals, had become abandoned marshland overgrown with tall reeds that sheltered wild game as well as various kinds of rebels and outlaws. Now that brings us right back to what Mr. Coblin was saying was happening about 1,000 years before that, 137 AD. What has changed? All right? As peasants had migrated to the thriving towns of the Abbasid Empire, here goes them wandering folks leaving the roadside again, right? They came out of the country of Rome and went into Rome, right? Same pattern, different time. As peasants had migrated to the thriving towns of the Abbasid Empire, that's A-B-B-A-S-I-D, rich farmland had been repeatedly flooded and encrusted with salt and other mineral sediment. Although the Abbasid Empire, which lasted from 1750 to 1258, long preceded the idea of progress as understood by early modern philosophers and historians Arab entrepreneurs knew that intensive labor could reclaim this wasteland, remove the mineral deposits, and prepare the subsoil for cultivation. What crops were to be cultivated is unclear, though rice, barley, millet, sorghum, onions, and melons were all grown in the region. And it is tempting to note that sugar, a luxury unknown to Europe before the Crusades of the 11th and 12th centuries, was already becoming an important export from Shustar in neighboring Kyrgyzstan. And that then was the homeland of the Kurds.
Thank you. The names are the same.
That's right. In any event, in Basra, the region's commercial, financial, and agricultural center, wealthy proprietors had received extensive grants of tidal lands on the condition that they make it arable. This task of land reclamation, is that the last slide? This task of land reclamation, involving the extraction and removal of mountains of salty debris, it makes it kind of funny. All right, let's start again. This task of land reclamation involving the extraction and removal of mountains of salty debris required a kind of labor force that may have been unique in early Islamic history. But the sources for that history are fragmentary and often consist of later compilations of oral traditions attuned to genealogical and religious disputes, not to the economic institutions that arose in the wake of Islam's lightning strokes of Eurasian and African conquest. Do you understand what he's saying? In other words, when they finally started getting information, they didn't attune it to the historical thing. They bent whatever happened to suit the religious and genealogical argument. Now, that brings us back to what happened on Wednesday night at the slaves, why you up and on, okay?
Yeah.
All right? But people, they need to know them things, okay? Now, this is called Slavery and Human Progress, 1984. All right? Now, huh?
Did you say that book is out of print?
Yes, it is. But hey, it was nevertheless 1984, but you might find it, you look for it. You know, if I see your order, right? There's nevertheless anything in New York.
Sorry.
That's all right. It gives me a chance to wet my whistle.
Off camera, too.
Our limited knowledge of slave labor in southern Iraq derives from the fortuitous event of a massive slave revolt that could not escape commentary. In other words, you couldn't escape Denmark Vesey. You couldn't ignore Nat Turner. You couldn't ignore Frederick Douglass. You couldn't ignore Marcus Garvey. You couldn't ignore King. Is that clear? In other words, it's too big to ignore, so you have to deal with it. Even though you only deal with it as limited thing as possible, but you must deal with it. You can't cover it up. Now, most of the slaves were Zanji. Zanj. And you think of Zanzibar in East Africa, or blacks of East African origin. While some of these Zanjis and other black slaves had been transported across the Red Sea and by caravan across Arabia, it seems probable that for an indeterminate period, slave ships had followed the northeast monsoons from the coast of South Somalia to the Persian Gulf's inland port of Basra, which again is another city in Iraq, from which Sinbad sailed on his legendary adventures in the Spice Islands in East Africa. Most of the Zanj were apparently owned by absentee proprietors in Basra, who delegate authority to drivers and overseers of various kinds. What will y'all do without the old professor?
Stay ignorant.
or not be as smart as you were, right? These veritable capitalists, as Alexander Popovich termed them, were an anomaly in the Islamic world, which generally defines slavery as a domestic or military institution. But the evidence suggests that the Zon suffered from labor conditions as oppressive as those in the West Indies some 8 or 9 centuries later. As early as the late 7th century, slave insurrections, apparently involving many blacks, were quickly and ruthlessly crushed. Then, in September 869, the Zanjas rose in what was to become the greatest slave revolt from the Roman servile wars of the 2nd and 1st centuries BC to the Black Revolution of the 1790 that destroyed France's most lucrative colony, Saint Dominique, or which we know as Haiti. How much of it has been written about? How much have you seen about, other than what read here? Yes, Minister Brown.
If you could do one clarification.
Yes.
Because, and it becomes very clear. The Romans had slavery.
Yes.
Who were those slaves? And then after the Roman domination of that area,
Yeah.
because, you know, the Greeks...
No, but the Greeks, before the Romans, Greeks, yeah.
So what happened then? Islam comes in, slaves... You know, we need to...
Well, I'm going to run that down in part 2. We'll run it down, but just to give a briefy thing. As I said to you before, remember, we have to look at definitions. We don't need to look at it through contemporary eyes to understand it. If we can lift the veil, and I'll put this on the board so you can see it. Again, as far as those people, and we're not going back to the Carthaginians. Well, just talking, if you want to look at Greece or Rome, as they like to say a modern term. All right, to the Greeks, there were 2 kinds of people. Which would be Greeks and barbarians.
But the barbarians were still people.
What did I say here?
Put it in the parentheses.
What did I do? What did I do to people?
Make it a different term.
Yes, it's a quote. So that's all right. Greeks and I'm not going to say and. Greeks vs. All right. To the Romans, D-O.
Ditto. Except they put Romans.
That's right. I just say Romans. What?
Well, I wanted to ask them a few minutes ago, an
Yeah.
hour ago, to point out, but for them they were still human beings. They were
Not necessarily. No, ma'am. Barbarians was just that. It was used as a dehumanizing term.
That's right.
In other words, you could do whatever you wanted to do to the barbarians. You follow what I'm saying?
Did they say 3/5 of a human being? Did
No,
they
no,
say that?
but no. But you don't have to say 3/5 of a human being. Different times, different circumstances alter definitions. Different times develop. You follow what I'm saying? Again, it would be like saying, Sancho, which kind of slavery was worse or was better. If we look at, in other words, we remove the concept of skin color or hair texture. Now, remember, the Romans, mothers, used to scare their children, by using this phrase. At the gate. What a gate, a port. A port is any opening, entrance, exit, right? Now, when the Roman mother said this about Hannibal, she was referring to him as what, mark this carefully, what the later southern people would use black folks and call them as...
Boogeyman.
Now, what have they done to Hannibal and the Carthaginians? They are barbarians or foreigners. The term meant. So what have they said? When you say to a child, you don't mind me, Hannibal is going to get you, or the boogeyman is going to get you, what are you saying to that child?
Something evil.
Right. Something non-human, a dangerous, a demon, a Saddam Hussein, if you will. Huh? An Ayatollah or Khomeini. A Noriega, whoever. Right? An Ortega. A Paul Robeson.
Thank you.
Huh? A Sancho.
Anything you
Now,
want.
what that means, and we see this, and let's watch it. I'll go down to this, because the day before I want to tie this part up, if you got the time, and you'll see the connection. Because what we're looking at the foreign, or the ancient developments, or the ancient beginnings, if you will, of the modern day malaise, and the way in which societies, including the one we are, can instantly create non-people. And once you create the non-people with the assistance and support of the media, it don't take, at least the Greeks and the Romans, they took a little time. But with modern media techniques, right, Doreen, we do this instantly. You get Dan Rather over here and this one here, and somebody coming here and somebody standing up with a thing out there. And of course, is anybody giving the opposite, Gigi?
No.
No. So immediately, bam, you've got you instant creating barbarians. No questions. And the other point was, the other advantage, most of the people in ancient time could not read and write.
Thank you.
Today, if you're inside from the radio media, you got the print media, everybody, you can get the message out there, you can disseminate, the information or monsterize the barbarians, whoever you want to. Now how we know this, how further stated, when you look at the laws, Sancho, of these people, and how the penalties for even the same crime. For a Roman, it would be one thing. For the barbarian outsider, something that a Roman might be slapped on the hand for, the barbarian get his head cut off for. And it was stated clearly, why was his head cut off? Because he or she is what? A barbarian. So the question of whether we see them as people, you follow what I'm saying? You could argue, at the very best, if they saw them as people, they saw them very much as the way in the later years in the monster stop, the modern slave trade, that the masters saw Africans. As people who were not quite people, slavery was the best for them. Because what does Aristotle say here? Yeah? And I remember, now and here's the other thing. Greek slavery was a slavery, when you talked about Athenian slavery, remember, we're not talking about political and national entities as we look at them today, right, Gordon? No, we're talking about something in this time where a group of what? City-states. That meant all of those states that we see now, all of that what we now call Greece, Greece the country. In the days of Aristotle, that would, no such entity would be considered. One would have allegiance to a city. And of all the cities, Athens in Greece was the city. And Athens was constantly at war with other Greek city-states. Not, you follow what I'm saying? Huh?
Like Sparta.
Exactly, like Sparta. Or the Macedonians are not Greeks. They're related, as you know, more to you. But nevertheless, they were the people, and now, all of these people still occupied the Greek peninsula.
Were they enslaving other Greeks?
Yes, what am I saying?
Oh, so would you explain them?
Exactly.
If you were a prisoner
If you
of war,
raw,
you either die.
you follow what I'm saying? In other words, even though Athens was an independent entity unto itself, All those other city-states, Sparta, whatnot, were also independent, and they also occupied the same area and most spoke the same language, the various dialects of the same variation of the same language. All right? But yet, now remember, in all these city-states, we look at their record. It's not something we have to think about. They were constantly at war with these other city-states. Right? Now, one of these cities always won. Rarely did they have a standoff where you say, okay, let's pick up our marble, go home.
Except the siege of Troy.
All right. But again, the Trojans were Asian, so they were outside anyway, right? Ilium and present day. So, okay? So that meant then that whenever one of these cities lost, you had some slaves. Now, who are these cities? You're not going to Iran, they're Greeks. So what do you do with the losers? You divide them up. All right, this one may be dangerous, boom, off go your head. Or whatever the method of execution was. Or you draw lots for his things.
Or you made them gladiators.
Or you made them gladiators to entertain the troops, train them. Or the other part became what the Latin Romans later called servile. They lived as long as they were useful. And this was not people that looked like me or whatnot. These were people that you would consider, today would be considered Greeks.
So they were no different from the rest of African tribes in the South.
Precisely. Exactly.
Except for one point that you gotta keep remembering. Slaves were not born slaves.
That's the other thing. Now,
slaves were the captured warriors or the captured women, but
and the other point of this was that there was no such thing as being born. If you're not born a slave, that meant that slavery, the slave condition, to the extent it existed, it ceased with your death.
Thank you.
Nobody had the idea that the slave class, so that meant that the slave class was an unstable class, wasn't it? Wasn't doing anything, right? Because you see what happened in the Western world, what they did when they created this new thing, or the new version of what? Chattel.
Slavery, that's property.
Chattel slavery, right? Chattel, which is property. Now, and that brings in a whole new kettle of smoke, and it brings in whole new laws. Because once you've got this, what do you have to do? You must redefine. Right?
Right.
You have to redefine your laws now around slavery.
Yeah.
Because now, once you talk about a property, you're saying, not only does my property right hold legally for the life of you, Brown the slave, but my property right extends into any children you have. And children's children. But then here came another problem. Very quickly, there became what they like call miscegenation, not intermarriage, at least intersex, between people of the master class, people of the slave class. And since the intersex is always used, as a rule, happen between the male of the master class and the female of the slave class, that ultimately started creating another problem. That is, who
Gets the property.
and who gets the property, and who gets the property, but who was property. So, and now who made the rules? Masters. Masters were mostly who? Men. We talked about the proprietary right that they had in women. Because women, remember, could not own property in their own right. Anything they had, their husbands spoke for them. So therefore, it was the men that made the decision, the males that made the decision. So therefore, if I'm the male, and I'm the one who is having carnal knowledge of my female slaves, I own them. If I won't have, no, I'm the one who's having carnal knowledge. I then have to modify the rules again, don't I? Because say, well, hey, if I'm making all of these children, it is always a risky business. To make assumptions is very, very dangerous. Simon Bolivar, Giuseppe Garibaldi, Fidel Castro, classic of modern example, that came from Cuban aristocracy, descended Spanish Castilian blood, not even mestizo.
Minutes to discuss what we just saw. And I expect that any production that's done here to reflect, and this is specifically to the camera and production crews. Well, hey, you're right. I expect that the filming reflect. Morning. I expect the filming to reflect the presence of all of our people here. I don't think that is too much to ask. I do not wish, in other words, I expect you to do your panning, what not to do your directing. Now, the reason I'm asking this, it should be obvious. Because we've seen too many of our documentaries where they come in, you look, and the camera sits there like a one-eyed monster and is focusing right up on the people on the side. That's not what make this go. What make this go, I think I can refer to it without hesitation as an organization finally got that. What makes this organization go is us, all of us. Deal with this completely. When you talk about the economics of the African slave trade, and let me segue into that to show what I mean. On the surface, it looks simple. Doesn't it, Brother Pimple? On the surface, economics of the African slave trade. But this is an awesome subject. It's a hell of a topic, and certainly need to be discussed. Take a look at the map over here. What are we talking about? We're talking about landmass Australia. That was part of it. Huh? We're talking about Indonesia. That was part of it. We are very familiar, of course, with Africanists, but India was another leg of it. South America, the United States, and we are still coming up with areas that our ancestors were exported to that we haven't even dealt with yet. That was one reason why I planned to start this thing tonight with the USS Mason. I thought it would be a good idea to segue in, since the question of the economics of the African slave trade came up, because I thought in that little 1 hour segment, it showed clearly what a group of people can do, a small group who, as the guy said, realized, and I've been asked this, I was asked this by Sister Beverly, I said, hey, you're a veteran of World War II. Where is the role of our people? And the guy said, they knew this thing they did. But the USS Mason, like it never did. Not only that, what did they do with it? They scrapped it. They scrapped the ship. Yes, sir. They scrapped the ship. Is that what they do with the famous USS Wisconsin? The other ship? No. They put it up, make museums out of it, all the rest of it. Now look at these guys. I think they all are, because these guys are not scholars. They were ordinary garden variety black men. Right? Ordinary garden variety. But they understood what? What was that? They understood a sense of history, that they were making history. And they're looking and seeing all this about World War II, and ain't nothing about them or nobody else black. So that's when the light went on. Hey, does it need to be done? Yes. How can we ensure it gets done? Do it ourselves. Now, there are people who say, well, they didn't do this or they didn't do that, because we're great at that, of critiquing something after somebody's scuffling to do it. It's always easier to improve on something than to create it. But here are a bunch of ordinary men. And I say to myself, and every time I see this piece or show it, the questions still come. How many hundreds of thousands of other heroic men things we did where people deliberately did the sabotage. And the one thing at the end to show you the mentality of what we deal with, you better deal with yourself. Here is dude that's got 4 years of struggling and escorting and commended for what? And here comes this new captain, and what does he say? I'm going to teach y'all how to read and write. And if you think that that man is unusual, you got another thought coming. You got another thought coming. So when you looked at this, and of course the other crackers who say you do, so what does this mean? I was so happy when I saw that boy that's coming out of Annapolis with his doodly bob walk, and he was the commandant of the whole crew of midshipmen, right? But the way he was walking, I beg pardon, it was a black thing, and we didn't have no problem recognizing that role, okay? They didn't have that in mind when they planned Annapolis, y'all. And it will never be the same. And I'm not in favor of militarism, but it will never be the same. We need to look at these things. So when I say to you, if you are interested in looking at the economics of the slave trade, and when I talk to, there's people, they say, well, nobody has ever taught. We talk about the romance of it, if you will. But what actually was this? In essence to us, all of the ramifications of this. This is one hell of a subject. Now, if we're prepared to deal with it, if we want to document it, as Casey said about what happened Saturday, then we've got to take it seriously. We've got to take it seriously. Something in the way here, sir? Oh, all right. See, okay. So I came down tonight prepared to do an introductory thing, and hopefully just to give you a sense of what we're saying. Most of you, I don't think, how many of you are familiar with these 4 volumes? I'll put them here so they can be seen. Can you focus in on this, Brother Remy? Can you get these? That is correct, sir. You're too young to know these things. But that means we're on the right track. That is correct. 4 volumes, and this is just an opening, but to give you a sense, if you're not already aware, of the scope of what we're talking about. It's not something that we can play lightly. These 4 volumes, which run pretty close to 3,500 pages, volumes 1, 2, 3, and 4. The title, talk about jobs that we ought to be doing. Documents illustrative of the history of the slave trade to North America. What does that say to us, Mike? Documents illustrative of the history of the slave trade to North America. That's only, you got it, that's just dealing with just this little part here, the slave hide impacting part. And it ain't the whole story. But these are the documents you find. Now, this, and start doing it yourself. The lady did a hell of a job. I have a lot of reservations about it. But the important thing is, it's like the dog that walks on the hind leg. He looks awkward at it, but the miracle is that he can do it at all. Donna spent, 10 years on this. How was she able to do it? Carnegie Foundation donated the money. Andrew Carnegie Steel and whatnot, had a whole lot of bucks. And when somebody says to you, I'm going to give you 10 years to do whatever you field done, and I will support you in the manner you'd like to be accustomed for 10 years, plus all the expenses of tracing down the documentation you need. You can do a hell of a lot. Now, that meant the getting of these documents took a hell of a lot of time, effort, and energy. But when you have unlimited financial resources, do you have a problem, Derek? If you have unlimited, no. Do we have unlimited financial resources? The answer, of course, is no. So we then have to learn to utilize our resources to the best we can, to use human power, sweat, wherever it'll fit where you don't have economic power. That means you got to have people who are dedicated, who want to get the job done, because this is not something to play with.
Why did economy
Very well, let's look at the economic. Why do you think it was done? Not only money to be made, but Andrew Carnegie was one of these people, and this is something we can learn. He was a dude that really wanted to be remembered by posterity. See, Carnegie had a big ego. And like many, quote, self-made men who didn't have very little formal education, immigrant Scott boy that came over here and made a lot of money, and for all of his life, he felt inferior in the presence of folks who had more knowledge and education than he had. So some people, if they get a lot of money under those circumstances, they'll say education ain't shit. Others will try to build a recommendation in terms of doing things. And that is what Andrew Carnegie decided to do. And also, there's a rumor has it that Carnegie had some African blood. Well, a lot of Scott people do, so that ain't unfamiliar. But the point is simply this. There's the other thing about making money. If the Carnegie Foundation, and what are these foundations really in terms of finances? They are tax-free, right? Tax-free. Now, let's say you own Carnegie Steel Corporation, you're Andrew Carnegie, and your steel mills, your mills does an annual gross profit of $300 million. But I'm just using this as you do $300 million. That's back in those days, not now. You do $300 million. Okay, how much of that are you going to be able to keep? 70 million. Okay. What if you set up a foundation? Huh? Yeah. What? Huh? Yeah. You got it. Pay yourself a salary. Put it in. That's what foundation is all about. Not only that, but since it's, quote, non-profit, you generate goodwill, right? Let's take the classic example of John D. Rockefeller, who, in his time, was the rich and the most hated man in the world. And a guy by the name of Edward Bernays said to his son John Jr., listen, you could never even count your money if you sat down and did nothing but count it for the next 300 years. But what you can do, set up the Rockefeller Foundation. You can never spend the money you make anyhow. Set up the Rockefeller Foundation, pick certain specific targets, education and whatnot, to do good works, and work at that, and I guarantee you, in 30 years, nobody will remember the rapacious appetite that your daddy had. That's supposed to be a whisper. That's got to be a stage whisper. I mean, I heard it all the way here. Right? So the idea was, and he says, not only this, it's going to give you a big tax write-off. So who's ultimately going to pay for it? All right? Thank you. Us. Taxpayers. So when Carnegie did put this, not only this, he also got another Caucasian woman, Helen Catterall, Catterall. She did a 4-volume set, which I had and somebody walked off with, judicial cases having to do with Africans, our folks, and slavery. Cases brought before the court. Another 5 volumes. They were both working on this simultaneously, late 20s, early 30s. If you can find this volume here, and I don't know, how did you come by your copy, son?
When the whole issue of slavery and Aaron Lopez came up, Prof McIntyre did a series in the City Sun.
Right, yes. But, okay. But it's not hard to find. And of course, it was this set of books that Shasta used when I said with the room. But that's what we're supposed to do. Now, you say, well, what is the importance of this? Deborah, take a copy. Hold a copy. Now that one of these young people, pass this on to Teddy Bear. You don't need to strain your eyes. See if I can make this case dramatically. Since you're sitting way in the back, I'll just pick on you because I feel that. Okay, I'll be back to pick these up shortly. Miss Deborah, open it at random. Read, pick any item. You know, start where you can start with one of the things. Right. What page is it?
It's page 93.
What's the item?
What's the introduction?
Okay, what do you see? What's it say there?
Okay. At the same time, the company proposed to deliver Negroes at 17 pounds per head, but asked that Barbados report the number desired and the time of year, as well as give security for the payment.
All right, start back where that started. That started on the page before, right? At the bottom segment? Yeah, about right here. Isn't that where that's okay? Yes, please. Just to link that in, please. This is a company, right, that's making a contract to deliver our ancestors, right? Barbados.
As to that metaphor of proven as usury, canker to the planters, it would prove a worse canker to the company, and they never pay for the Negroes they have, which hitherto has been their practice.
Okay. In other words, they took the goods and didn't pay for it. Go ahead.
And as it was testified, they had so great a glut of Negroes that they would hardly give them their victuals with a label, and multitudes died upon the company's hand. Cannot omit to beseech His Majesty to write so effectually to the governor of Barbados that they may be assisted in recovering their debts, and that some method be proposed that their Negroes may be paid for, except which would be better. Barbados will give security in London to pay at the rate agreed on for Negroes, on notice of their delivery there, which is conceived the only way to secure the company from being first not paid, and then loaded with complaints not founded on solidity of reason or truth of fact.
Thank you. Miss Walker? Okay. Any words that can't come. Any page. And just grab a document. I said open the page at random. If you start thumbing through, then you're cheating. We're waiting, ma'am.
We humbly offer that the 10% duty being a guide to the value of the whole, it appears that part thereof paid by the company between Michelin's 1707 and Michelin's 1708 amounted to 944 lira and 14 pounds, okay, and 70.
Don't take his word for it. How you know he's right?
I don't.
It's a leader.
Not in those days. Go ahead.
which makes out 9440 odd pounds. Value exported by the company both on account of their trade and for maintaining their ports to, and the 10% paid by private traders in that time. In that time for trade only amounts to 3958 lira, 3,958 lira.
Doesn't matter. That's not what not talking about. We want to get the concept.
Yes.
It's the contract.
Yes.
Which makes 39,580 a lira.
Mm-hmm.
And odd besides the 10% duty, custom, and other charges, amounting to 8,000 or 9,000 pounds more, which shows that the separate trade, export for trade bear a like proportion to the ships employed therein on each side on this time and exceeds the company's export for trade near 10 to 1 if there is deducted out of the above 9,044.
Thank you. Mr. Teddy Bear? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What page, please? Just keep.
Page 308. This is item 256, Captain Pelly Clark to John Fletcher.
All right. This, Sister Deborah, Volume 1 at random. Sister Walker, Volume 2 at random. Brother Teddy Bear, Volume 3 at random. I just want to know. Okay. And what page is this?
This is page 308.
Okay.
Item 276.
Okay.
Pelly Clark to John Fletcher. This is in the year 1775.
Okay.
This is St. Lucia, April 7th, 1975. Yes, sir.
What, 1975?
1775.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Having but short notice of Captain Mill sailing, I take this opportunity of acquainting you that this instant the gentleman completed the sale of the Negroes, and our average will be about 45 pounds sterling, not far under and over.
Mm-hmm.
They call it great here.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was meddling, considering the quality of the slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Your orders for Barbados and Jamaica came to hand that the second instant by the post, but unhappily, too late for our sale came on the third other ways. I believe Mr. Bernard and company would have taken me up for what I can learn from the messengers. Pete's, Westmoreland, but have not heard from them, and I'm sorry that they have not been more timely, as I candidly believe that it would have been for the advantage of our voyage. I have communicated to Malcolm and Nevison your orders about taking some produce. They have not given me any answer whether they will comply with it or not, as we made no agreement for any part to be paid in produce, and I'm rather apt to think that they will not give any. As for freight, I cannot get cask, although I have offered to take in 3/6 PC.
That's 3 pounds 6 shillings and 3 pence.
There is so many ships here in the somewhat of the annual ships will go home not full.
Mm-hmm. Where is this from?
This is in St. Lucia.
St. Lucia.
Spell it Lewe.
Okay. S-I, okay, right. But there's so many there that we won't even have a full complement to take on in terms of slaves. And that was the date again, please, sir?
That was the year April 7th, 1775.
Thank you. Ms. Walton?
I have volume 4 documents illustrative of the history of the slave trade to America.
Don't get glued to it. Yes, sir?
Page 313, South Carolina, 1754. Governor James Glenn to the Board of Trade, 1754. It's dated August 26, 1754. There have already been imported since the 1st of November upwards of 2,000 Negroes, and there are some ships that are still expected from Africa with more. They have all been readily sold and at great prices. The men for 250, 260, 270 pounds currency, and the women for 200. The boys and girls for little less. Some years ago, the usual prices were 170 or 180 pounds for the best picked men to be paid in rice the following crop. But they are now all purchased for ready money or with bonds bearing interest, which are readily as good as ready money. For I know a few or no planters whose credit is suspected. As Negroes are sold at higher prices, there then in any port of the King's dominions, we have then sent from Barbados, the Leeward Islands, Jamaica, Virginia, and New York. This, I think, is a plain...
Excuse me 1 minute. Run back and name those places for me again, please.
As Negroes were sold at higher prices here than in any port of the King's dominion, we have sent them from Barbados, the Leeward Islands, Jamaica, Virginia, and New York. This, I think, is plain proof that this province is in a flourishing condition, for these importations are not to supply the place of the Negroes worn out with hard work or lost by mortality, which is the case in our islands, where were it not for an annual accretion, they would not keep up with their stock. But our number increases even without such yearly supply. I assume this indigo that pulls all in such high spirits. That's the end of the page.
Thank you. Now, in view of what you just read, Sister Walton, somebody here, please define for me a West Indian.
In terms of the island that I just called?
No, in terms of what you just read. How did they say this process? They said what? They were selling us all over the place, right? Barbados, New York, Virginia, Jamaica, Leeward Islands. Think about this for a minute. Let that sink in for a minute. Who the hell is who? Dominion. This is 1751. There ain't no United States of America, is there? Also, what he called? No, the plantations. So when an Englishman at this period says, I am going to my plantation, where was he going, Gloria? Anywhere, Virginia, Barbados, St. Kitts, anywhere the Union Jack flew. And they tell you, not us, these are letters of transaction, these are documents. They are saying, we are selling Africans in any of these places where they bring a profit. He tells you if it wasn't for accretion, they wouldn't even be able to keep up with the demand in Barbados. Plus the selling and the sailing. So then when we say, I'm using this as an introduction, hopefully you begin to understand clearly how complex in the economics of the slave trade. Normally, most of our scholars, they talk about this thing and that, but basically, when we look at this in terms of the economics And you tell me. I've said to you on many occasions, or certainly several occasions, that we have developed, how should I put it? We've developed a bad habit of picking up on all these people's vices and damn few of their virtues. We will decide we're going to play the stock market or this, that, or the other. Well, and I'm not saying all of us, but I'm looking at it culturally. But when we look at the economics, this is what drives us to talk about affirmative action, which has nothing to do with reality. I've had 4 people read 4 different excerpts at random, and God knows how many more documents there are. And every one of those documents have to do with what? Dealing with us as money and property and value. They might as well have been talking about potatoes. As a matter of fact, and Sister Walter said, the dude said, we exchanged this for what? Rice. At the beginning, yes, no money. So we agreed that rice will be considered exchanged. Virginia was tobacco. So if we're going to look at the economics, we need to go back and look at, and if I ask the so-called people, say, okay, how much, since we're talking primarily about a barter system, how much did a pound of tobacco bring? Or let's say how much did a bale of tobacco, which would be approximately 100 pounds, how much did 100 pounds of tobacco was it worth in trade in turn for one of our ancestors? Okay? Who grew the tobacco, Casey? We did. Who cleared the land? Who did the irrigation? Built the gins? Built the tobacco kilns? Steamed the tobacco? Cured it? Packed it? Loaded it? Mansions that the folks lived in? The brick masons? Yes, ma'am?
You had 100% employed.
Yeah, that's correct.
You did
Everything. In other words, it was affirmative actions for slavery. That's right. Affirmative action for slavery. Think about that. See, my mind works diabolically like that. Nobody was yelling and screaming. You don't see nowhere in none of these damn documents where any of them folks said, you know, I'm dealing with this, but this is a terrible thing. We're dealing with humanity thing and this. You don't see nothing in here where any of them said that. I'm afraid so. Dedicated, dyed-in-the-wool Christians of all denominations, along with Jews and Muslims and others. May I, and not only in terms of this is why I bring these books. I ask you to get them before they go out. Thief Taker General. One of the most important books that any of us can read. Can't get no damn more of them. Why is it important? Because here, can I just take this off, man? Yeah, example. God damn it. Listen, what?
The one thing that was strange in the wording, when he said, you didn't decrease the slave by the increase of, not accretion.
No, accretion.
Accretion.
Uh-huh.
He didn't say how the accretion was.
Of course not. No.
The breeding of the slave.
That's what he meant.
That's what he said.
But I'm going to tie in with that, right. Now, they couldn't do it in Barbados or most of the Caribbean islands because they were too damn small. You needed, again, Barbados, for example, are 100 miles long and 25 miles wide. And a little less than half of it is arable. Little less than half is arable. Now, obviously, in order to breed slaves as they did, to raise slaves for what would be the work like they do for farm, you need space. You need room to break the slaves. So where could you do this? You needed the mainland plantation. And where in the mainland plantation? And where in the South? Because the Gulf Coast was not part of it then. It was then first Virginia, as it moved south, and then later from Virginia to South Carolina. And to see the importance of the economics of the African slave trade, that is why we need to look at a whole poll. Thief, take a general. Another level. Oh yes, the genetically inferior black, of course, who by genes are crime. Jonathan Wild and the emergence of crime and corruption as a way of life in 18th century England. You say, what the hell has this got to do with us? Turn to page 99. And they tell you crime as a way of life. No problem. Yeah. God damn, it's so much, y'all. 91, 92. And this is the stuff, you ain't gonna get no book written like this here in the country. Chapter 11, the law intervenes. Now tie this in with what we're saying. On the 10th of May, 1719, the Transportation Act, which was in the fourth year of George I, Section 11, became law. It was intended to regularize the rather haphazard system of transporting felons to Virginia. But wait a minute. You go, as North America was called then. So the term Virginia, as they would use it, did not apply in the same sense as we use the term Virginia today. Any place in what they call English North America was, of course, Virginia. Now, in order for us to put the thing in perspective where it was, we have to know that so we can then look and say, okay, was he talking about a part now that is now Virginia or South Carolina? What? Now, we have to know that. But then what could they go on to tell us here? Now, the crime wave. No, we're not talking about folks that look like us. The crime wave, and this is the same time, I see you shaking your head. This is the same period which you all just read, in the middle of the 18th century. And the man is telling us here, the crime wave and the growing number of criminals who had escaped hanging had brought matters to a crisis. Henceforth, all people over 15 years old, convicted of clergyable offenses, that is, offenses that you could get away with because you were theoretically a member of the cloth, these crimes were to be transported for 7 years. Now, where, you might ask, were they going to transport them, Ms. Walker? That's correct. Hey, okay, Virginia. Right? Which would be today anywhere, Maryland, Virginia, whatever, okay? All right? And he says here, and if you were convicted of non-clergyable but non-capital offenses, you would be transported for 14 years. And he goes on to say in the next sentence, in Virginia, parenthesis, usually Maryland or the Carolinas, the prisoners were sold to planters. Are you with me, Brother Brown? Are we talking about Africans here? True-born English Christians, as you said, huh? They were sold to planters at about 10 pounds per head. Jonathan Forward, the agent who had bought the concession in London for contracting the ships, etc. Now, they ain't sending no few people. And how are they packing them? They're packing them the same way as the ships that's coming across from the motherland. As many as you can get in. And Forward was paid 40 pounds a head to meet his expenses. And they go on to say, many of these people if a felon returned to England before their sentence was completed, that they caught you this time, they hung your butt. No matter if you just stole 5 shillings. Any crime over what we would consider $1 was a hanging offense. And he goes on to say, quite a number of transportation orders and landing certificates have been preserved. And not only have they been invaluable in tracing the history of Jonathan Wild's gangs, but they provide a unique, if reluctantly acknowledged, record of the origins of some of the oldest American families of that region. Now, let's make a comparison, just by analogous. You got it? Yeah, the FFVs, the first families of Virginia, they call themselves the Birds and all them folk, and the Jeffersons, and yes, and the Henrys and them folk. Yes, yes. All right. Now, let's make an analogy, Brother Brown. They are paying $10 a head for white prisoners, right? $10 a head. And these are folks, I'm sorry, 10 pounds a head.
Which in those days was about $100.
About $100 minimum. So they're paying $100 a head. They pay the agent, Jonathan Forward. How much does he get? He gets 40 pounds just for being the middleman. He gets 40. Ain't that true? That's capitalism for you. The middleman don't do nothing whatnot. All he does is pick up the stuff one place and transfer to another. He gets 40 pounds. Then when they get to Virginia, the planters get you for 10 pounds a head. Now, we don't know how much Forward had to kick into his folk, because corruption is always there. Forward, we got to figure out, let's intuit, how the hell did Forward get to be picked as an agent, Casey, in the first place? I mean, you can't believe that Jobs as an agent that paid 40 pounds a head was going begging, right?
You didn't take a test for it.
No. And that meant that he had to have somebody, Teddy Bear, who could pull a string. Now, the only reason I'm going to pull them string, you say, okay, Gloria, you can be the middle woman. But now you get 40 pounds per head, but you're going to kick back, oh no, you're going to kick back 30. Because I got friends behind the scenes who's protecting me. And you don't say to him, hey, I'm going to get the lunch. Listen, I'm only going to end up with 2 pounds out of this because I got expenses back there. What the hell has changed? What the hell has changed?
Professor Mackey, in those days, I knew my commander on the ship. His great-great-grandfather came over here, a master sail maker. Required on board a sail.
Yes.
He was paid top salary of 10 shillings a week. I mean a month.
A master salesmaker.
A master salesman.
Which would have had maybe 4 or 5 apprentices working under him.
Now, it took 14 shillings to make a pound.
Okay.
Now, that's what he was paid
okay.
a month.
All right.
And that was...
All right. Now, let's take that now and look at us. If this is the amount of money the values is transported for the lowest class of the rejected whites, what the hell do you think a healthy African man or woman ain't been corrupted by the lifestyle, the corruption, the disease, all the stuff these people have? What do you think that our ancestors brought per head? Huh? And now, when we talk about this economics, we're not even talking about labor here, are we? We're talking about value, just buying and selling. You ain't even got to the plantation yet. Now, let us go and look again at, I thought I brought down, oh yes, here it is. Lopez, our good friend Lopez of Newport. Aaron, of course, Aaron. Not Aaron Senior, not Junior. Riviera, yes. When we look at Aaron, and when is Aaron? Aaron goes into this business in the same period, 1761. He sends his first ship called the Greyhound to the motherland.
What was his religious slave?
Aaron, actually, money. Yeah, that was his god, money. Yeah, he was a nominal Jew, but his real religion was money. And the reason I have to say this, because Aaron came here one step ahead of the Portuguese Inquisition. Right? He was running. And obviously, if you have been running and dipping and ducking from somebody, and the first thing you do when you get off the boat is say, let me see if I can't take advantage of somebody else, then obviously, what are your values? Your values is money. And to prove it, I'm sure y'all must have seen this, but I'll show it to you. That's one of the examples of, here we are. These two views, this is Truro Synagogue, Newport. Exterior, oh yeah, look at it, 1761, and Aaron Lopez. No ma'am, Aaron Lopez gave the money to build this synagogue. And where did Aaron get the money? Yes, the money, well, so he got the money from us. And then it didn't bother him at all. And we find in Aaron's orders to his captain, you find where Aaron tells his captain, specifically, go to Africa, pick up X number of people, and I don't want you to pick up nobody over this age, no woman, it must be, and check the body to see if she ain't been having too many children. And when you come down, specific instruction, when you get to Jamaica, see if you can get the best price. If you can't get a good price in Jamaica, go ahead, I'll give you a month to cruise around all the islands and see if you can come up with a top price. If you come up with a top price, you sell your African cargo and then pick up another cargo of sugar or whatever you feel will fetch the best price here at Newport. But in any event, do not spend any more than a month, because I want you to have my ship back here in port before the next stormy season comes in. And for every one that you deliver, either safely here or to the prize, we will give you, for every 100 slaves, you will get 4. That is, every 104 slaves, he gets 4. And your first mate will get 2. Only if they are landed in good health, etc., etc. On the other hand, should any part of that slave cargo die, and it can be proven as your neglect, is coming out of your hide. Now, we've talked again. Let's go back once again. The triangular nature. It might be a right triangle, isosceles, it doesn't matter what now. Or, first base. All right, Liverpool, New York. Well, that would be Charleston. All right, Charleston, Barbados, Port Royal, Jamaica. Oh, right. Any of these, this would say this, but let's leave it here and say this is your base pay. You're leaving because this is the point where your ships are made. So you got to have shipbuilding facilities. You wouldn't have shipbuilding facilities in Jamaica. You could do repairs. But you wouldn't have shipbuilding facilities in Jamaica. You wouldn't have shipbuilding facilities in Barbados. You could do minor or semi-repairs. So your major port where you would have a shipbuilding industry would be Liverpool, New York, Newport, Charleston. But that would be, I said, well, Newport News. All right? But we're not talking about Newport News and Now, as I told you before, a company of gentlemen adventurers, as they call themselves, would sit down in Lloyd's Coffee House in London. That's how Lloyd's of London was built. It was a coffee house called Lloyd's, and these people would sit there and make their plans, and then eventually they would start insuring cargoes against loss. And of course, the majority of those cargoes were slaves. Minister Brown came to me this morning, which is how we got in here, and he was appalled in a sense. And well, he might be, because I was not clear as to when was the last time he had come and sat it on any of our lectures where we had dealt with this. We've done an overview, but we have never done into the depth of the economics of the African slave trade. And to be honest with you, I was reluctant to do it because this is a lot of work. And it's going to, in order to do it right, we can't do it in no 3, 4, 5, or 6 lectures. We're talking about a system that stayed in place for over 500 years. All right? But in terms of its commercial aspects, all right? Now, and we're talking now, we have the first example, as far as we are aware, of to this so-called North America in 1510. And when we look at this period, to let you know how important it was, probably 90% of all the wars between the various European powers, between 1510 and 1900, between 1510 and 1900, was sparked off by competition over the slave trade. Now, remember, it started out with the Portuguese, and of course the religion. The Pope ruled that the license, the asiento, or license, he could farm that license out. That's correct. But in exchange for saying which ships could take us, each one of them had to pay. They had to pay a head price to the Pope or his agent. So the Catholic Church was in it up to here. That's what that piece was about when the Pope got the other day, so he's apologizing. They can call us all the liars we want. But I ask you to look, these are the documents, we didn't make them up. And these only deal with those to the trade. And they're making it very cut and dry. They're talking like they're shipping beef, cotton, a thing. Approximately. That went into the church coffers. And there was a tremendous amount of competition among the various powers to get that license. The English, being Anglo-Saxon and marauders, after 200 years, they said, the hell with this garbage. Who the hell is the Pope? We ain't Catholics, we don't, so damn that, we're going to take it. We don't need his damn permission to go sell no Africans. So when you looked at that, Minister Brown, when this man made the statement, when you're looking at the effect, when he made the statement about at any given time, there were 1,000 ships out there that were directly or indirectly on the water involved with the African slave trade. This is no exaggeration. It's probably an understatement. Because when you look at this whole coast, from here down to here and around to here, in addition, there was another aspect of the slave trade, which was slavery coming out of these areas into the eastern side of Africa. There was also a trade Later on, after 1650, when the English got into over here to Australia, you see, they were transmitting us all the way around through here into slavery in Australia and New Zealand and Van Diemen's Land. That is, and also into India. That is a part of the aspect which is yet to be of the trade to us to be looked at. But we know that, and of course, the Philippines, the Marshall Islands, Hawaii, the Fijis, yes, sir.
Professor Mackey.
Yes.
I was going through some documentary material on the slave trade, and also I'm getting some stuff from the Chinese saying that some of their ancestors.
Yes. No. Yes, they were. Yes. Yes. That's why when you looked at, we discussed this briefly when we got that aspect of Asia. We discussed it briefly when we were over at 258, but we only touched on it in reference to the origins of the opium trade. But the reason that the Europeans were so cavalier, having no compunction about forcing the Chinese and Asians to become addicts, was because they had already been involved in transporting Chinese slaves, literally, from China into Guyana, into Barbados, and into Trinidad. That was the origin. At the same time, Mr. Remy's people were brought in under forced labor conditions into some of the same islands. Oh, the other big point where they brought in Chinese indentured labor as slaves was also Cuba. And to this day, we have a very large Chinese Cuban population. I think I told you that after the Civil War in this country, I mean, this is such a complex thing, y'all. You know, that's why you can't do it. If you do it at all, you have to deal with it. At the end of the Civil War, they brought into South Carolina, Virginia, North Carolina, and Mississippi. And the descendants of these people are still there. They imported over 200,000 Chinese to work on the plantations in the South. In other words, the role model was what they had done earlier in the Caribbean, Guyana, et cetera, the Chinese and the Indians. I'm talking about the real Indians now. The concept in the beginning was that after slavery, that in their heads, that black folks was not going to work the land. And it was logical for whites to think that, wasn't it? I mean, considering how much hell we had caught on that land. The first thing one would think would be what? The last damn thing I want to do is get behind a mule. But there was no place else for us to go. So, and the Chinese, when they brought the first several shiploads and dumped them out there, surprise, surprise, they couldn't, the Chinese immediately, because they hadn't had the thing of slavery, they immediately got their own crew. They wouldn't go into commissaries. They wouldn't buy nothing out of their plantation store. So this was a no-no. So had to give it up. But the descendants of these 100 and some thousand people are still in parts of coastal Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, over the side, and South Carolina. And if you walk down now, you say, what happened to most of them? The majority of them, remember, what was the other nasty thing they did? No women. Yeah.
Question. So you're saying, as far as Caribbean is concerned, the Chinese were brought there descendants of slaves.
They were brought there as slaves. Yeah. In other words, let me put it this way. Whether you call them slaves or not, the conditions were exactly the same as what had happened to the Africans. Whether you call the Indian indentured servants that were brought in, the conditions were exactly the same as it was. As a matter of fact, the whole rationale behind, and this was the other thing setting up Peter to pay Paul, the whole rationale, they stated this. Don't forget, the British Colonial Office And those people, you can, it was very bold in what they said. They didn't cover the shit with sugar. They said this. Look at the situation for a moment, if you will. And you can see by what they did. Once again, we go back to 1834. Again, picking up the vices and none of the virtues. In 1800, the Colonial Office put out a white paper. It is in Documents of Colonialism. I can bring it downstairs and show you if you want to see it. Or you can come upstairs if I decide to let you darken my door. I ain't made up my mind yet. They did a survey and issued one of their famous white papers in which they predicted that by 1850, the jig would be up, which as far as African slavery would be in the Caribbean. In other words, by 1800, every other day there was an uprising, a burning down the crop, setting the sugarcane field. I mean, that whole period was just boom, right? We know in 18, then in 18, we had the Denmark Vesey thing. We had the Gabriel Voss in 1800, then Nat Turner. So this wasn't just happening here, right? The Haitian Revolution had just occurred 10 years ago and shook the slave foundation. So these people are scared. So the English being English says, hey, by the time 1850, we can't hold all of this stuff out here. England still ain't but 52 miles big, smaller than the state of Georgia. And at that time, it didn't have but 3.5 million people. So they were lucky. They had been skating on thin ice for 200 damn years. It caught up to them, as you know, in the 20th century in India, 1947. But they'd been getting by the skin of their teeth because most of the people they were lording it over didn't know the reality of what their condition was back home. But the English knew it. So that's why the Colonial Office in 1800, they came together, they issued a white paper in which they projected that slavery would no longer be a viable economic unit by 1850, either through slave revolts, etc., they would have to give it up. So they said, if that's the case, let us put into place now a mechanism, a different method that will allow us to maintain the same control. I ain't giving up control. I'm not giving up exploitation. I'm just coming up with a new name, a new method, new semantics. So they said, okay, what we will do, we will prepare gradually for this. And what we will do when that time comes, we will come up with a apprenticeship system. The first thing we will work out is how much is what is the value, the total value of all the slaves in the English West Indies. In other words, how much are we going to pay the masters for their loss? Now, these papers are still, the argument, the debate in Parliament is still around. Guess what was absent from the debate? Compensation to slaves? No, never even occurred. The only issue, because they say, well, these masters are going to be, they're going to be angry over losing their property, but it's either that or they're going to burn it all down. But to ease it over, then we'll come up with a figure. They debated that figure from 1800 to 1830. They didn't finally come up. British Parliament didn't finally come up with a final offer until the 1830s. And they had to move it then because the empire by that time was beginning to show signs of wear and tear. All right, so we'll do this, and to give the masters a thing, we will set up, slavery will be abolished as of 1834, but there will be a 4-year apprenticeship, which the former slave must go through, serve the apprenticeship. Now, why the hell you have to serve an apprenticeship for freedom? You don't have to serve no damn apprenticeship for slavery. Now, that came instantly. And that means then during the 4 years, that would allow them to transition to find other methods of maintaining their ill-gotten good. The 2 methods struck upon was, hey, China is catching hell. They ain't got nothing over there. We got all of these surplus, excess, as they say, people in India. Let's just go and put out a decree and say, okay, after a certain day, any Indian who is not gainfully employed, y'all know the method, whatever, we just round him up, put on a book, hey, it's going to be well, you go there and you work for 7 years. Now, where are you going? Guyana, Trinidad, Jamaica, to a lesser extent than their language. So what happens? Now, how far is it from India? Well, let's see. Here's India over here, and this here's the Caribbean. It's a long way from home. I mean, it's a long way from home, huh? Between 15 and 16,000 miles. And you got there as an indentured servant, and you could pay your indenture out in 7 years. Well, in the Caribbean, our folks did what they thought was going to happen here. Dude says, I don't want to work the land anymore. But the English was ready for that. They had the Chinese and the Indians. So what happened? Let's take Guyana's example. The Indian and Chinese population ended up in the bush on the land, and we became folks sitting around with wigs on and saying, Mr. Speaker, your arrival, hip, 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 right? And the striped pants and whatnot. Wearing full dress cutaway coats, right? Hickory striped pants, wigs, and subtropical temperature. And sitting up there like we were running the English House of Parliament. In Guyana today, who is on the land? Who got the land in Guyana today? No. That's right. They're predominantly Indian Chinese. Why? Nobody, you know what I'm telling you, nobody in Georgetown tomorrow morning, nobody in Georgetown is going to have breakfast if somebody looking like this dude here don't come in from the country with some food, they ain't going to eat. You know what I said? And if you talk to the brothers and sisters, and Joe, I was there. I remember about 7 years ago when the English left, and this is an object lesson for us. When the British left, after Chetty Jagan took over, when they were voted out, the Europeans are nasty people. We have several cases because that tells you about the economy. It's all part of this, the mentality of the slave. When the Guyanese voted for independence and said, damn the Commonwealth, what common? The only thing common, there ain't no wealth there for us. The British, now, what is the main export of Guyana? Bauxite. Guyana produced something like around 30% of the world's bauxite. The roads, the only roads and the buses inside ran from Georgetown out to the Sioux villages and out to the bauxite mills. The English, before they left, said, I'll fix you. They spiked all the buses, rendered them unmovable, and cut the tires. Ripped up the railroad tracks. And that's how I happened to get introduced to Guyana, because at a time I was teaching at City College, and Prime Minister Chetty Jagan came and said, we need all the help we can get from people who are willing to come in and try to help us because of what they had done. And they needed to try to get the infrastructure back. And myself, at the recommendation, Dr. J, to his credit, gave me leave, and I went there with several other engineers to survey the scene. We've discussed this before, Brother Hampton. And what was left was a horror. And of course, the next thing, we were able to get the railroad tracks back. We couldn't do nothing about the buses, and they needed to get engines. Well, guess who they had to buy the engine from? The buses were American-made buses. So when they tried to buy buses from the American government said, we don't deal with commerce, you have to deal directly with General Motors. General Motors said, we are told that it's not in the interest, in our international interest, to sell you the engines because Great Britain is an ally of ours and she doesn't want you to have them. Finally, through hook or crook, they got engines from Russia, but that meant they had to redesign the camshafts and all the rest. That took time. But eventually, after they got that, and the Russians came in and helped build a railroad, this was after 2 attempts by the United States to overthrow Chechen government. And then finally, when they got it back and were able to produce bauxite again, guess who their major market was? The United States. And the United States says, we are not in the market for bauxite this year. So again, this is a whole part of that legacy. But looking again, and you have to look at so many complicated issues, because here again, yeah.
Now they're making a big noise about unfair practices with the Japanese.
Oh yeah, well, you know what that is. Yeah, that's what the world elephant left on the show. Let me digress for a moment to make that perfectly clear with a contemporary issue. As we speak, they are, when they go to the bathroom now, their stool is square, like bricks. And the reason they're passing these bricks, so I'm trying to keep it clean. It's very hard for me. The reason they're passing these bricks is because they say for the first time, you listen to this propaganda, for America, we've always been open, the White House belongs to the people, and all this, and now we got to put this block up and says no vehicular traffic, what is happening to us? Now, mind you, I'm listening at this, and they had a big thing on McNeil Lehrer, what is happening in America, and we're doing this, and this means that all these things are changing, and how times are changing, and this terrorism stuff. And it's just a few years ago, under Mr. Reagan's administration, that these people went and did what they call a surgical incision in Libya. They dropped bombs on the presidential palace, and they killed Gaddafi's daughter. Was this country at war officially with Libya? No. They killed her and then said, I'm sorry, because we was trying to get him. Now, all the old folks used to tell us, and everybody's heard this at least once, what goes around comes around. God don't like ugly, don't care too much about pretty. Thank you, ma'am. You got to be deaf, dumb, and stupid to assume that you can go around destabilizing governments, doing this, that, and the other, and you're so crazy, I am invulnerable? And to sit and try to pretend that this is a new thing. Suppose somebody wants to jump over the White House fence. But that ain't supposed to happen, not according to the civics text and the political science text. Who owns the White House? We do. I beg your pardon? We do? Who pays for it? We do. I see. Thank you. So, if you own something, the concept of proprietorship says, am I right, sir, Brother Ward? Concept of proprietorship says, this is your chair. And you say, well, okay, I want to take my chair out. No, I'm not. Okay. I want to take this chair out the room. Can the rest of us, do we have a right to say, where the hell are you going with your chair? Of course not. No, here's his chair. Now, a man got almost killed in the Bronx the other day because he was playing football in the streets in front of his house. He got killed, right? The cop comes by, and the football accidentally hits the car. And the cops jump out, choked him to death. Ah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Asphyxiation. He died from asphyxiation. Inadvertent happened. Asphyxiation. Exactly. You got it. So therefore you say, okay, who the hell owns the patrol car? Thank you. Thank you. I had to sneak that in. Who pays the taxes? Who owns the goddamn uniform that the cops wear? Not only that, who paid for the goddamn club that the guy got in? We do. The salary. We pay these people to insult and kill us. Now, if you say, I'm going to deduct my taxes by the amount that this bastard gets, then they put you in jail for violating the law. Where the hell is your democracy? Yesterday's New York Times headline, and I'm going to give quoted verbatim, front page, upper left corner, agent and man in shootout at the White House. Agent and man in shootout. When the smoke clears, guess what? No, but his gun was in his pocket. They didn't know he had a gun until after he shot. He didn't jump the fence with a gun in his hand. How can anybody try to hold an object in your hand and try to jump a fence? So he didn't have nothing in his hand. They admit this. They only found the gun after and they searched him. When they found the gun, see, these miracle people, you got some dangerous terrorists around you. When they found the gun was empty.
What was he wearing?
I beg your pardon? Yeah, he had clothes on. But the other thing was, another agent, this guy is so brilliant, with an empty gun, he managed to wound another agent. And they're sitting there saying they don't know just how the other agent got shot. There's only one person shooting. There's only one person got a loaded gun. There's only one person shooting. Who is that person shooting? The government agent. I beg your pardon? That we pay for. That we pay for.
And he got shot too.
Yes, Mike.
The charge was criminal trespass.
That is correct. Now, how can you criminally trespass on a building you own? Am I crazy?
No.
Yes.
True. You're right. Now, let's just finish this up and we can start and carry the background next week. So let's just look at with the transportation part of this, because that's where the question of how many ships came up. Well, all you've got to do to understand this, and of course we'll never really know with any degree of accuracy how many of our ancestors was trampled. But let's remember this, and I have to keep re-emphasizing this. Mr. Brown, we can't just confine ourselves to the fact of how many got here or how many were transported. Because according to all the figures, and we have documents to show it, according to all the reliable figures that have come out, for every, are you listening, Mr. Brown? For every 20 of us that was transported, 5 of us didn't complete the trip.
That's a fact.
Okay? So even if we say, okay, 300 million got here, we got to deduct, we got to add to that 300 million, 5 for every 20 of those 300 million, for those people who either committed suicide, jumped over, or never completed what they call the middle passage. Now let's just look at some basic economics of this. Not even dealing with people. A ship leaves Liverpool. First, the gentlemen, the merchant adventurers, invest, say, $3 million for this voyage. They're going to outfit one ship to complete this triangle from Liverpool back to Liverpool. And we're going to deal from the English part of this. Are you following me, Minister Brown? So they come up and say, we're going to invest $300 million, which is going to be insured by Lloyd's of London. The $3 million then will include the building of the ship, specially built. And as we all know from the scene, that ship must be built in such a way that there's no space wasted. And let's say the average one of those ships are going to take at least, let's be generous, 200 people. Let's say 300 human beings are going to be stocked in there. But then there got to be chains and locks for the leg irons for those 300 people to be chained in their bunks. There's a company that makes those. All right? There's another company that outfits the ship, not only with chains, with leg irons, and ways in which they can jettison the ship in case the slaves revolt. There's a certain, they have to assume they always had to be prepared for revolts, because most of the times people did revolt. So that means you have to have a goodly supply of arms and train the crews to use them. So the average slave ship, in addition to the sailors, had about 50 armed people whose job it was to ice somebody if that happened, okay? That's more all right. Now, you got a cargo of stuff that you're putting in there that you're going to take from Liverpool to the west coast of Africa. Now look what has happened. You've invested money in the ship, the outfitting of it, the food, Derek, okay?
Personnel.
Huh?
Personnel.
Oh yes, personnel. Now, you carry a cargo when you get to Africa. The cargo you carry to Africa is going to pay the cost of what it took you to build, outfit the ship, etc. You dump the cargo, whatever the hell it may be, and now you pick up a human cargo. You head across the Middle Atlantic, and let's say if this is an English ship, you head across the Middle Atlantic. Let's see, you have left here, you've come here, you now head across the Middle Atlantic here to the West Indies. You sell your cargo of human flesh. And let's say they always figured, say if you got, you're going to figure you're going to, if you got 300, you're going to have 250 if you get there. You sell your cargo. You made a huge profit. As the man said, the middleman for white people got $40 a head. You better believe it was a hell of a lot more for us. Now, you dump your cargo of human cargo here in Spanish Town, wherever the hell in the West Indies. And what do you do now? You're going to head, right? You're heading, this is Africa. You go across here, you're now in the West Indies. And what do you do in the West Indies? You unload your cargo. What do you pick up here? Sugar, tobacco, or what have you, right? Rum, okay. And you now head back home. For each leg of your journey, you cleaned up a big profit. Now I told you, remember, and this is from eyewitness of people report who said, and this gives you some ideas, that the last place you wanted to be was downwind from an African slaver. The smell of it, because they smelled them for at least 100 miles out of fair wind. That's how they packed human beings, this, that, and the other. And as I told you, the only people that crew that basically got paid were the captain and the guards, because you need a guard, right? Because the sailors, the captain would treat you very well from Liverpool to Africa, and then he started kicking you in the butt because the captain was guard on his ship. He had the power to kill you. He kicked your ass so badly that by the time you got to the islands, you were saying, let me get off the ship. And you jump ship in Spanish Town. Do you get paid, Hampton? But what you don't know is in Spanish Town, there's about 500 other folks who've jumped other ships before you came there. And they want to go home. Can you make a living in this is a slave economy? No. Can't make no living. So what do you do then? When the next ship leaves for Liverpool, what do you say? I'll work my way home. Just give me passage and I'll do whatever you need me to do. How much has it cost them to make that go leg? How much it cost them? Nothing. Nothing. Now, when you looked at the other triangle, Boston, Newport, or Baltimore, whichever way, you'll find just the other thing. The only thing that would be different would be you would normally have tobacco or raw sugar on the last leg. But Newport, Rhode Island, the port, it was built on the backs of our ancestors. New York was one of the biggest import ports for bringing in our people. So when you walk down along all those docks, down along the East River, for years, packed up the river, the warehouses was all paid for by who? Us. Who built them? Us. Now, bear in mind, and I can't give you exact figures, we're not even talking about the economics of what was taken out of our ancestors themselves. We're just talking about the commerce of buying and selling and getting them here. All this money is being made, and ain't one African hit a lick at a snake yet. But fortunes be made. When this ship gets back to Liverpool, and these dudes go and pocket their profits, they never hit another lick at a snake. They would finance, and that's how come there were so many of them. They would finance one ship, and if that ship had a successful voyage, the owners of that ship lived like kings. They became dukes. Some of the finest houses in the States in London was built. And let me just give you an example of the thing, because there's a whole thing. Our great man who just retired, I don't know whether you all have this or not, but try to find it. J. Leon Higginbottom, remember he was on Clarence Thomas's butt the other week. In the matter of color. Oh, you saw that, huh? Yes. The dude's got a bad case of self-hatred. I taped it. If y'all want to look at it, we can do it next week. Race in the American legal process, the colonial period. And just to examine, this is a photograph of Judge Hickey. Well, he doesn't look like, he just retired as Chief Judge. But let me look at, he's got some fantastic cases here. Man did his homework. State versus Man, North Carolina. Sweat McIlwain. Now, here's what happened. Because I thought the lights went on. Let's deal with Somerset case. 1771, in England, 10 and 11. All right, he says here, here's old Master Tom again. And this is an interesting piece for y'all. Thank God I don't have to lug this too far. The issue of slave safety and natural fear there were many factors that contributed to the incarnation, page 8, of the legal process to treat blacks so differently from all others. Many have written in great detail on some of these factors. For instance, in so many legal decisions, there was the powerful presence of the economics of slavery. A powerful presence of the economics of slavery, okay? The key question for many a righteous and learned community leader was whether it was cheaper to have blacks as slaves or to have blacks as quote-unquote free labor. Or possibly instead of black slaves, would it have been cheaper to have white indentured servants or white free labor? The issue of safety and the natural fear of slave revolt was also intertwined in the chain of legal judgments. While never reluctant to protect and maximize their property rights in the slaves, many judges and legislators were reluctant to recognize that slaves had in their own rights any basic human rights. Many feared that any judicial protection of the slave would trigger further challenges to the legitimacy of the dehumanized status of blacks and slaves. Since the plantations were often isolated in settings, and there was an ever-threatening possibility that the slaves might rise up and slay their oppressors, Any judge whose decision criticized racial injustice might be accused of weakening the master-slave system. The arrogance of power and control is welcome. For instance, in a famous North Carolina decision, State versus Mann, M-A-N-N, involving the issue of whether or not it was a criminal offense to subject a slave woman to, quote, cruel and unreasonable battery, close quote, the court stated that a slave was, quote, to labor upon a principle of natural duty. Oh, I got your attention in here. Natural duty. And what is that? Where does that come from? The root word for natural duty means by nature? Okay, yeah, that's right. So law ain't got shit to do with it. Okay? And that he must disregard, quote, his own personal happiness. That's the slave. And that the purpose of the legal system was to convince each slave that he had, quote, and I'm quoting from the decision, that he had no will of his own, and that he must surrender his will in implicit obedience to that of another. Such obedience is the consequence only of uncontrolled authority over the body. There's nothing else that can operate to produce the effect. The power of the master must be absolute to render the submission of the slave perfect. This is a decision, North Carolina versus State, man, your home state, sir. 20. North Carolina 13, 263, 1829. So that's right, 1829. That's correct. Now, the court emphasized that, quote, for the slave, you ready for this, Ms. Walker? See how you like this. For the slave, quote, there is no remedy. A few years later, in 1856, what was Roger B. Taney saying? And Dred Scott decision? That right? Thank you. So this just here we in 1838. And he goes on to say, for the slave, there is no remedy. And that, quote, we cannot allow the right of the master to be brought into the discussion in the courts of justice.
All the time and finding a rear guard action or affirmative action.
Well, brother, let me answer that very simply, Brother Walden. Let me answer it. How many of them you see in here? Or in any other place where we are discussing these issues where we ought to be, huh? Well, let me put it this way, and I have nothing against sports. But if you had a pickup basketball game going on in here on an average day, couldn't you get more folks to come in and observe that, and you could just sit in a serious discussion? Yes or no? Thank you. Like hell I did. Thank God. Thank God. Yes, right. That's right. Yeah, well, you know, this is what happens when you're illiterate and you have to do it on your own. You're absolutely correct. Because these things, now, let me just, did I do something wrong? No. Oh, I'll just move, just tell me to move. You don't have to make the move to think. Shit. Is that all right now? Why make a big shimmus out of something, all right? Sorry about that. Okay. The slave, to remain a slave, must be made sensible that there is no appeal from his master. Is that clear? Mm-hmm. That his power is in no instance usurped, that is the master's, but is conferred by the laws of man at least, if not also by the laws of God, that is the master's powers. Close quote. The court noted that this unlimited, quote, dominion is essential to the value of slaves as property and to the security of the master and the public tranquility. So that tranquility, they're afraid of being disturbed by us rising up. You know, so.
That's why we get a
no true ill.
You got it? The control the court sought was the total submission of blacks. It had incorporated into its law-made morality the psychological conceptions Frederick Douglass subsequently described, and I quote, "Beat and cuff the slave, keep him hungry and spiritless, and he will follow the chain of his master like a dog. But feed and clothe him well, work him moderately, and surround him with physical comfort, and dreams of freedom will intrude. You may hurl a man so low beneath the level of his kind that he loses all just You didn't put it in right. You ready? You may hurl a man so low beneath the level of his kind that he loses all just ideas of his natural position, but elevate him a little, and the clear conception of rights rises to life and power and leads him onward. By the way, you might also argue that he learned that also in those Ivy League colleges where he graduated from, right? Which school Frederick Douglass graduated from? None. He never been in, okay? You got it. Thank you, the brilliance of all. With only slightly less paranoia, white society feared that slaves and free blacks would form an alliance with either indentured servants, I've said it before, or poor whites to topple the plantation aristocracy. And we know that the method and how they finally solved that was to give the dumb poor cracker the concept that his skin was his badge of superiority. They didn't give him no food, didn't give him no money, no power, or education. But you got, since your skin is white, that makes you superior. You can starve, but at least you ain't black. Okay? As the percentage of black, slave, or free increased, the probability of successful rebellions and revolts became greater. Thus, in examining degrees of repression, one can almost correlate a rise in the black population with an increased level of legal repression. Is that clear? You hear what the man said? As our population rises, what happens? Legal repression. And because what is operating? Same thing. As you become larger, the fear becomes greater. The more education you get, the greater the fear. Why the hell can't, as you said, this is a simple concept. But the reason a lot of us don't understand it because we really insist on not want to deal with reality. We say, I'm an American, and all I got to do is play my cards right, speak proper, cross my T's and dot all my I's, and get to a white neighborhood, get me a condo, drive a fancy car, and I got it. That's correct. Now, thus, in examining degrees of repression, one can almost correlate a rise in the black population with an increased level of legal repression. So that means the converse then is also true, which is an absurdity. Right, Brother Remy? In order for us to not be increasingly legally repressed, then we must disappear. Oh no, they don't. No. I told you before, Teddy Bear, docility ain't gonna get it. And the way I use that, and let me make that analogy again. What was the philosophy of Dr. Martin Luther King? Nonviolence, turn the other cheek, and try to get along with love, right? Was that essentially it? Dr. Malcolm X said what? By any means necessary. Bust his butt before, right? Medgar Evers was somewhere about in the middle ground somewhere. They took him out. All right? So now, what is the question here? Because they understand clearly there's no such thing as permanent docility. Okay? Remember that. There's no such thing as permanent docility.
And the important somewhere you're going to be imported, ideology of a certain general, Brigadier General James Kitson.
Yes.
Made sure the point was made.
Exactly.
Go from a temporary repression to a
State of permanent oppression. And if I know this, because all they're really concerned, and we need to understand this. I love the fact that you sitting there eating all them goddamn donuts and don't say, dog, kiss my foot, and I'm doing the work. I don't want none now. Shit, eat them all and feel guilty. I love that. Typical European trick. Brings in a whole damn thing of donuts and sit in a crowd of people and eat them all. And don't even say, dog, kiss me. It's too late now to make amends. Is that what it is? I don't know. It was put out. Is it still around? I knew there was a 7-8. So it should be Oxford University Press. I'll check on it right. Now, what's the reality here? If 3 different black leaders espousing, you can leave. Miss Derrick, we'll see if you get home. Why is this? This is what I'm always saying. I know you're just running out of your ear. So then, if all of these 3 people and some others, they all had differing philosophies, fundamentally differing philosophies, and they were all ice, then intelligent people, we should look and ask, what did they all have in common? What else? What else? What else? But more important than all of these, except blackness, they had the ability, that's correct, they had the ability to move, to organize mass numbers of people. And that's the threat to the system, because they say, the fact that I might say today I'm nonviolent, and my followers are y'all follow me. What happens tomorrow if I walk out of here and somebody kicks my butt, cop kicks my butt? When I come back in here tomorrow night, and I say, kill all them MFs. Now, after all, you my followers. Ain't you gonna follow me just as well if I say kill all of them as you was when I say love everybody? So as far as they're concerned, my crime is the ability to draw on and to, in a sense, mesmerize large groups of people. They don't care what my philosophy is, because philosophies, just like there ain't no such thing as permanent docility, we know that, and anybody who studies human behavior. Thank you. William Monroe Trotter went to Harvard undergrad, one of by the second or third blacks or more that graduated magna cum laude. Physically white, hung out with all the Brahmins, went home with them at commencement, the movers and shakers of First Boston Corporation. Everybody talked about how brilliant he was. When he graduated, they say, Bill, you must gonna be a preacher. Oh, that's smart you got. He didn't want to be a preacher. He wanted a job out there in the big corporate world. When he went looking for it, guess what? Then he saw all them crackers that was the lowest dum-dums of all. And when he went looking for a job, guess who was sitting behind the desk interviewing him? They was. He got the message then. And he turned on crackers and never looked back. A lot of time that worked for Du Bois, the same thing. Du Bois, the same thing. You got out there, right? He talked about Garvey like a dog. But eventually he had to come home. Judge Higginbottom goes on to say, with only in terms of, oh gosh. Is that the time?
Yeah.
Tough shit. Now, Judge Higginbottom goes on to say, if you all are ready through moving around, in terms of moral and religious issues, there was the underlying question of whether or not America had the right to treat differently and more malevolently people whose skins were darker. From this perspective, it became necessary to determine whether blacks were part of the human family and whether, after they had adopted, quote, your religion, they were then entitled to be treated as equals, or at least less harshly. In a nation, quote unquote, under God, the moral or religious rationale that justified or rejected the institution of slavery had to have been an important factor. But what tortuous moral or religious rationale had to have been devised for a religious people to have tolerated treating black human beings more like horses or dogs than white human beings, which ties in what you just said, Brother Leon, about the question of their Christianity. Finally, there was always the issue of whether or not blacks were inherently inferior to whites. And we know Mr. Murray them, they still come at their bell curve and their ball balloon curve. If blacks could be perceived as inferior, basically uneducable, and inherently venal, it might be intellectually less self-condemnatory to relegate them because of their, quote, lower status to a subordinate role, either for their own good or, as one judge had the audacity to express it, for the good of the total society, whites and blacks alike. How you like that? So for the good of us, it's necessary to impress us, because that's what's good for us. Oppression is good for us for the whole society. Therefore, in order for us to do our duty as civic people of society, we should be humble and content to be slaves. Thus it was that even the man many Americans see as one of the major forces for liberty and equality, Thomas the J, found blacks to be, quote, inferior to whites in the endowments both of body and mind. After comparing the characteristics of the three major races in America, white, black, and red, Jefferson concluded that although the condition of slavery imposed great misery on blacks, the inferiority of the black race was caused by more than mere environmental factors. Quote, the improvement of the blacks in body and mind, in the first instance of their mixtures with the whites, has been observed by everyone, and proves that their inferiority is not the effect merely of their condition of life. This unfortunate difference of color and perhaps of faculty is a powerful obstacle to the emancipation of these people. Now, as you know, we covered, since you have been on, we've covered Mas Tom and this thing in depth. But once again, you still hear people who get up and argue, well, he didn't mean that. He was only putting it as this or that or the other. So this tells us that people are not prepared to come to terms in this any way. But let me tie this into, you say, how does this have to do, and it's a part of it, the question of the economics. Well, obviously, why would anybody or group of people go to all these absurd lengths to justify the exploitation of millions of people just for the hell of it? The mere fact that these people went to such great lengths to demonize or dehumanize us tells you to what extent their economic well-being, as they saw it, was tied to our degradation and whatnot. Because the obvious thing is, once we became masters and mistresses of our souls, obviously, we are not going to work for them. The fact that their whole position was absurd from a logical sense didn't bother them. All they were wanting was a rationale to justify, and this meant fundamentally, first of all, economic exploitation. And you see, when we start with the African slave trade, we see that the economic exploitation, the economic investment starts there. even before we get on the first ship, even before we are put in the slave cabin. Because it took, even let us assume, that there was no opposition at all by our ancestors back home. Let's assume that there was no opposition, that we just came down to the boat and say, here, so to continue. First off, let me reiterate that it would be impossible within the scope of what we are trying to do to really deal with the scope of economics or any aspect of slavery or the African slave trade. One of the problems, of course, as we're all aware now, one of the main problems is the fact that the historiography or the pseudo-historiography has for so long been in the hands of people who, to say the least, had no interest in truth or in conveying any usable knowledge. What that has caused, in my experience, a big problem for those of us who are burdened, and that's the proper term, with the responsibility of trying to shed some light in this darkness. It is practically impossible for one person, even though we spent a lifetime studying it, to come up with all of the comprehensive aspects of all the ramifications of it. As we speak, there is this new, and I don't want to refer to it as a controversy. That's like freedom is one of the most overworked words in the English language. But there's a lot of rhetoric going around the whole question of, is it finished? Is it or is it not slavery continuing in the Sudan? And as with more things affecting our people, we have our cultural. When you finish, Minister Brown, and get on. Thank you. We have our irons in so many other people's cultural fires that sometimes it's difficult for us even to recognize what is ours. So what I mean by this, if we start to talk as Africans about slavery and the consequences, economic or otherwise, in the Sudan, what's the first thing we run up against before we can even look at it objectively? What's the first problem we run up against? Islam. Because a whole lot of our folks are into, if that's the word, Islam. So if you want to walk on eggshells, then we're very careful not to step on anybody's feet. And in the consequences, truth might get lost in the shuffle. It takes a brave person, in my experience, to deal openly and honestly with us and our history and culture. I would say being brave, but you also got to be a damn fool and stupid. And I like to think I'm a combination of all of them. Because if you're going to curry favor, you ain't going to get too much done. So the issue then becomes the religion, not slavery. If you look at the history of Christianity in it, Once again, people will say, well, the Bible said this or that or the other. You look at the other thing vis-a-vis us and Judaism. The question then comes up anti-Semitism. Although how the hell I can separate Arabs from Jews in terms of ethnicity, I do not know, but yet some people manage it. So people then are afraid and shy away. I've been being called for the last 6 weeks. What about slavery in Sudan? Does it or does it not exist? Because we like to think, or we want to believe, that that part of our horrible experience is over. It ain't over. And it ain't on in the Sudan. Objectively, and I don't have, by the way, no religious axe to grind. I ain't a Muslim. My Christianity is cultural, not religious or spiritual. I try to deal with the fact of an African man. I ain't no hyphenated African American. I deal with the homeland. Anybody else can decide what they want to be. I'm speaking from my experience and think of my knowledge. If we understood more of the historical background of this institution that we call slavery, which we try to do in this class, a lot of this confusion would be cleared up. Because we would first have to separate the emotions and things as we would like them to be away from things as they are. We always look at Europeans, and they are a case study of not wanting to deal with any reality that they find uncomfortable. But we have brought some very bad habits in this system. We emulate too damn many of these people's vices and not enough of the virtues. One of the virtues we might emulate is the virtue that when the chips are down, group looks out for group. We have been prone to ask, is it right? I don't agree with her or him. You don't survive like that. The ultimate morality is the morality of group survival. Europeans teach their children this from the cradle. Those of my generation who grew up in the South can tell you, talk to your grandparents, younger people, they'll tell you of how they grew up with some little white child in the 20s or 30s, isolated on a farm, got along well, slept in the bed together, ate at each other's house, ace doing cool, buddy. What happens when they got 13?
Moved out.
And in most cases, you go to town on Saturday and you meet this little 13-year-old kid and you say, hi, Charlie, my name is Mr. Charles. What has happened? Mama and Papa or somebody has said, Charlie, you've now reached the age of adulthood, 13. You're now prepared to be a man. And the man's world of European culture, you are here and that dude, you're no longer on the same plane anymore. Now, you're being told if you want to have a relationship with me, you now must begin to treat me with the deference that my culture says desire. Now, what happens if he doesn't want to go, or he or she doesn't want to go along with that? What does the culture do to them?
The white person or the black person?
The white person. The white person. What does the culture do to them, Ms. Walsh? If he, say that again, they're ostracized. Immediately, what's the first term they hang on?
Nigger love.
Who said that? That's correct. Nigger love. Now, when the group pressure comes down on anybody that awesome, it takes a hell of a strong personality to say, I'm listening to a different drummer and going. Only people that I know has been programmed to put other people's interests against that of the group are us. So now I see, and you see the importance of what this has to do with this, because what is happening out there now is the legacy, is a direct result of what has happened back here in terms of that whole economic sense of slavery. So that now people say, oh, the Jews And we go to meetings, and people that we respect on both sides get up and take positions. Good evening, sir. Good afternoon. Take positions. And what we do most times, because we respect one or other or both of the positions who are people who are on opposite sides of the issue, we either go along with one or the other, not based on objective reality of knowledge, but based on our attitude toward the individual. Does this bring us clarification to light? No. It doesn't. Actually, it adds to confusion. Nobody is right all the time. Nobody is wrong all the time. In a situation like this, the question, I'm just using as one example, the question of slavery existing or non-existing in the Sudan is very simple to come to. How do you come to it? I would hope by the time we finish these 5 or 6 series here, it will be very clear what the issue is. Not because of what I say, but because that is the way the thing falls out. When we look at this section of the world, in this part, and I'm going to get my map down next week, you'll find that these folks have been dealing and selling human flesh going back how many years?
2,000.
10,000 years. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. The only thing that has changed in that time is the group the air conditioner should be in by the time we're here next time. I really need it. We can't look at history, or we shouldn't look at history or issues because something makes us feel uncomfortable with a particular truth, background. If we look at the area that they have renamed less than 100 years ago, the Middle East, the Near East, realistically, what the hell are we talking about? We're talking about Africa. We are talking about Africa. We allow people to pick up geographical land masses and psychologically, emotionally, economically, just pick them up and shift them around wherever they want to. And this becomes very hard because I recall a lady that we were discussing once the question of Egypt. And the Europeans, you know, they have a shift maybe every 50 years. And this lady, a lady of color, insisted that Egypt could not be in Africa. And according to her, her logic was perfectly sane. She says because Egypt, she knew this, is one of the oldest civilizations in the world. How could it be in Africa? Now, what are you really saying when you put it like that?
A lot of people ban no civilization.
I mean, obviously, there's no such thing as being African and being civilized. So if you're talking about a civilization that goes back 10 or 15,000 years, obviously, no matter where it was, it couldn't be Africa. I had to come home and get a map like a damn fool and walk back 5 blocks. And I said, here's the map of Africa, and over up here is Egypt. The lady looked at me with a straight face and said, yes, Professor, you're right, but it's right at the tip. I thought you'd enjoy that. You serious? Okay, that's serious, right? It's right at the tip. In other words, what she's saying, if somebody just on the count of 3, if all of us blew, it would just float on off and attach itself to Europe where it belongs. Now, when you think of this, this is the mindset in a lot of our heads. It's very difficult to unset a mind after it's set, and particularly if it doesn't want to deal with a certain reality. We don't like to deal with the fact that there were traitors. The current house slave didn't just have to do with slaves in the house. There's an attitude involved. If we're not willing to open our minds and look at it objectively, how can we really say that we're interested in going back and looking at this? Because the complexities are awesome. If we talk about the economics of this thing, and if we just say, okay, we will start from 1443, when the Portuguese brought a shipload of our folk, captured, not enslaved, back into Lisbon. And immediately says, okay, we will enslave them because they captured some of our people, we didn't get them back. And the Africans immediately went and converted and became Catholics. Why? Because it didn't take them long to find out that at that time, the history of Catholic Spain was you could not enslave a Catholic. Now that's very difficult sometimes for us to understand because they weren't even talking about race. You could be white, and this is what you must get through your heads. You could be white as this wall, and if you had the wrong religion, they put your butt underneath the gun. Now when we look at this slavery, then again look at the slavery of here. Just for, I think it's important to digress so we'll understand the complexity. Justice in Chains, From the Galleys to Devil Island, by Michel Boulet-Préville. You can get a shot at that if you want. Published by Robert Hale Limited, England, England, and it's published just for openness. Let me share this with you. If you can find this very expensive, but any of that. And it's got illustrations. Part 1, the King's Galleys. We're talking now 13th, from the 11th century all the way up to and overlapping the African slave trade. Chapter 1, the Curine. Ever since Molière put the phrase, quote, "What the devil is he doing in this galley?" in the mouth of the old fool Geronte and Le Forbes de Scapin, it has been the question asked of anyone who has involved himself in something unpleasant. Geronte's astonishment is understandable. In Leander's time, there must have been unpleasant things. And if he had remained a prisoner of the Turks, imagined by Scapin, then except for the flames, he would have had a foretaste of hell. He would not have been put at the top of the scale with the staff and their retinue, or with the crew, or even with the soldiers on board, all worthy free men and more or less respectable, but right at the foot of the ladder, with the Curine, that is the oarsmen of the galley slaves, and they were the scrapings of society. Are we talking about the scrapings of African society? No, we're talking about scrapings of what? European society. They were divided into 3 categories: volunteers, slaves, and convicts. When one knows the life they led, it is hard to believe that they were men willing to share the life of a galley slave. But the truth is that until the last years of the active existence of the galleys, that is coming down to the 18th century, there were usually between 250 to 275 men on each galley. You know, these things belong because they acted like ships, all carried by muscle power. All over the Mediterranean one time, these people are hauling tons and tons of stuff, spices, other slaves, all being propelled by manpower. So Victor Hugo didn't have to look for a magic fall when he wrote about Les Miserables and Jean Valjean. That came right out of the life of somebody he knew. Now, they were usually called bonfolios, from the Italian of his own will, or free will. And most of the slaves were indeed recruited from Italy. They were a contemptible collection of good-for-nothings, drunken louts, who for a penny a day in port and 4 pennies a day at sea, sold themselves for a term of years and were prepared to be treated in the same way as the slaves and convicts who formed the majority of the galleys. They were chained, clothed, fed, and beaten like the others. Yeah.
You saying that these aren't ships? That these are like...
The galleys really were what we would call oversized boats. They usually they were longish ships, but instead of going up, height like 4 or 5 stories like a ship, you might have just 2 decks, all right, a place to storage, and then you had down in the bottom, some ships you had, but the most power would be the galleys. And the galleys were not normally technically as ships because ships had sails or something. But these guys in the ships, they would use sail power. But in most time in the Mediterranean, in the calm, they didn't stop the ships. And the guys stood there with the whip. And they usually had about 40 on each row, on each side. And you had to pull together. This dude would stand, the driver would stand midways. So he could reach out 20 feet or 30 feet in either direction and flick a fly off the slave up front. None of them looked like the people in this room, except on rare occasions. Nobody was going to Africa at this time to capture Africans, saying, let us put them in the galley to man the oars because God made them to do that. You get my point? Mm-hmm. They were concerned about one thing, getting the goods from one place to the other, getting it there as cheaply as possible. And manpower did not count. Because as these people say, what class did this group come from anyway? They came from the outcasts of their respective society. From the ports of Marseille, of Spain, and all the Mediterranean ports, Greece, the Adriatic. So the people on these galleys were at least polyglot because they all had to speak at least 7 or 8 languages. And damn few of them, if they sold themselves for a term of 7 to 10 years, the ones that voluntarily sold themselves out, damn few of them lived to tell the tale. Now, we're talking about Europeans doing this to who? Europeans. So one of the other things just tell us, when the apologists for African slavery tell you about how kind the masters were to the slave, and you say, hey, you don't treat somebody else is better than you treat your own. And if this is what you've done to yourselves, people who look like you could be your own family's brothers. So you see this, and again, this is a Caucasian gentleman writing this. They were chained, clothed, beaten like others. Now, the only difference between the person who voluntarily sold himself or herself, or there were women there, into slavery was, how do you like this? They had one privilege, which was, while the convicts and slaves had cropped hair and were clean shaven, the voluntary slaves had the right to sport a mustache. I'm sorry to do this to y'all, but no, I ain't with you, all right? They were thought nothing of and were far from being the cream of the gallant strength. It was rather among the second category, that of the slaves, involuntary, that the best element was to be found. It was not that slaves were treated any better for being slaves, but the way they were recruited permitted a choice of healthy, strong, and still young men who could give the maximum return for their keep. And they were all referred to as Turks, whether they came from Turkey or any other corner of the Mediterranean, from Eastern Europe, the Levant, or Morocco. They were slaves for the simple reason that they were Muslims. Tie that in with what we're going in Sudan. What did I say? They were slaves for the simple reason that if you were a Muslim, that was tantamount to being called a Turk. And the other part of that meant, it also meant to a Christian, if you were a Muslim, that meant you were an infidel. Infidel meaning an unbeliever. If you were on, and the Muslims had the same galleries. If you were on a Muslim gallery as a Christian, they referred to you indiscriminately as a Muslim was called Turk, a Christian called Franks, and again, in any event, good evening, sir. Now, if we look at this, you see where I'm going. What's this do? Already your mind begin to open up, right? Because just tell you something. We argue emotion, or many people argue emotion, and don't look at this. Now, so this tells you what? The Muslim grabs Christians and threw them in their galleries, and the Christians, of course, were infidels, and they were called Franks. All Christians, whether you were black, blue, green, they didn't give a damn what your race was. Is that correct? This came later. Race only came in the latter half to when the Christians began now to justify race or color as the rationale for slavery. And you can see in this time, they couldn't care whether you was as white as a sheep or as dark as the inside of the pit of the lowest portion of hell. The rationale was, I want somebody to do work, cheap labor, to get this gallery with this stuff from A to B with the least cost to myself. Now, when you look at this from an economic point, what do you think it would cost a Venetian shipper or merchant or a Milanese merchant or a Genoese merchant? And remember, they are saying the whole Mediterranean from Africa, Libya, all the questions. What do you think it would cost them to pay galley people, free people, to do the same work? What do you think it would cost them if they could get people to do it? In terms, at least 3 to 4 times is what it was costing, because all they gave these people was what? Nothing but a place to sleep and food and the whip. So you could say that for every ship that crossed the Mediterranean in any direction, the cost to any of these people was no more than 25% of what it would have been had they been employing what is known as free labor, not involuntary labor. So the concept is already there. We already begin to see. We're talking now, say, back in the 14th century, 1300. You see what is happening here, the whole background for the larger expanding of the internationalization, and when, of course, later the so-called New World came, this thing was already in place. All they had to do was modify the existing system to suit new conditions. I don't know how many of you, and that's just to give you, now listen to what he says. Born under the sign of the crescent instead of the cross, they were condemned to drag out their lives in the Christian galleys of Venice, Genoa, and surprise, surprise, the Pope. Y'all know him? The head man, the Il Papa, the Pope, Malta, Spain, or France. On the other hand, any Christian, whatever his origin, who fell into the hands of Turks, Moors, or other North Africans was immediately chained up for the rest of his days. They were classed roughly into two groups: ordinary Turks, natives of Africa, bandits, villains, and slaves of deep dye. Turks who came from the Levant, which is now the Middle East, but most of whom came from the Muslim countries of Eastern Europe. Now watch when I drop this on you. Guess where? Such as Bosnia. Y'all ain't seen that word in a long time, have you? Not since, that's right, Bosnia. Okay? They forget that Islam has a long tradition in East Europe. That's what the struggle is about there today. I've told you all this before. Ain't got a damn thing to do with ethnic cleansing. They're all Slavs. What it's got to do with, nobody says, is what? Religion. But do you see them getting us up in arms about what the hell's going on in Bosnia, or the so-called former Yugoslavia? Most of us don't even know this connection, do we? Well, yes or no? No. Now, and the idea of not getting you to think logically and see what comes where. Now, they came from Bosnia and Transylvania, the home of the vaunted Mr. Dracula. Most often captured from Barbary coast galleys, they were held in some islands of the Aegean Sea or transported to Venice, one of the biggest markets for Muslim slaves. This is from this period on as the city-state became up. Now I want you to understand clearly, because this tells you why Venice, Milan, Genoa became the powerful merchant city-states that they were. It was all based on this business and the trade on the backs of slaves. Now, they didn't have to move their residence. The French consuls could buy in any of these countries at an average of 400 pounds a head, 20, 30, or 50 Turks, according to the demand at home, and charge the cost to the account of the administration of the royal galleys. Now remember, these galleys were invested in by the kings, all the rest, everybody has a piece of the action. This is important to us because this was how the methodology was put in as later on when the people in power invested in the African slave trade as opposed to the other thing. Now, also classed among the Turks was another category, blacks from West Africa. Like the bon vieil, the razor spared some of the Turks' hair, but at the same spot. A lock of hair was left on the crown of the head in accordance with the Muslim belief that when a man died, Allah could use this piece to heist him into paradise. Some became converts to Christianity and were then paid a penny a day, but they continued to pull them oars just as we did before. But the bulk of these galley slaves were supplied by the parliaments, the king's courts of justice. And that would be all of what we now call the Western European countries. They were charged with the duty of sending to the galleys those they condemned. All were grist for these gentlemen's mills, murderers, highwaymen, vagabonds and beggars, smugglers, and even humble poachers. Added to these were the deserters sentenced by the military tribunals. Although galleys manned entirely by volunteers had been in use for many years, it was Jacques Coeur, merchant and courtier, who in the 15th century was the first to have sentences to prison or scaffold commuted to service in the galleys, greatly to the benefit of those he manned to bring back from his Syrian and Egyptian agencies the precious spices and fabrics that made him his enormous profit. Jacques Coeur he was in effect the Rockefeller and the Morgan of his day combined. At one time he owned 200 galleys that was plying the Mediterranean and all the way over, transporting stuff and around the tip of the Horn of Africa.
That's AERR.
Ma'am?
K-E-R-R.
No, like it's a French word for heart. C-O-E-U-R. Yeah, ironic. Jacques Coeur, he was all heart. That's right, ironic. Now, sentence to the gallows always carried with it the use of a red-hot iron to brand a convict slave's shoulders with the initial G-A-L, the visible sign of infamy. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the judges, it was not so much a stigma as an infallible and indelible means for the king to recognize his own property and to keep them more easily at his disposition. Endowed with what man calls reason, the slave would hesitate before trying to escape. He well knew that no document of identity, however well it was forged, could explain away those inconvenient initials, G-A-L. Even if he did make good his escape, any policeman, official, or even simple citizen whose suspicions were aroused by his appearance would only have to bare his shoulder to identify him. The same system is used on the ranches of the New World. The Gandariyas of Spain and the Manadas, the horse range of Canada, they use the same thing to brand the indigenous people who they enslaved to run their ranches and come out of them. Another part of American history got left. The beasts are banded not as punishment, but purely to simplify the work of rounding them up and identifying their owners. It is certain that if there had been no need of arms to pull the galley sweep, then the future of the condemned would have been quite different. Some guilty of capital crime would have been hanged as soon as the verdict was given. It was only because of the galley that the galley was always in need of arms that their lives were spared, so that they could be sent to a hell on earth. On the other hand, lesser criminals might have got away with 2 or 3 years in prison, and many a youth of 15 or 16 would have been sent home, you ready? After a good beating. What was a reduced sentence for major criminals became a heavy added burden for these minor offenders. All that was sought was simply reinforcements for the galleys, constantly decimated as they were by sickness, exhaustion, and being beaten to death. And any pretext was good enough to send people to the galleys. Injustice, iniquity, certainly, but that's not the point. A judge worthy of the name and not made blasé by the exercise of his functions must suffer when he pronounces sentence and regret it when he's obliged to mete out severe punishment. But the protection of society, sound familiar? Makes it necessary. What reason is there for thinking that judges of the older court had heart of heart? Society was not threatened by most of the men they sent to the gallery, most of whom were harmless. But they also had the roles of recruiting sergeants in their own way, and they had the same share in the military glories of their master that the naval officers in command of the press gangs that forcibly recruited men to make up the full complements of ship crews. And it goes on and on. But I've given you enough so you can understand something in terms of the background. So what are we saying here? You have a system that's based on economics, that the cheapest way to move goods from one place to the other, of course, is by cheap manpower. When we look at this other book, I think some of you may have this one. We'll look at another. This tells you another point. The barbarous slaves. And here we find the thing became so, and I don't even want to get into it, you can just focus in on it if you want. But Brother Clisso, before he died, this takes off what this does, and it does a specific thing purely on the coast of Africa, Algeria, etc., etc. And he makes it very clear that this process became so cut and dry, and the role of religion, importance so great, Now, as he said, that some of these people, if you were a Muslim and you got captured by a Christian galley, as soon as you understood the situation, you said, okay, I'm going to convert to Christianity. The same thing went the other way. And as I've said earlier before, there was another component in this. And I'm doing this because I want you to understand clearly the background and the sources. Because y'all know what happens to us when we quote things without sources, right? Where do you get it from? In order for this to happen, there's another part of the economy. That would be what we would then call the person who was the middleman. And how does the middleman function in this? Very much in the same way that the middleman, who we today call the merchant. No. He merchant, but what he is function, his primary function is what? Distribution. He's a distributor. And they dealt with these human beings in a very cut and dry fashion. The only difference was in other words, what does a distributor do here in distributing goods? What he does, well, let's look at it. Let's take cornflakes. Corn. The distributor, through his agent, makes a contract to buy X number of thousand bushels of corn. Some will be going for grits. Some will be going for cornflakes. Some will be going as byproducts and slope other things. But the middle person, the farmer, grows the corn. He's the farmer. The middle person takes it to a central place, and what he does, some of it goes out here to the Kellogg's, the cornflake person. Another one goes out here to Quaker, the grits person. Another one may go out here to, where else would he go? Some would go, a whole lot would go to Chicago. Why? That's right. Because Chicago was what? The hog butcher to the world. So while you were waiting to slaughter, this animals had to be fed. So part of this corn go. The person that did that, the contractor, was known as the distributor. He pulled in from here, and then sent it out in other directions. The distributors here, in terms of, instead of corn, you're now dealing with humans. And now, there was one group of people, and we need to get this down, and I'm going to get it. There was one group of people whose religion made them the enemies of both the Christians and Muslims. Who are we talking about? Who's the third group? Jews. That is correct. So, Jews then became the distributors of the system. If you want to look at this page of Barbary slaves, if I can find it here someplace, where on what page it tells you here, Mr. Clissold, you see when people yell and scream and you don't look at nothing, it gives you a but anyway, somewhere in here it tells you, but I'll just briefly tell you what they did. Here we are. This is how they handled the slave in this period during the Barbary Code. In the last years of the Corsairs' rule, when the European powers had grown strong enough to enforce compliance with treaty restrictions on the enslavement of their respective nationals. What did I say? Enslavement, Europeans, of their respective nationals, the consuls, European consuls, would have the right to be present at the preliminary examination of new slaves, captives, that would be white Europeans. Those who could prove that they were citizens of the nation with which the Barbary Straits were normally at peace, even if they had been traveling as passengers on an enemy ship, would normally be released. But if they were taken in service on such a ship, the day would claim them as lawfully enslaved. Disputes on such dubious cases were frequent and bitter. Captives who could not make a good claim to immunity would be sent to the bagnios, that's the slave markets where they set them on and distribute them out, a central place for redistribution. Would be sent to the bagno or confined in a room or courtyard of his house. From there they might be sold around to several likely buyers before being taken out to the pedestal, which is the big open corral. There they were generally paraded on 3 successive mornings, stripped and subjected to humiliating public inspection. Professional auctioneers, again we're still talking Europeans here, would take charge of them, walking them up and down, occasionally prodding them to make them show their paces by running and jumping, whilst declaiming the qualities of their merchandise and inviting bids for the auction, which was held later in the day. The more valuable slaves were paraded singly, the rest in batches. Their inspection and the assessment of their potential value was a skilled business in which Jewish middlemen specialized. Too late. Page 40. Attention was particularly directed to the state of the teeth. For if bought as galley slaves, they would be required to subsist on rock-like ship's biscuit and their hands. The latter could reveal whether the men were used to heavy work or were of gentle birth. Palmists were also purported to read the lines of their hands to tell whether the slave was likely to give his master a long lifetime of service and to bring him good fortune. Women captives were treated a bit more decorously. The distinguished and attractive amongst them were being confined in a lattice apartment where they could be inspected with greater intimacy. Joseph Pitt, an English slave who accompanied his master, Muslim, on travels to other Muslim lands, observed that in the Cairo slave market, I assume we know where Cairo is, quote, although the women and maidens are veiled, yet the chapmen have liberty, that is the salesmen, to view their faces and to put their fingers into their mouth, to feel their teeth and their breasts. And further, as I have been informed, they are sometimes permitted by the sellers to be searched to see whether they are virgins or not. Well, look who came home. If you think that this is by way of being an accident or something unusual, I now take you to a book by an outstanding Jewish scholar, A History of the Jews. And it was written by Solomon Grayzel, Grayzel. Can you move it on this?
Yes, sir.
Are you working? Or?
I got it.
And it's published by the Jewish Publication Society of America. And here is what Dr. Grayzel tells us, and I know I've said this before, but for new people, you need to understand it so people can say, well, where are you coming from? Chapter 2, Economics, Society, and Religion. In an era of peace and prosperity makes it possible for the Jews to help develop medieval society and transplant Jewish traditions and learning to Western Europe. Now remember we just talked earlier, we touched on Bosnia and former Yugoslavia. So what goes around, some things don't change. When we last spoke of the economic, this is part 1, economic foundation, another economic change. When we last spoke of the economic activity of Western European Jews, we saw many of them engaged in farming. This continued for about 3 centuries, from about 350 to 650 AD. Then another change began to take place. Gradually, Jewish farmers and landowners became merchants. Since the Jews are now credited, rightly or wrongly, with an inborn ability to trade, it may be well to note the process by which they became identified with the trading occupation. And part 2, slave owning prohibited. There were several reasons which compelled the Jews to abandon farming. One of these was the attitude of the Christian church. So we back here, another part of geography. The Christian church toward the owning of slaves by Jews. In those days, agricultural tools and methods were primitive, and farming required human labor by many hands. Such hard work was done by slaves. Now we're back talking about the year, 350, 400 AD. Are we talking about Africa? No. We're talking Western Europe. Hard work done by who? Slaves. So who are they enslaving? Their own people. Now, and he goes on to say, slavery was then an accepted institution in Western Europe. How many of you found this out? I'm sure they taught you this in your college courses, right? The church, too, had slaves working on its lands. These were men and women captured in war, whom their captors preferred to sell rather than kill. Now, slaves naturally adopt the customs and manners of the master's household. Slaves of Jews were particularly apt to adopt Judaism, since that ensured their rapid attainment of freedom, Jews being religiously bound to free fellow Jews from slavery. The Christian church saw great danger in Jewish ownership of slaves, though it had long ago forbidden Jews to convert a Christian to Judaism. The church now further decreed that Jews must not keep Christian slaves for more than 3 months. Thereafter, the Christian slaves must be sold to a Christian. How y'all like that, huh? Hey, brilliant folks, huh? Gee, right? But who's that just got them defective genes? Us, right? God help my people. Even pagan slaves were ordered freed or sold 3 months after their conversion to Christianity. That is, if they were owned by Jews. At the same time, the church re-emphasized its old decree forbidding Jews to convert pagans to Judaism. The effect of these church laws, when the church was finally able to enforce them, was to make it impossible for Jews to maintain themselves as farmers. In Spain, Jewish owners of estates lost their land during the century of Visigothic persecution. In France, they held them a little longer, but in the end, they had to give them up there as well as in Italy. Then he goes on to tell you about the economic commerce, in which he says, let me find this. They go on to tell you that when you look at the same thing later on in the question of Civil War in the United States, you find that fundamentally Jewish members in the South, of course, played exactly the same role as middlemen, aside from ownership, as was played back in the Middle Ages in terms of acting as the middlemen between the barbarous slaves. And as Clissold tells us in his book, when later on, the movement of slavery then moved further east to the people who, for obvious reasons, we today call what? No. Arabs. Slavs.
Slavs. As the Germans moved east into Russia and Poland and the Red Land, they began to take over the land of the Slavs. And they began, the Western people then started to use the Slavs, as I just showed you, as farmers or peasants on the land. How were they to come by the Slavs? The middlemen. So the Jewish middlemen acted as the distributor between East and West, between the German and Western Europe in terms of buying and selling Slavs. And there are those who today say one of the reasons for this tremendous residue of anti-Semitism in places such as Poland and Russia is due to this history. I wouldn't know about it, but I would say certainly, it is certainly in terms of a possibility. Some people, now when I started out by saying one of our problems is I see not enough of us remember our history. Right? And if you don't have a historic memory, the need to support the survival of the group is not going to be a top priority. Because the thrust becomes, let me try to become a chameleon and identify with whatever's powerful outside as quickly as I can. The reality is that even a chameleon cannot escape his fate. Sooner or later he takes on the wrong color. What happens to him? He's gone. Not only is he killed, but ain't nothing left because he only is killed by predators who's going to eat his butt. So when you look at this now, hopefully, and all of this, I want you to keep one thing fixed. And all of this, keep your eyes on one thing, economics. None of this happens without profits. When we get in this level, as they tell us here in the barbarous slaves, the people who practice Judaism felt we don't have a plague on both of your houses. The Muslims kick us in the butt, the Christians kick us in the butt. So therefore, we are ideally situated to go up and down the Mediterranean, and they would buy Christian slaves from Muslims and sell them over in Italy. As a matter of fact, the Europeans were not above buying their own. One of the main countries that was involved in enslaving its own people was Italy. Many times people would ransom Italian slaves from Africa and pack them on a boat, going back across the Mediterranean to Italy, where they assume when they touch home soil, they're down kissing the ground and they just swap one batch of chains for another. And the language, of course. Your master now speaks Italian rather than Arabic. So, looking at this, in just fundamental economic terms, out of this developed, as I said, Milan, Genoa, and all the Italian city-states. What was their commerce based on?
Slavery.
Slavery. Slavery, both. Oh, this is my brother, Prof Williams Mackey. Yes. Well, you can see that. Just look at it. Come on up, because we have a special brief for you. You okay? Yeah. All right. In any event, now, the person that supplied the slaves made big bucks. The person who transported the slaves made big bucks. The galleys were built by slave labor. Whoever owned those slaves made big bucks. Now, let's take it across the motherland. Let's bring the map down. Now, most of those spices are coming from where? India, China, Madagascar. You got spice, you got nutmeg. They're picked up, they're brought by the Dewhouse boats, as Hampton will tell you, which was flying up the coast in the Indian Ocean long before the Western Europeans even knew anything about navigation. It would be deposited on the eastern coast of Africa, and then by the trade route, the Samarkand, the Silk Trail they call it, by camel caravan across the hump of Africa to the Mediterranean, where these galleys that I was telling you about would be picked up waiting to go to Genoa and Venice. Then from there on now, other middlemen, it would now hit Paris, London, Berlin. A pound of pepper at that time would cost today's equivalent of $10. A pound of pepper. Remember, no refrigeration. So most of the meat that Europeans ate, I know we're supposed to be savage, but most of the meat that they ate, what's that word you use? Rancid or rotten. Yeah, rancid is a nicer name for rotten. And of course, the main thing, of course, to cover that was you spiced it up. Now, I don't know how come all them people didn't die from hypertension, because salt was the thing they lived on. But this also meant that the poor people didn't, what little meat they got, he wasn't able to cover the shit with no sugar. See, because he couldn't afford, at $10 a pound for pepper, how much pepper or nutmeg you think got on the peasant table, if he had a table, because he had a floor? How much you think got on his table? Nothing. He watched the Lord, and now maybe if the Lord wanted to go to bed with the peasant's wife, he might say, listen, when I come down tomorrow morning, you can come up to my house and get a couple of ounces of pepper after I finish with your wife. I mean, after all, it's the senor's prayer. And the peasant would more than likely say, oh, thank you so much, master. You think one night will be enough. But, hey, it's all documented here. I don't make up these things. You must have heard of the droit de seigneur, where the lord of the manor had the inalienable right to take the bride, go to bed with the bride first time. Then he came back and told the groom whether she was a virgin or not. Not that it would do the groom any damn good, because if she had been, it was just gone. Now, it's history. But yes.
When did feudalism end?
Well, actually, it never ended. Feudalism. No, and I'm not being facetious. Let me back up. Let me say this to you. And I'm very serious about this. And if you think about it for a minute, they might have called it something else. What kind of system? You Southern man? You know farming? What kind of system was the plantation system of the South? First, it was slavery. Yes? Who cleared the land?
Slaves.
Who planted?
Slaves.
Who irrigated?
Slaves.
The plantation was what? Watch this now. We'll make my point. The plantation was as far, I'm talking about before we get to the sharecropping. In the early days, the plantation was as close to being self-sufficient as the masters could possibly make it. Who made the bricks?
Slaves.
Carpentry.
Slaves.
Blacksmith.
Slaves.
Planted.
Slaves.
Harvested.
Slaves.
Ginned.
Slaves.
What then was bought off of that? All right, what about seed crops for the next year's planting?
Slaves.
Slaves. Truck farming, what do you call that? Table vegetables? Slave. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Was anything, what about the meats? Such as you, chickens, poultry?
Off the farm.
Cattle?
Off the farm.
Dairy products?
Off the farm.
Clothing?
Off the farm.
What little did the slave have?
He's labor.
That's right. Now, most of them on the best plantation we know, the slave was given one pair of rough canvas type pants and a thing per year. A pair of skin that he went around the top. Of course, in the summer, he wore nothing. The slave children had a little thing like what my mama and my mother used to take, a little pullover thing, and they were expected to run around, no underwear, no nothing. Would you agree that's a good description?
Yes.
Would you agree, Lance? Pretty good description. All right, let's go back now and look at that thing they call feudalism. All right, let's break it down. What's a feud? When they say, like the Hatfields and McCoy, they said they were fighting a feud. Two, not just groups. Family, yes, carrying on based on a feud. The feud originally meant like a commitment or a sort of implied contract with the peasant, all right, or the slave, if you will, and the lord of the manor. The peasant gave the lord of the manor, the lord fed him a certain minimum amount, saw that he had shelter, minimum amount, okay, clothes, a minimum amount, shoes, none, okay, all right, what about land? None. He was given a small area to grow what on? His table crops, right? For his table. Could he go out in the crop that he planted of the Lord's crop? Could he go out and say, well, I think I need some collard greens today? No. Could he go out and get that? No. Hell no. Hoochie. At the cost of, if he got caught, it would cost him his life. Could he walk by the Lord's peach tree and say, pick up a peach? No, sir. No. What if the peach had fallen on the ground, Walker? Could he pick it up? No. Suppose the branch of the tree had gone over the fence and the peach fell out along the roadway. Could he pick that peach up and eat it? No. King's Highway. Now this is called feudalism. What about salary? None. If the lord of the manor came and said, get up and go out and I want you to do something, what did he have to do? Go. So he had to do it, right? Did he have any recourse? No. Could he sue? No. I'm just laying out to you. Could he sue? No. Could he go to court and say, the Lord didn't pay me so and so? No. Who was the court? He was. The Lord. The Lord. And he might lose his butt or get a butt whipping for doing it. Okay? Now, let's transport to the American South or the Caribbean. What do you got? The only thing that's different is you got more land. The states are much larger. Yes, Brother Anthony.
What was that story you told about the two gentlemen riding across the land?
With the guy on the roof? Yes, that's right. This guy was taking a visitor, the Lord of the Manor, around his estate. And there was a roofer up there with a red tile they have on these manor houses. And they were riding around, and the visitor looked up and saw the quality of the work that this roofer was putting his tile. My God, gee, look at that workmanship up there. He says, you must be proud to have a craftsman like that. So the Lord man said, yeah, no shit, bam. That's how proud I am of him. I got 20 more back there in the quarters. You know what I'm saying? Blew his brains out. Dude, 4 stories up. Bloop, bloop, pop. George, John, Mary, pick this garbage up and take it. If y'all want to give him a funeral, go ahead. Now this kind of thing happened over and over. Now let's take the parallel because you're warm. Let's look at this. Economics of slavery. Absolutely. Look at this. Once I lay these two things out to you, if we've been going in here long enough, getting up, I'm sure you've made the logical connection.
There ain't none.
I mean, the difference. What was the difference fundamentally then between feudalism, right, and plantation slavery? None. Yeah. Let's look at this.
Yeah, there was one.
What?
He divided slaves.
Right. That's true. Or inherited through reproduction. Right. That is correct. That is correct.
Because the peasants volunteered to survive by becoming.
All right. And there's also something else too.
But wasn't there on the feudalism, didn't it serve for that slave that he inherited on that land?
Yes.
On the order of...
And he couldn't go anywhere. That's right. He was tied, bond. That's why they call him a bond servant. Bonded to the land. And he better not be cut off of it with mathematician. Now look at, now I want you to understand clearly when you compare this, and I know some people may get all upset with me about it, and I'm going to do a little short thing because I got a pleasant surprise for you this evening. When you really analyze this, and look at feudalism, and look at plantation slavery in North and South America, you see very clearly the parallel. There are certain differences. The one thing that the slave was, here was a head on, was he or she didn't have to go fight for the master. Right. The feudal bondservant, if the master says, all right, I'm going to go kick Teddy Bear's butt, go get your crossbows or whatnot, you now got to go, the feudal serf got to go get his crossbow and go fight him. At least, when they asked us to go fight, they made a promise of freedom. But they didn't promise these brilliant white people nothing. Now, if the genes are so superior, tell me if I'm crazy, because I try to think logic. If this is a question of superior genes, why did this damn system last for 2,000 years? And the change only came about gradually, not the system, because what we went through in the South was just a different variation of the same thing, modified for different circumstances. Will anybody argue against that? Right? Because when you look at the plantation closed system economically, the master didn't take nothing. What about entertainment? Who provided entertainment on the plantation? The slave. The slave. Right. Who provided? The slave. Whether it was fiddling, whether it was dancing, the slave provided. You died. You was buried in a coffin. Everybody, master and servant, buried in a coffin made by who? The slave carpenter. Remember a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings' uncle. I'm sorry. What was he? He was Jefferson's cabinet maker. When I showed you that film, you saw the beautiful cabinet furniture this man made. Cup holders, brake fronts, all this stuff made. Jefferson, of course, was very proud of this. Anywhere you looked out the window, you saw, everywhere you looked, that whole Monticello. They said Jefferson was the architect. What damn architect? I'm speaking to the well, I'll tell you what he did. Well, now, because if the slaves built the plantation, the manor house, and you're now telling me you're working like hell to keep the slaves from running to read and write, but they can build this and it's still there. Where's Jefferson? He's gone. Who had the most money? All I'm doing is asking you in your head. Because here's Jefferson writing about what? What is he calling us? Inferior to what? We can't idea, we can't do, but yet this man is his favorite, Jupiter. Everywhere he went, Jupiter went with him. Did this and that and the other. He didn't trust nobody at the same thing but Jupiter. When we studied the life of these people, Johnny, one thing, that's right, in order, if we got to be deaf, dumb, blind, and stupid, to assume that at some point, they will change. Let me just jump ahead for a minute to make a comparison here. In today's Times and the Daily News, it may be in some other papers, I don't know. But there is a story about Senator Bob Dole of Kansas. He made a speech last night at some Republican place somewhere out, or wherever the hell. And you know, it's now the most popular thing now is African bashing. You know, that's the thing now. They all do that. They don't even bother with the code words ain't even there anymore. You know, and he made a criticism. Now, I want you to make a connection here. He's criticizing Hollywood. They are dirty out filth and garbage and this time. They're turning junk and run family values. But nobody said to Bob Dole he needs to resign. Obviously his name ain't Leonard Jeffers. Right. Okay? He calls it this, and now, then he jumps on 3 black groups. Ghetto, what is it?
Ghetto Boys.
Ghetto Boys.
2 Live.
2 Live and Ice-T. Okay. And then he jumps all over Time Warner. Now, interestingly enough, I know this is a coincidence because the senator certainly would not be a racist. But the thing that I find fascinating, of course it is of all the big entertainment conglomerates, which one of them, and y'all don't need 3 guesses for this, which one of them has a black CEO?
None.
No, sir.
No.
Time Warner.
Oh, and it's possible.
Huh?
That's the woman, man, from Brooklyn.
No, man, Richard Parsons. Richard Parsons, and I just saw him on, and listen y'all, I ain't brilliant, I just saw him on TV Sunday. He was on a panel show, 5 to 6 on Channel 13 Sunday. And he was at, and he is a tall dude, and he's black, ain't no question about it. He's physically black, beard, whatnot. He looks like he just stepped off the boat from Africa, right? Now, last I heard, somebody said that his salary plus perks runs to about $3.5 million per year. If I know this, you know damn well Bob Dole knows this. Quick. And as soon as he says, God damn it, nigga got too much money. Pull that fat cat down. Wow. Now, all of these record-producing companies, tell me if I'm wrong, all of them compete with each other. What one say they won't do this year, if another one comes out with it, don't everybody else follow that online? Now, these are folks, when you had them funny dudes, the guys used to, them rock bands, the Englishmen that used to put paint David Bowie in them, and dress stuff, kiss each other and all those things, pull their clothes out, grab their crotch. Anybody heard anything from Senator Dole or anybody else? No, not at all. Now, so you got Time Warner, you got MCA, Sony, Mitsubishi, you got about 7 huge companies. Decca, Capital, all of these huge entertainment companies they're all competing for the same dollar. So why pick out Time Warner? Oh, come on, you know that's a coincidence.
You got the president,
all right? You know that's a coincidence. Okay? But this is what I'm showing you about the impossibility people create. Another case in point. Bill Cosby got along pretty good. Cars smooth, laid back. Nobody paid too much attention to Cosby selling his Jello commercial with all the kids around. Hey, you know, Cosby's the kind of black man you wouldn't mind living next door to you. You know, in the neighborhood. Decent guy, soft humor, nothing threatening. And then Cosby did too bad. He got a PhD. Then he went and donated $20 million to Spelman, whose chief was my friend. And then, when they said NBC was up for grab, he put in a bid. Now let me see. The one who don't know what that's about, don't come back here no more. All right? Immediately. I'm tired of looking at Cosby. Every time I look on the TV, there he is. Don't he have nothing else to do? He's the worst dressed man in the world. Now who the hell? He's a comedian. He's not a fact. Worst dressed man is. Terrible. Why don't they find something else for him? Cosby had 2 shows since then. How many of them lasted? How many of them lasted? How many of you think it's going to last? So they're saying, okay, so the question is never about eliminating jobs. It's about eliminating us. And it doesn't matter. This is the thing you need to understand. That we as a group, I think, must understand. We're going to understand this. This business of hiding ain't no hiding place. Unfortunately, we ain't invisible. We might not like that. And wearing all that plaster down Marcel garbage on the hair and blonde hair, none of that's going to change nothing. It just get you laughed at as a damn fool, which you are. But then you look at, and if they can't get you one way, they have no problem. Oh, hey, they have no problem with suicide. We have 2 things right now. 2 long-standing. Ever since there's been a government, there's been a Secretary of Commerce. Of course. They want to get rid of HUD. HUD has a dude, Cisneros, who they've made an honorary African. And so therefore, now, no, he found that out. And they're out, yes.
Well, because of the situation with the nation
Well, you tell me, of course. And they're saying, they're saying that he didn't tell her, he was less than candid. No, what's that funny word? Oh, he was not forthcoming with the FBI about what the relationship was, or how much money that he gave his ex-mistress. I don't know what the hell that got to do with him being Secretary of Welfare. Alphonse Diamato could go in and get things for his brother, his cousin, and all, and they say, hey, that's all right, Al. Al gets up there and insult Judge, no big deal. So now they are investigating him. They tried 3 times to get Ron Brown, and they got, so now Janet Reno says, okay, we'll put the FBI on him again, and if nothing else works, we'll do to him what we did to the Branch Davidians. You know, we isolate him from Pharaoh. So now they're saying, but to make sure that there's no comeback, we don't want to have another Ron Brown. Now, it's not even a question whether you like Ron or not, but this is the mentality of these people. If we eliminate the damn cabinet, we don't have to worry about it. You can't have nobody as secretary of a non-existent cabinet. Joyce Elders made a terrible faux pas. She exposed to the world that young people masturbate.
Old people too.
Hey, you see that? I love that. Old people too. Okay, enough, wait a minute. That can't be. Listen, that can't be. No, because this country has, before we came to mess it up, they were loaded with family values. And in family values, we don't do things like this. So now you have now just exploded. You know, you've done me in again by, oh my God, you're telling me that the corruption has always been here? So then from what I just gave you all about the gatherings and the crime, where do these people get this business about getting back to what America was? You know, everything was good, no crimes, no blacks. They might like it to be that way.
That's whole
Ma'am?
That's whole cloth.
Yeah, that whole thing. So you're sitting there going through this garbage, and people are believing it. I'm looking for my contract, but it ain't got here in the mail yet. So poor Joyce Elders is gone. But once you go crazy, as my grandma used to say, you're going fool. They even got poor Henry Foster, and they accused him of being guilty of something that happened before he was born. I mean, where were you on the night of March the 31st when that program, the Tuskegee Syphilis program? Well, I'm sorry, I wasn't born. What if it wasn't you, it was your daddy? So, now, while we laugh at it, one of the problems that we have, I think, as a people, is that we keep allowing these people to set the tone for us. So when I tell you, if you look at feudalism, and as you said, the plantation slavery went into what? Sharecropping. Well, how much of an improvement was that for the former slave? Economically?
Yeah, you owe them money anyway. Yeah.
All right? John, you're almost broke even this year. If you have another good year like that, you might get out of debt. So, if you look at it in terms, they might call it another name, but the concept of feudalism continued. Even when I was growing up in the South, it was standard operating procedure that it was expected. And this is a way of keeping people subservient and keeping them degraded in their misery. The dude said, how many times have I heard some black person say to another, my brother's back there, he'll tell you we want 13 children. And you hear the dude say, nigga, I'll kill you and pay for you. I ain't gonna spend a day. My boss, if I go to jail, I kill you tonight, and this is Saturday long, I'm gonna have to be there until Monday morning, my boss come and get me out. Oh yes, of course, that meant that, and Monday morning,
He was the judge anyway.
Didn't matter. He was part of, so what did he say? He was part of a closed system. There's no way that that judge was going to go against this nephew, because everybody understood, even in the watch what's happening here. I walk up to Miss Malone, for whatever reason, and I blow her brains out. And this guy comes, and he's the sheriff, and he picks me up. And I I said, that's all right, I'll be out in the field Monday morning, Saturday night. I tell you, call my boss, Mr. Jones. Tell him I'm in jail and to come get me. Jones just calls the sheriff or the judge. They got my nigger in jail. I deal with the real world, children. I got my nigga in jail.
As a matter of fact, the sheriff is going to call in.
Oh, okay? The minute you say, I'm Mr.
Someone is trying to.
Yes, thank you.
Walk.
So Monday morning or whatever, all right, John, coming up over. Now watch what's happening here. Let's analyze this in terms of our situation and post-slavery traumatic syndrome, which most of us suffer from. Look at what has happened in this process. By doing this, you're saying to all blacks, you ain't nothing. Your life doesn't mean anything. You're also telling them that I can designate any one of you to ice the other one of you at no cost to himself. Right? Huh? Right. Well, what am I talking? Of course. It's different methods, but the same procedure. You put somebody in and you get a Cornel West, a Skip Gates, I name names, Thomas Sowell, 4 or 5 of these people out there, and they're all quoted as Europeans as being top economists. And not a damn one of them ever made a payroll for themselves or nobody else. All of them is living on what? The plantation. The fact that you call me Dr. Mackey or Professor Mackey does not change the nature of the economy. You're still a well-fed slave on a plantation. And what's even worse, you're a voluntary slave now. Yes, sir.
You know the worst thing about that part of being shown you're not worth nothing by the black man killing another one.
And getting away with it.
And getting away with it. The next one says, I better get a white man to own me.
That's my problem. Of course it is. In other words, my only safety now is in being like some of them. Why did I start reading this about the galley slave? A lot of them people were what? Volunteer slaves. They went into the galleys because I'd rather have a penny a day. There was no place in the system for them to be men.
Thank you.
So therefore, once I become a volunteer slave,
I will leave.
I'm gone. Because all I'm really concerned about now is what? Eating, and mind you, don't bad, they slept right by the galley, right by the oars. Slept in chain, you didn't get nowhere. So what you've done, now, let's look at the rest of the culture. This man that gets killed, he has children, he has sons. The sons observe that the father can be washed away, and it means nothing to nobody. What does that do to their manhood? Huh? Gone. And also, it teaches the black female, you don't have to have no respect for this dude because he's not a man. And if he say, I'm a man, so well, if you're a man, act like one. How the hell do you allow somebody to come in your house, eat your food, rape your wife, shit on your table, and go outside and you say, I'm a man? If you believe in something, what are you supposed to do? Prove it, all right? You got to live it. But if we take this away from you, now, when you decide, this is the other part of what we're saying, when you decide not to be a slave, this is an awesome position for you to take. Because that means you're going to have to pay some heavy dues. You're going to have to look at and ask yourself a question, what are real values? What am I about? What is life about? What is death about? What is manhood about? What is womanhood about? What is humankind about? And if we cannot answer all of those questions in the affirmative, then you're better off maybe being a volunteer slave. At least you might say you leave. But when you look at the situation where we're in now, the problem is coming right out of this kind of economic system. The people with the power have no intention of sharing a damn thing. They would prefer to give you $1 million than have you earn 50 on your own thing and be your own man or woman. Because to the extent you do that, you don't need that. And this is the thing when you watch this past week, last month, I've been looking at a lot of these talk shows, this bullshit about, the affirmative action and it's very interesting. When they get ready to this big discussion, and y'all know my position, damn affirmative action. I don't want to do nothing for nothing. Reparations, compensation for what we have already done. That way, low-grade morons get what's due them. That way, whoever, ain't got nothing to do with what you do. What do you mean you giving me affirmative action when you ask me to do something? How the hell is that repaying me for the work that I already done for nothing? And when we buy into that, we get caught in the cement, and that also allows them to say, okay, we had a guy said straight out, we've had too much of this racial favoritism, and we got to get away from that. And I watched some of them flunkies, black folks, yeah, that's right, racial favoritism. But he ain't. Shelby Steele says, well, I mean, yeah, if I were them, I would be mad about this reverse discrimination. But the interesting thing is, I have watched in the past month at least 500-pound discussion of various so-called aspects of this, including the women's view. Last Saturday, I don't know if y'all saw this, but it's so great I had to share. I was telling my brother about it. They had a 2-part series on firing line, William Buckley's thing. Do you remember I told you, right? And what was the topic of it? Has the feminist movement gone too far? Oh, it gets funnier. Yes, ma'am, I take it. Has the feminist movement gone too far? And they had this panel, these people up there discussing this. Guess what? 5 Caucasian women. You heard me, 5 Caucasian women. So all you ladies who think that y'all gonna hit your wagon, go talk to Miss Kennedy, Miss Flo Kennedy, and tell them y'all gonna bring your butts back home. Because them 5 white women sat up there and called us everything but a child of God. I called Miss Walker. I called her, I said, get this, and I think Saturday morning they played it again. Am I lying? Them ladies sat up there and called us everything but a child of God. Now everybody in this room must know clearly that affirmative action has benefited one group more than any damn body else, and that's the white female. Right? And now they're working because I'm getting there with the men. And we're getting all of these things. Today, I come down Fulton Street and I stop by my friend's bookstore. When the day is out, he has the books, a whole block. These paperbacks lined up on the sidewalk, right? Now, y'all know Fulton and Albany? Who lives there? We do? Right? You got to look hard to see some Caucasian, right? Right? I walked, he had a whole block of these books laid out for people, novels, right? And I'm saying, boy, reverse discrimination against white males is really something else. Every goddamn illustration on every one of them damn books had white folks on them. I kept looking for Mose and Mosetta. I ain't seen those yet. And all the people I see going by me looks like me. But he has all these books. This man is screaming about how I reverse discrimination, and he's an endangered species, and his damn face is everywhere. You look on, I go into the place to buy a box of cereal. Who's smiling at me off the box? Huh? A Caucasian. I want to get some meat. I happen to like boar's head. I look in the thing, and there's a smiling lady sitting up there with a pan. Mosetta can't even get on commercials for the kitchen anymore.
Not even Aunt Jemima.
No. Aunt Jemima has now gone white. As soon as money gets into it, children, when economics comes into the game, Mose and Mosetta is out the window. I have seen more white women with mops in their hand since Mr. Clean them started paying them $50 residual. You couldn't even buy a part of this. I think it was, and I hope you'll allow me to repeat this, because Miss Walter, we talked this morning, she told me about what her grandma said. It sounds so pithy of how we used to buy it. She said her grandma said she had run out of so many clothes that her thumbs, how'd you go, Beverly? Was permanently twisted. Permanently twisted. from washing them people stuff. And I ain't no washing machine, just, wringing it up, And, we've all had mothers that got that work like hell for these things. And at the end of the day, people run this business to be about your defective genes. Give me your child to nurse with my milk. Bring the child home, they go into Europe. And some of the places they let them children come and see, Mike, oh, they come back to trust you with their most trusted possession. So, just in terms of an overview, then when you finally find some of the clues, you have to risk being called names. But if you're afraid of being called names, what they say, if you can't stand the heat, no, don't even go into it. Just leave it alone. Now, hopefully, this has given you part 2. We'll do part 3 coming in next week. Is Mackey Sr. This is the youngest member of just so y'all know there's more than one here. My brother is probably, okay, sure. My brother is certainly one of the top poets in this country. And he has published quite a bit of beautiful poetry. I've been privileged to put some of his stuff in, poems in, and I asked him, he stopped by a Sunday, and I said, I'd like to share from this with my class. Did you bring some material for sale, sir? We'll take it on. I would like them to now come up, and when you're ready. And I don't know if either one of his favorite poems. But poetry is a very powerful tool in the writing. He wrote a poem which I thought, and I still think, is so indicative of our mother. And also, by extension, how we survive as a people. Than a nickel and a nail. Sometimes the nail is even rusty. So whenever you are ready, Fernandez Mackey, you can...
Well, I am ready.
All right. Please give my brother a hand. Mr. Fernandez Mackey. Oh, wait a minute.
Mike, they want you to move over a little bit. Yeah, that's great.
I want to read to you some excerpts from this work, Observations of a Black Man. I've attempted here to capture the spirit of our experience from the time we came to this country and throughout our sojourn here. I'd like to open with a piece, Before. Before. Witch doctors cured my ills. They charged me no fee. Before you came to test your art on me, the herbs they used in natural state to draw from my faith made me feel great. Those roots and leaves that you, in defiance, did mince, grind, weigh, and lay for silence, were simply my witch doctor's skill that you had made me feel good. Yours, your stole my will. It's true. I worship as my gods the things that you and I can hear around us sing. Things we feel, caress, and in our weakness, the things to which we cling until our soul, our very precious soul, Well, primitively I did live. You say. I simply say, I found your ways quite strange. But seeing nothing wrong with your lifestyle, it was my ways that you set out to change. Green was my forest, and my Nile was blue. My plains abounded in jaguar. My little hut was thatched and happy too. My woman bore no shame of hair or hue. My uncivil neighbor spoke to me true. My kids were gay. They sang and danced to you. My meat, I killed each day. I dressed it too. And then your fearless great white hunters came. Their 30-30 rifles fell within that I had slew a spear. Or else a chain pull my plow or ride. My land, the missionaries now control. They say a fair exchange for God is gold and ivory, diamonds, and my black back. And still, you said that I owed to you. I gave you back your lust. You, your hair, your body, soul. And now, before the now runs red, I give you. I'd like to do the birth of soul food. The birth of soul. The corn-fed hogs they raised that year provided lots of meat. But all the ham Okumasa took, the slave, he gave to feed. Now ham served everyone, that is, everyone that was free. But ham, the slave could only crave, because all he'd see was need. He fed those hogs in the rain and sun, and in the bitter cold. But all he'd see was beef and meat, and once a year, the jaw. He'd butcher them on killing day, slit throats and fives and tens, and hope that there was lots of soul, so he could have chickens. All year he'd gone into those fields while still dew morn was on the tillage all around, and harvested corn. Yes, ever there in the summer sun, he in those fields, producing corn from early morn. Pigs don't get fat on greens. banquet cost a life or two, but what matters that to them? They justify their action by denying the slaves were men. Each julep that they drank that day, or cut of beef they ate, that cost a mother's youngest son, or grandpa, Lord knows. The women seem to have no care of how the riches came. Perhaps that is the reason that old Massa had worship. Now Massa would be leaving soon beneath the stars and bars, and all had come to wish him.
Not just on our side. Now, one of the things we need to look at, which I will start with today, and looking at the institution, I told you these things are heavy, but I asked, let me move them over here. These 4 books here. Oh gosh, I hope you need of all the time for you to not get your glasses and fix them things before I get on your case. And don't worry about it, just don't let it happen again. These 4 books here, volumes 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're entitled Documents Illustrative of the History of the Slave Trade to America. And they were done by a woman by the name of Elizabeth Doonan, started with a Carnegie Foundation grant in 1931, and spent the next 7 years putting this out. This is very rare subject, so I just let you know, but I wanted you to be able to get some flavor of this, to read you some things from the horse's mouth. This is a reprint. It was originally published in 1930. And Octagon Press did a thing in 65. I don't even want to tell you what this cost me. Suffice it to say that I went without food and ate brains for a lot of the night, but that's all right, no problem. I probably needed to lose the weight anyway. This other book here, which we'll be getting into in the next session, A History of the British West Indies, and written by Sir Alan Burns, who was a gentleman that spent many years kicking our behind down in the island. And he has some very interesting things to say. There's a segment here where he documents and talks about, for example, we'll cover this as much as we can. Appendix C, examples of Spanish cruelty. Appendix D, examples of British cruelty. Over here, Mr. Brown, sir, I have to move this for a minute. I've done this before, but for the benefit of those who are new students here, this is from Charles Dickens' American Notes, the book that he wrote on his visit to the United States in 1842. And the interesting thing about this is, if I may have mentioned to you before, I'll mention it to you again. They became so upset about what he wrote in terms of what he saw, that the American publishers refused to pay him his royalties. So for 10 years, as a result of his American Notes and what he said about America, what he experienced, they did the same kind of thing they still do with people they don't like. Now, they had no legal right to do this because they were signers of the International Copyright Commission. They had no right to withhold his royalties. But they said they wasn't going to give him nothing if that would be the way that he would talk about America's host country. But all that Dickens actually did was called it as it was. It wasn't something that he made up. He quoted from the press, both about examples of American violence, what a violent people these people were, and also what a horrible institution that slavery was. And the interesting thing is that when I look at this and I compare this, and I look at the Spanish and the Dutch documents from the Spanish Caribbean or the French Caribbean, it's very interesting what I find. I find that the only difference in our treatment by all these different people, they spoke different languages. Now we have one of the problem things we've tried to do to get around dealing with the pain is to try to pretend, well, this slavery was worse than that slavery, or this colonialism was worse than that colonialism, or the French was better because of this and the Spanish. But the documents do not show this. Now, some people say, I don't want to look at the documents. I don't need to know that. But nevertheless, these are not documents. This book was not put together by nobody in this room. They were put together by this white lady, Miss Elizabeth Dunia. And what I would like to just give you an example of what it is, I'm just going to pick up any book at random. Did you focus in and get this? I want a close-up of this. Yeah. What does it say? It says age and treachery. Yes, well, outwit youth and skill. So that's my motto. Okay. All right. That make you feel better? I only would to make sure we get that. Now I'm going to pick up volume 1. And I'll open a page at random. Huh? Page 86. The Slave Trade Introduction. And what do you think I see here? Paragraph 3. The development of the West India market for slaves, which accompanied the addition of Jamaica to British possessions and the increasing population of Barbados and the Leeward Islands, seems a plausible reason for enhanced interest in the Guinea slave traffic after 1660. Now, I didn't put that, I just opened that, that's where it fell. Most writers on the subject have assumed without question that the purpose of the incorporation of 1660, as well as of the earlier grant, was to further the slave trade for the West Indies and perhaps for Spanish America. Yet in the list of commodities to be traded in, enumerated in the patent, that is the agreement or contract, there is no mention of blacks. So what did that tell us? Who were they trading in? Thank you. And I've told you earlier that the British first brought the Irish and various other people down into Barbados and into Jamaica. And if you look at these documents, they say nothing about Africa. And you can't say it was an oversight or it wasn't important, because when they talk about Africans, they specify Africans. So here we have it again. Then we go on and he talks about the case of the Royal Africa Company. Now, why is this important to us at this moment? Last week, some of you may have seen a photograph on the front page. They made sure they got this photograph on the front page all the time. Oh, I see you all know where I'm going already. Yeah, of this big sister, yeah, Miss Frazier, with her arms all around the Queen, and the Queen is like saying, what the hell is this? All right? Right. And egads, a hug. Egads, a hug. Yes. Now, why y'all think this? You understand what I'm saying about understanding history, and those who will not learn from history are bound to repeat his mistakes. I don't want to jump over the sister. I give her the benefit of the doubt that maybe her ignorance permitted this, but ignorance today is no excuse. Well, I said, listen, I'm the teacher now. Huh? What'd you say? Yes. She said she knew. I said I was prepared to say, because I don't like, knocking on my own folks, I was prepared to say, well, Father, forgive her because she didn't know what she's doing. But then the woman blew a cover. So yeah, I know all the history. She also knows that the royal family, these English royal families, they are the world's wealthiest parasites. Yes, and of course, the Royal Africa Company, which Ms. Doonan refers to in here, was founded and chartered, and the main investor in it was Charles II, the King of England, which is this same Elizabeth's great-great-great-granddaddy. And they made more money out of the African slave trade than they did on anything else. All of the wealth of the English royal family is built on the African slave trade, supplemented by the investment in Cecil Rhodes diamonds and gold mines in South Africa. Now, this lady just 3 weeks ago, I'm sure some of you saw it, delivered herself with the opinion that the sanctions should be lifted from South Africa to give them a chance, as she put it, to dismantle apartheid and, of course, bring the blacks, the people who the land belongs to, who was stole for, into the system. Now, my question is, how could anybody that looks like the people in this room even put, you see, I wouldn't want to even get contaminated with that lady. I wouldn't want to get 30 miles. And they'll say she had the nerve to offer her some of my soul food. And the lady said she had to go, she had another dental appointment. In other words, you can hug me, Mama, Auntie Mama, but I ain't prepared to go that far. Yeah, I am. And I said, I was hoping she would have said yes, and maybe I could have dropped some of them African poison down there. Some kind of way where she would die a slow, agonizing death. You don't have to erase that, do you, sir? That represents my honest opinion. Oh, thank you. She knew the history and understood it a hell of a lot better than Miss Frazier did. So again, here is the example of what I call the legacy of slavery and the willingness of some of us to forgive anything. Last week, was it last week, Brother Brown, when I did the reading, and I'll bring that in next week, this piece on the year 1919, the year that Brigadier General Reginald Dwyer, a white English woman in a place called Jallianwala in India, got caught up and was roughed up by some young Indian toughs. And they didn't kill her, they just roughed her up. And the British reacted in the way that they always react. As a result, the Gandhi organized a protest. Same Gandhi, 1919 we're talking about now, year after World War I. He's now back in India. He organized a protest of the British brutality. And they were going to have a mass rally in a place in Amritsar, which is the head of the Sikh place called Jallianwala Bagh, which is like an inside wall garden. General Dwyer, as he later testified, decided that he was going to forbid this. He wasn't going to have it. Since Gandhi practiced civil disobedience, that's how long it took India to get her freedom. They decided they would go ahead with the rally anyway. Gandhi told his followers, look, whatever they do, don't fight back, just like Dr. King did. We will love them, we will not fight back. Dwyer brought in tanks. Oh, yes. Brought in tanks, and he brought in, the problem was that the entrance to the garden, the square, the tanks couldn't get in. So he brought in infantry. And there were 10,000 people who were gathered together in this area. How many of y'all read about this? All right? 10,000 Indians. And as Dwyer later testified before a commission of inquiry, which I will read to you next week, I couldn't bring everything, it was a big, big book. He said, I intended to make an example. I have no intention of firing over nobody's head. That was an illegal march and rally. And the only way you could teach them was to show them who is boss. They had the nerve to put their hands on a white woman. I'm quoting this man. Am I correct, sir? Is that what I read? They had the nerve to put their hands on a white woman, and they was paid. So what do you think he did? He told the troops, I don't want you firing no volleys. Fire, take your time, aim carefully, aim true, so that every bullet you fire counts. I don't want no wasted bullets in the wall. They fired, last count, over 1,650 rounds. 500 people were killed. Slaughtered. Nobody had any arm. 500 people were killed. At least 3 times that many wounded. Dyer left them all where they were. And he later said, oh, they could have gotten somebody else to do it. It wasn't my job. My job wasn't to take care of wounded or kill. My job was to do what I did. And once I finished the slaughter, that was it. It was all over. As a result of this, he wasn't through yet. Dwyer passed down a hello. Beautiful. Okay. Dwyer passed down, he issued a decree that said, until further notice, between the hours of 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. every day, any Indian, now you're talking about a square that's about maybe twice as big as from here up to Broadway, and people live in this area. You know how people have residences around a square. Any Indian who comes in that square must get on his or her hands and knees and crawl across there. Why are you making this up, sir? You hear what I said? Get on your hands and knees and crawl across here, so you must understand that white women's bodies are sacred, and you will never touch another white or British woman. And when he was asked about that, he said, well, I don't see why it was so tough. He said, eventually I would have lifted it. He said, but they didn't have to go across the square. Or if they had to go across, they could go before 5 or after 8. Now, interestingly enough, and this is why I'm making this point here now, those seemingly insignificant things that happen at the time they seem to be insignificant, but have ramifications that stir up the world. From that day on, the British days in India were numbered, because none of these people ever forgot. From that day on, Gandhi became, even those who were sitting on the fence, several Indians who had knighthood wrote to that saying, well, this queen's grandma, and said, here, take back your I don't want it. What you do? Reginald Tagore was one of the outstanding Indian scholars at the time, had been knighted and great man, says, here, take it, I don't want it. And we will not rest until you are no longer sullying the face of India. And it was directly from that line, if you want to trace back any direct line from where the final British destruction in India was, it goes back to April 12, 1919. And there's a clear pattern from that time on how the momentum of nonviolence grew. Now, it took them another 30 years. But after World War II, what happened? The British had to go. Now, but the legacy is still not over. Because during all of this period, when they could come into a garden and just slaughter people at random, at no time was there any hint of any, quote, violent uprising by the mass of Indian people. And it seems that victims sometimes reserve the violence within them for other victims. And what hurts me even more than that is that these folks just laugh at us, And never mind what Bush and them say for public consumption. I think everybody in this room is sophisticated enough to understand what they really see behind closed doors. They're them dumbass niggas. What the heck they doing, whatnot. And that means no respect for you. Because here is a country, the second largest populated place in the world, 900 million people. Over 5/8 of them living below or at the poverty line. The cultural differences, caste distinctions, and all the rest of this, plus the results of the invasions, the Muslim invasion, which caused it to be split into Bangladesh and Pakistan, right? All of this going over the last 400 years. And what have they learned, class? Certainly not enough. You were going to say something, Ms. Moore? Now, so when you look at this and watch how the people tell us how slavery wasn't so bad and how we should be grateful, and you sit and you look at, just as I said, at random, just look at some of the documents, and some of these have to do with contracts. Hey, dated at Whitehall, January 10th, 1662. This is document number 40. Declaration of the Company of Royal Adventures of England trading to Africa. To all His Majesty's native subjects in general, the public declaration and invitation of the Company of Royal Adventurers of England trading into Africa. Whereas the King's most excellent Majesty had seriously considered what profit and honor did formerly accrue to his good subjects by the trade of Africa, while the same was supported and regulated by the authority of the charters granted by His Majesty's royal predecessors, and His Majesty finding that of late years the sovereign influence of those charters has not brought as much profit as heretofore, by reason of the universal intestine confusion of the time. In other words, warfare. They had to fight the Spanish and all these other folks who were out there competing with them for this horrible trade in human beings. And he says, whereas other nations have taken confidence so far to invade and disturb His Majesty's subjects in the said trade. Now bear in mind, the Africans never knew that they were the kings of England's subjects. I'm going to point that out to you. These were laws made, remember I told you the one about the Irish, surrender and regrant. Nobody bothered to inform the Africans that you had suddenly become the subjects of the kings of England. But this is their law that they're saying. And that these other people, Holland, France, Portugal, Denmark, Germany, were encroaching on their turf in their area, which was their territory. Now that brings us right back for a comparison to the so-called regime in Azania today, who call themselves the Dutch people who runs things, the Afrikaners. Is that clear? Now, it is in His Majesty's subject in the said trade so much, they have encroached so much that it is in danger of utterly being lost to this nation. Now he's talking about gold, ivory, human beings, and what else? And thereby His Majesty's dominions in America in apparent hazard to be rendered useless in their growing plantations through want of that usual supply of servants which they have hitherto had from Africa. Which mischief, that is the interference with their trade, mischief, cannot be prevented but by His Majesty's re-establishing the said slave trade and erecting a corporation under the special protection of His royal authority, consisting of such persons of honor and experience as may by a considerable joint stock and common council vigorously assert the right of His Majesty's and His Lordships thereof. Is that clear what the man is saying? And His Majesty having to that end been graciously pleased to grant to His Royal Highness the Duke of York. Now, if anybody don't know who he is, just think of New York. That's the person that this place was eventually named from, and who later became, as you know, he was Charles's youngest brother, and he came to the throne after Charles died by debauchery as James II. But then when he decided to take England back into Catholicism, the English said, we made another mistake. So once again, they threw him out into the wind and brought in the Dutchmen, William and Mary, etc., etc., etc. Strange people. And His Majesty, having to that end been graciously pleased to grant to His Royal Highness the Duke of York and others, who have already formed and employed a joint stock of 17,400 pounds, his letters patent for the incorporation of the regulation of the whole trade of Africa from Cape White to Cape de Bona Esperanza. Now bear in mind what the Majesty is saying here at this point. He is now claiming territory that up until that time the Portuguese were saying, this here is mine. The Spaniards were saying, this here is mine. All of them was building these slave forts along the west coast of Africa. But the British, like their sons and daughters, the Bushes, they don't recognize nobody's rights but their own. Okay? Everybody else can commit sin, but not them. So whatever I do is right. This has not gone anywhere. He went on to say, His Royal Highness, therefore, and the rest of the royal company, desiring to communicate the advantage of the said trade to all His Majesty's subjects in general, thought fit to give notice and do hereby give notice and publish to all His Majesty's native subjects of England, that all or any of them that live within the city of London, or 20 miles thereabout, may at any time before the 20th day of October next, ensuing the date hereof, and those that live in other parts of the kingdom before the 5th of November following, freely be admitted into the said cooperation and joint stock, subscribing at least 400 pounds respectively to be paid to such treasurers as shall be thereunto appointed. The one half thereof on or before the 1st of December, the other half on or before the 1st of March, next following. Bear again in mind, this is 1660. And to that end, a book shall lie open for the said subscriptions during the time aforesaid at the insurance office in the Royal Exchange in London, every day from 8 to 12 of the clock in the morning. Before such subscription, they shall find such equal and indifferent agreements prefixed as may satisfy all rational persons that nothing is designed but public good and the just right of every individual interested. The Company of Royal Adventures into Africa, Ellis Lighton, Secretary. And as I said to your earlier class, if you go through any of these books, you find more and more of the same. As I said, this lady spent, I forget how many millions it kind of gave to her. And I want to also caution you on something, that what we see here is just a drop in the bucket. This only concentrates primarily on, quote, the slave trade to where? North America. To complete this, you could do at least 30 more volumes just on that slave trade. You could do at least another 30 to the volumes of the so-called English West Indies. You could do another 30 volumes on the French West Indies, and not to mention the Portuguese in South America. So that ultimately, if we really wanted to do justice to this whole period of 500 years, we could take and knock this wall out and fill up all the wall front and back with nothing but volumes of tomes to deal in terms with this. Now, I was going to go to the next step. Are you ready? But this is, you can begin to understand, hopefully, what this is. Now, what are you talking about? This was something that was perfectly cut and dried, right? There's nothing in there mentioned about the misery of human beings. There's no mention in any of these books. Nothing is stated as to questioning the morality of what was being done. Is that clear? Nothing. The question of the African's humanity did not enter into it at all. And all of these documents relate to suits, bonds, you promised me this, and this went over that, perfectly cut and dried. Don't even mention this, that you're talking about human beings. Now, when we look at the Dutch part, there's another crazy complication. Like I've said to you, we've got to try to understand it. We've got to look at all of it to the best of our ability. Because now when we go to look at the Dutch, here comes another complication in the same period. Back in the 15th century, and in the 1450s, I hope you don't get too bored by this, but it's important. Holland, or what we today call Holland, Belgium, Flanders, with the Netherlands or the lowlands, came to be a province or the property of the Emperor Charles V. Now, how this came about, Charles's father, the Duke Maximilian, was the Duke of Burgundy. Remember I told you earlier, they didn't have nation states at that time. You had power according to how big your province was. Burgundy was one of the richest, which is now a part of France. You know, we still talk about Burgundy wine. But Burgundy was the property of the Duke of Burgundy by the name of Maximilian. He married the daughter by the name of Charles the Bold. Charles the Bold was the dude that fought all kinds of wars, and all of these wars were fought for territory. Now, when they use the word bold here, they don't mean bold in the sense that courage. They mean bold like rash, because he would go out and take all kinds of crazy chances to try to win other provinces. Now, I don't want to bore you with the details. There's some material you may, if you want to follow up, you can find in the libraries, etc., etc. But suffice it to say that in 1477, Charles the Bold was killed by the Swiss people. That was the fight that caused Charles the Bold his life. really signified, just like what I said about 1919, it was another one of those watershed areas, because Charles the Bold, who had a reputation as being the most, his soldiers were being the most frightening and the most powerful there was, got beat on by a bunch of Swiss knights who decided to take pikes and got these knights off their horses and shoved the lances up in the soft part of the horse underneath the chest. Oh, these people didn't, they played rough. Now, as I told you earlier, with all of that armor that those knights carried, once you got dehorsed, forget it. Because if somebody didn't come and take a chain, a nail, or a block and tackle and pull you up, you died there. So what the Swiss would do after they dehorsed them, then they would lift up that little hinge thing and then take a lance or something and shoot, stick to it and come out. Oh, yes. But anyway, after that battle in 1477, it broke the back of Charles the Bold. Charles the Bold was lost out there and the wolves ate him up. But in any event, his daughter then married, Mary married Maximilian, who later was to become a Holy Roman Emperor. She and he were the father of the Roman Emperor Charles V. Charles V, in turn, was the father of Philip II, among many other bastard children. But Philip II was the one who eventually married Bloody Mary of England. And you see the connection, you all follow the connection. In other words, now, when Margaret married Charles V, part of her dowry was the Netherlands, which at that time was known as one piece. As I said, now constitutes Flanders, Belgium, and what is now Holland. So when she married Charles V, who was the Holy Roman Emperor, that property went to him as a dowry. Nobody, of course, bothered to ask the Dutch whether they wanted this or not, any more than the Dutch later asked us in Africa whether we wanted to be a part of them or not. But in any event, when Charles V decided that he didn't want to be Holy Roman Emperor anymore and decided that he would repair to a monastery, he gave the Netherlands, as I'd say, to Philip II of Spain. And that is why it became known down in some history books as the Spanish Now, for over 200 years, the Dutch, as we know them, fought against Spain. That is why the Dutch language is different from the German language, even though you know they're similar. The Dutch developed their own language as a means, a revolutionary means of showing their displeasure with being owned by Spain. But Spain at this time had already moved out and gotten certain North African provinces. And among those people were people that looked like the people in this room. So very quickly, the Spaniards began to do what? To use, because all they were doing is going right back to where they were back in the 7th and 8th century, right? 7th and 8th century, Spain had been occupied by the Moors. So when you're coming back now, 700 years later, you find that Spain is now using African soldiers in Holland in order to put down the Dutch's attempt to get independence. You see, it's a very complex thing, because now look at the next step. All during the 16th, the 17th, and 18th century, the Dutch were fighting Spain 150 years, trying to get the Spanish yoke from around their necks. At the same time, they were sending ships to Africa, right? Trading in slaves, the West Coast. They put slave boats there and was going down trading in the Caribbean, St. Martin's and all, right? Now, so here, can you all see the complexity of what I'm saying? Here are people that is being owned and run by another European folks. But while they're fighting to get rid of their Spanish masters, they are also out there involved in the slave trade. That is how they managed to get here. Now, what was it that made them gave them a head start. Again, Spain was, in a sense, directly responsible for its own degradation. Because, as I said to you earlier, most of the technology in Spain, the medicine, the doctors, the mathematicians, were either Moors or Jews. In 1492, the year that Columbus, the Sephardic Jew, came here, which I like the way they change folks around when it's different, was the day that Ferdinand and Isabel the Catholic said that all non-Catholics, non-Christians must be out of Spain by a certain day, the ones who left on the pain of death. So many of the people that came here with Columbus on these ships, and we know this from his diary, were folks who were African, including Pedro the pilot. Now remember, back in the 15th century, nobody had any reason to dehumanize us then, because slavery was something that anybody could get caught in. You got caught on the wrong side of a war. You got caught in the wrong country. You got caught anywhere, you could end up in slavery. So race per se had nothing to do with it. Only in later years, starting in all the way down in the 17th and the 18th century, did the need to rationalize the African slave trade by creating the whole concept of the inherent inferiority of Africans. Then, once that became the rationale or the excuse, then it became necessary to do what? To go back and look at the last 1,000 years of history. Is that clear to y'all? And rewrite it. I heard a man say the other day, and I didn't get his name because it wasn't important. He's an academician. He was arguing this thing about the curriculum of inclusion. See, we always allow these people to come up with agendas that while you're fighting it, it takes away energy. You know, it diverts you away from the struggle. And when they ask him, well, why is it, this Caucasian gentleman, why is it that you are against this curriculum of inclusion? He says, well, it is clear to me that the black folks have decided to invent a history for themselves. That's a quote. Did anybody understand what I said? Now, this is a bunch of top academic people sitting around discussing the pros and cons. Now, isn't it interesting? We have decided to go and invent a history for ourselves. In truth, who really invented the history for themselves? Was it us or the Europeans? You see? Clip. Standing on his eyebrow. See if it flies. Now, this man obviously has to know better. Most of them do. But he's not arguing history, is he? No, he's arguing control. He's arguing power. He's arguing control of people's minds. He's mindful of the fact that there are a whole lot of younger people out there who don't know the history, who are already prepared to doubt that we have any history. So what he's doing is reinforcing this doubt so that I can come in with all the evidence in the world. Is anybody going to believe me? Where did you find that? I've had it said to me. I've had it said to me by black folk. I did a series of lectures from Mr. Herbert Von King up at Riverside Church a few years back. You came up to a couple of those lectures, Amy. And there was a young man that came into a couple of lectures and he wanted to know. He was upset. Where do you get this history from? What kind of history is this? Oh, yeah. And I said to him, listen, I didn't promise you a rose garden. You know, it's painful. A lot of it's painful. But the only way we can get to health, psychic health, is to go through that pain. Can't avoid it. And he stood up and said, well, I don't want it to be true, and I'm not going to listen to this anymore. And he got him, he walked out. Now, I would argue that he was one of the few honest ones there. A whole lot of other people felt that way, didn't walk out, Smitty, and if they stayed, went out and wasn't changed a bit, wouldn't pick up the first book. We watched Martin Burnell, who wrote Black Athena, was on Brother Gill's show. And I'm making this digression because I think it's important that we understand that. He did 2 programs with Brother Gill. I taped them at some point. Hopefully we can sit down and look at them. And Gill asked him, Burnell is an English aristocratic Jew. And he saw this. He'll verify this. Gill asked him, but you have put in this book certain of the things about what blacks had done and who the Egyptians were with black, etc., etc. But Dr. Clark and other people, Jeffries, Dr. Mackey and others have said this from the beginning. Joel Augustus Rogers have said this here. He said, I'm not taking anything from you. He said, but a lot of this stuff they said. Burnell said, yes, I did a lot of my research looking in Rogers and Clark's book. Did he not say that, sir? And he says, but I did it because I think it is time that some honesty get into the mix. And Gill says, well, what do you mean by honesty? It is written, he says, because nobody is going to believe John Henry Clark. Nobody is going to believe Joel Augustus Rogers. Nobody is going to believe Lynn Jeffries. He says they will believe me for three reasons. He says, first, I'm white. And secondly, he says, I'm English. And thirdly, my family, even though we're Jewish, we are wealthy aristocrats. And I speak with a British accent. He says, and I can stand up and tell any lie I want to the American audience. He says, you know, your people are still gung-ho on British thing. And watch out, was he wrong? Look how they did with the Queen last week. And he says, once I put it in this accent, his people listen. He says, even if they don't change, they will give me the air. And that is why, he said, he's still working on volume 2. Now, the interesting thing about Burnell is top professor at Cornell of urban economics and culture. One of the outstanding experts, considered experts in the world. Cornell, which has a very large, prestigious university press, choose not to publish Black Athena. He had to go to Rutgers, which is a state university in New Jersey. Now, it doesn't have the prestige as Cornell or Harvard or Yale. And he discussed that. He says, yes, he says, I would certainly have wanted Cornell to publish it because they have the resources to get it out further out. He says, but I sat with my colleagues and they argued it's not important. He wasn't interested in it. Gill said, did they deny it? He said, of course not. They don't have to deny it. All they have to say is not relevant. And if it ain't relevant, I ain't going to publish it. So they're not going to give us options to get it out. Now, when we look at that part, and then we see the here with the Dutch fighting to free themselves from the Spanish yoke, who was going out at the same time setting up what? Other slave quarters, right? Coming into New York, bringing our ancestors here in 1626. In Virginia, when? 1619. In Barbados, they were the people who were bringing them in 1628. The English didn't have the Navy at that time. They were just beginning to flex their muscle. Spain was already dying. As I said, shot herself in the foot when you decide to kill the best that you have in you. Now, what then gave the Dutch this edge? Yet they were an occupied country. Again, with the benefit of hindsight. When Spain ran the Moors and the Jews out of Spain, since the Jews had already been a wandering people, much like us, you have to make your contacts or your network wherever you're at. The thing you do, if you want to save your neck, you try to find some place which is some country that is your enemy's enemy. And what country was that? Well, that country would be Holland, or the lowlands, as we call. So many of the Jews, the Sephardic Jews, went there. They had connections in England, etc., etc. So it was Jewish money. People don't want to tell you this. It was Jewish money that financed the Dutch slave trade. Now, don't y'all call me anti-Semitic. As a historian, I can document it, but it happens to be true. For years, for the first 150 years, most of the middlemen in this trade were Jews. When you looked at not only here, but in the Virgin Islands, in Brazil, and all you have to do, if you don't believe me, for some stupid reason, I'm curious about everything. And one of the things that always fascinates me is names. If you tell me your last name immediately, because all names mean something. Now, all we have to do is go look in the Rio de Janeiro telephone book. And you see that book loaded with names like Ferrara, F-E-R-R, right? This is a Sephardic Jewish name. Okay? Spinoza, who was the, and you can find many of these same names, all of these names, because these were names that Jews were forced to take. Remember we talked about that earlier. When you went into a place, either the name became anglicized. With us, they just gave us the name. But they were forced to take certain names, and the names had to agree with a occupation, or the town where you lived, or etc., or etc., etc. There were people who was called aptepico, which is a meaning, an apteka, or a pharmacist, a pharmaceutical chemical, a pharmacochemist. So when you look in these phone books, you see all of these names. One of the biggest cemeteries, you probably heard Dr. Ben say this, because you know he's Jewish, like you. One of the biggest cemeteries on St. Thomas Island is the Jewish cemetery. And that cemetery has been there since the Dutch came there back in the 17th century. And the thing is that you see Jacob ben Yochanan, who lies right there, and over there is his slave Joseph. We see wills where these people manumitted certain slaves for honorable service. So it's not something you're making up. And then when you come in and you look at the people who were involved in the trade in Savannah, in Baltimore, in Charleston, it's only a hop, skip, and jump from Charleston to the West Indies. I'm sorry. And New York also. Thank you. Because in the beginning, they were the ones. So the Dutch West Indies Company and the Dutch East Indies Company were largely financed by Jewish money. And one of the ironies with all that, one of the first rules that the Dutch West Indies Company said was no Jews would be permitted to live in New York, in the colony of New York. So we have that contradictory kind of thing. As I told you the example back in the 14th century when Richard the Lionheart was being coronated, and Isaac of York and all his Jewish subjects decided that they will come up there and pay homage to the king. And the king had put the word out, I don't want no Jews here. But they didn't think he meant it. And they came. And the Englishmen slaughtered them. Yeah, threw them out of windows, did exactly what they did, what the Irish did to us over here and during the draft riot in the 19th century over by 5th Avenue, 42nd Street. I'm sorry, 43rd Street. So that, and of course they rationalized it. And for over 300 years after that, the law said no Jew could live in England unless there was a special dispensation that he had something to do that the king needed him. The name of the game was very simple. In Italy, they would use, Christians were forbidden to engage in money lending. So who became the money lenders? The Jews. So the dukes and the rulers, when they needed money, what would they do? They go borrow the money from the Jews, right? From the Jewish money lenders. And now, sooner or later, a year later, 2 years later, it's time to pay back. Is he going to pay back? No. He passes a new decree. All Jews must be out of my realm by sundown tonight on pain of death. And they talk about Hitler? Huh? On pain of death. 20 years later, they need more money. They lift the ban. That's all right. We sorry. Y'all come on back. And they're dumb like us. They come back till the next time. Like that lady, he God's a hug. So that, now when you look at the French version of it, you see precisely the same kinds of thing. Here you had this civil complex war activity going on. Here were the French, the Spaniards, the Dutch, and the English, and the Portuguese. All of them, but Denmark was so small, it didn't just like that and it was gone. It never could make a big impact. After they got the little island down in what we call the Virgin Islands, and a little bit on the little bit down in the coast of North Carolina, And that ended that, because they didn't have enough, they were not big enough to become a powerful maritime unit. And the name of the game then was, in order to have power and control, you had to have a big navy. And that is why, starting with Henry VIII, England decided that I'm going to have a navy out here that is going to be second to none, so that we then can come out and do what we have to do. Now, you know, what that is what started that, so that in Elizabeth's time, all them thieves, Drake, Frobisher, Horn, Willem, all of them went out. And what was the code? The code was said what? And this their word. Go and singe the Spanish king's beard. And what did that mean? Rip off everything you can catch. To the extent, now bear in mind, the king of Spain, you see the complex was whose brother-in-law? Philip II was Elizabeth's brother-in-law. He had been married to Bloody Mary. When Bloody Mary died, then they said, the English says, no, you can't have nothing. You go back to Spain because you only had right within what the wife has, right? So they threw Philip II out. Okay? Now here comes Elizabeth that gets all of these thieves, Mr. Drake and whatnot, and says, to hell with my brother-in-law. They've got that huge empire out there, which they call, interestingly enough, Hispaniola, which literally means out of Spain or further Spain. So when they call these Latin people Hispanic, that's like calling us Negroes. It doesn't relate to anything. It relates to no geographical entity. It is a put down. I don't want to say that you're Cuban or Dominican or Puerto Rican, so I say you're Hispanic. But that covers all kinds of sin. But it explains nothing. So I hope by now you're beginning to see the complexity of this stuff. And any phase of this would take anybody in this room the rest of your life, just concentrating on one aspect to untangle it all. And don't get me wrong, I am not standing here before you telling you I'm an expert that know it all, because I don't. I'm just beginning to see a little bit, and every day I find a little more as more light comes. So when you watch now, ultimately, it got so hot down there in the Caribbean that, and I know you're getting ready to leave. I can see you pocket, right? Yeah. I can see you champing at the bit there, Ada. It got so hot down there, and Slaughter, they had to come up with some rules among themselves. Because now bear in mind, let me put this up here. Now look at the arrogance of these people. And y'all think they're going to come to terms with us? You got another thought coming. Now, here is all of this stuff out here. Right? All of this stuff here. And here they are, little piece of England. Can y'all see that? All right? There's France, a little bit, right? Here's Spain, little piece, and over here is the little piece of the Iberian Peninsula called Portugal. Now, if you took all of these things and squeeze them together, all of these areas, and then throw in Germany and Denmark and Scandinavia together, you put all of them and you stick them down here in Algeria, you couldn't see it. The Sudan is over 1 million square miles. Huh? We can put all of the United States all of it in this little part here. That's why they have to distort the maps. This map, why they put it in the middle, this is 3 million square miles, and as I said earlier, when they count their territory, they say land and water. All the other nations, they count land. Let me tie this in for you in a modern sense so you see exactly what I'm talking about. You know that this week, last week in Yugoslavia, they got all kinds of problems, right? The Croatian says, I ain't gonna play with you, I'm going off and start my own republic, right? Now, Yugoslavia is less than 150,000 square miles. And yet, they have had to take this little area and break it up into 6. Let me see if I can find it over here. Yeah, there's Yugoslavia, this little piece of land right here. And in order for them to get, all of them Slavs, by the way, but different sub-ethnic groups. So in order to kind of get along any kind of way, they had to split this little country up into 6 republics. The Serbs say, I don't want to deal with the Croats, who don't want to deal with the Slovenes, who don't want to deal with the Bohemians, who don't want to deal with the Montenegrins, because the Montenegrins, of course, the Turks came in here, as you know, 500 years ago, and these folks in Bulgaria, Hungary, all of them places, you go there right now, Romania, Albania, you watch people walking around with fezzes on, and when facing the Mecca to pray. The only difference is they're Caucasians. Now, last week, Croatia voted that I'm going to go off on my own. How you going to do that? Thank you. But you didn't hear, and I taped some of this, you never heard one commentator or one representative of a government or a State Department or foreign officer ever say one word about white-on-white violence, Slav-on-Slav violence, did we? Did we? All the explanation was trying to be understanding of what the problems is, and they got some other kind of things and whatnot. As soon as they went back to North Africa, went back to Africa, South Africa, and then Carter, they went back to what? Black-on-black violence. Once again, running the games with our minds. And when we look at the history of Europe, just that part we know, and I'm re-emphasizing this for clarity, we know that for the last 5,000 years, there has not been 5 years where that continent has had peace. And if you started right now, just taking all of those maps, how many times they have redrawn the map and laid them over Europe, we'd be here till tomorrow. Not only with new borders, but the names. Huh? Well, who remembers? Assyrian Empire, the time of Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon, Nineveh, the city-states, just in terms of where we say Iraq, Syria, Lebanon. And then when you get over in these areas where you got here today, and yet I heard our president, and I say that facetiously, I really meant your president, said yes this morning, and nobody quoted him, he said this came out of his mouth in referring to Rajiv Gandhi's assassination. I don't know what the world is coming to. All of this violence. Can you all believe this? And what did I tell you all that Harriet Weston, my sainted grandma, used to say? Lord, these white folks ain't what? Ain't got no shame. And in the next breath, yes, let me just say, in the next breath, he talks about he doesn't want Iraq to be able to sell no oil until Saddam Hussein, until they throw him out. Now, I didn't know that was the reason what y'all said y'all went there, right? Oh, right. In other words, and I don't care, that's down the road. Let's throw him out. Now, so you look at that part, and I'm going to tie this up. Then you got the other part of the slave trade, which very little talk is about. The slave trade, not out of Africa, but on the eastern part, which was a great thing, went in the 19th century up into the 20th century, was slave trade into Africa. Coming from where? And into Africa, from the Kanaka Islands, from over here, bringing people all the way from what we call the Hawaiian Islands, bringing them into Africa, the Kanaka people, the Hawaiian people, and bringing them into slavery in what they now call New Zealand and Australia. They brought as many people between the beginning of the 19th century until the end of the 19th century, till 1900, they transported as many people out of these Pacific Islands, the Fiji Islands, into South America, the United States, the Caribbean. But the majority of them went into Australia, New Zealand, so-called New Guinea, and Indonesia. Now, once again, who was the folks out there? The Dutch, who went to Indonesia, again in the 16th century, got an early start, went into India and Goa, and the Portuguese in the 16th century. Now, all of these people were doing this, claiming that they were doing us a favor. And how did they explain that slave trade? And this trade went in Africa, it went primarily in Kenya, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and parts down here. Down here in the Cape, around here in Madagascar and Mauritius. That is why the people of Madagascar have that look, a brown Indian look. Now how did they call this? They said, oh, what we are doing, I want you to remember what I read to you, I think a lecture or two ago. It says, actually what we're doing, we're civilizing these cannibals. So that they will not, we civilize them, so we have to stop them from being cannibals and eating each other. Now what did I read you out of that book in the year AD 1000? What were the Europeans doing? I'm afraid so. Yes, ma'am. Mothers eating children, huh? Documented. So here you are, 700 years later, saying what? I am working to keep these niggers, these cannibals, from devouring each other. Now, of course, now you said this earlier about when you brought the slave trade out of Africa. And yet there's not one iota of evidence anywhere, historical or otherwise, to show that one African ever ate or did any other African. But they needed to believe this. And when it was the Kanaka's time, they did the same thing again, so that when you see the Dutch and these people all over, and the French, all of them were into it. France utilized slaves in Vietnam. Starting in the middle of the 19th century. This horror is something that, no wonder they don't want other people to start looking at this history. You have to understand this if you want to understand, or begin to understand, why the people in Vietnam fought so hard to keep these people out. They weren't concerned about the fact that these white people call themselves Americans or British. That wasn't what they were concerned about. They were Europeans. And they were not prepared to submit, because here again is the example of cruelty, where French soldiers would cut off the ears of Vietnamese and cure them as you would leather. Cut their skin, kill them and cut their skins off, and make purses and love heirlooms to send back to their girlfriends back home in France. Nobody said a word. Best for these quote-unquote savages. It's like it never happened. I don't blame people for not wanting the history to get out. The few people that I can touch others, they figure it's not enough to bother them too much. But the fact is they don't want any of this out. Now, this history, what I'm sharing with you, is not, for the large part, history written by black folks or dark people. This is history written like with Bernal, of their own revisionist historians, who now, because we are beginning to write history and to interpret history, figure, well, the jig is up. We may as well tell the truth. Because, they will never let you get ahead with nothing. Right? Because I ain't going to let Moses and Mosetta beat me to it. So let me get out there and correct the record. So I can say, yeah, I was out there also. Just like they are now the people who invented jazz, gospel and blues. No shame. So when we look at this, you see that all of this complex situation is going on all the time. Millions of people, God knows, I don't even want to hazard a guess of how many people that was caught up in that 500 years swing of people being transported from one place to the other against their will, how many uprisings, how many people died because ships went down in the ocean, both the Indian or the Atlantic or the Caribbean, how many ships went down, whether the ship went down because they didn't know it, or whether it went down because the cargo, quote unquote, sabotaged it. But we know this. We know the brutality. And I just want to touch on base with you before I'll get to you, brother, where we go after when we deal with the legacy. And here is what, I may have read this before, but I want to share this with you so you begin to understand clearly. He's talking about advertising. This is Dickens now, 1842. and he's talking about advertising in the newspaper, the journal. For those of you who've heard this before, I forgive you, but I think you can't hear this too much. Here. He's talking about a law in Washington, D.C., and what people are writing. Public opinion. Here, the public opinion of the Free South, he's talking about here now, as expressed by its own members in the House of Representatives at Washington. Quote, I have a great respect for the chair, quoth North Carolina. I have a great respect for the chair as an officer of the House, and a great respect for him personally. Nothing but that respect prevents me from rushing to the table and tearing that petition which has just been presented for the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia to pieces. That's a quote. I warn the abolitionists, says South Carolina, ignorant, infuriated barbarians as they are, there's that word again, that if chance shall throw any of them into our hands, he may expect a felon's death. Close quote. Let an abolitionist come within the borders of South Carolina, cries a third, Miles, South Carolina's colleague, and if we can catch him, we will try him, and notwithstanding the interference of all the governments on earth, including the federal government, we will hang him. Emphasis there. Public opinion has made this law. It has declared that in Washington, in that city which takes its name from the father of American liberty, any justice of the peace may bind with chains any Negro passing down the street and thrust him or her into jail. No offense on the black man's part is necessary. The justice says, quote, I choose to think this man is a runaway, and locks him up. Public opinion empowers the man of law, when this is done, to advertise the Negro in the newspapers, warning his owner to come and claim him, or he will be sold to pay the jail fees, because at that time you couldn't go to jail unless you paid for it. Paid for your room, your lodging, and your food. If you needed clothes, you paid for that too. But supposing he is a free black and has, start that again. But supposing he is a free black and has no owner, it may naturally be presumed that he is set at liberty. No, he is sold to recompense his jailer. But here's a man who started out, quote, as a non-slave, picked up because somebody chose to see him as a slave, and when it could not, kept him in jail for whatever time he was. When it was proven that he had no master, this is no sweat. I now own you because you ate food while you were here. You slept while you were here. And therefore, I'm going to sell you to get back the cost of keeping you. I don't see, if I may say parenthetically, and y'all may hold me this against me, because I don't really see where that much has changed. I really don't. They just found different methods to achieve the same thing. Because what we're talking about is control, aren't we? Control. Right. Changing the rules. Now, and Dickens goes on to say, this has been done again and again and again. He has no means of proving his freedom, has no advisor, messenger, or assistance of any sort or kind. No investigation into his case is made or inquiry instituted. He, a free man, who may have served for years and bought his liberty, is thrown into jail on no process for no crime and on no pretense of crime, and is sold to pay the jail fees. This seems incredible even of America, but it is the law. And just to give you one of these ads that he gives, a couple from the paper press, which he read from the journals. The following are a few specimens of the advertisements in the public papers. It is only 4 years since the oldest among them appeared, and others of the same nature continue to be published every day in shoals. Quote, ran away, the negress Caroline, had on a collar with one prong turned down and 3 teeth missing. Ran away, a black woman, Betsy. She had an iron bar which I placed on her right leg. Ran away, the Negro Manuel. He is much marked by the irons. This is not propaganda that somebody said about our former masters. This is what they themselves are saying and trying to recognize their, quote, property that they advertise. ran away. The negress Fanny had an iron band which I placed around her neck. Ran away, a Negro boy about 12 years old. He had round his neck a chain dog collar with my name, DeLampert, L-A-M-P-E-R-T, engraved on it. I don't want to read any more of this today. We'll save that for when we get the experience of slavery. But I just wanted to give you some idea of what we will be covering when we get into it. Minister Brown. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, the answer, yeah. Let's just try to. I know it's hard, but let us again try to make that clear. And the point is, it needs further clarification. And what we have to understand, and I know it's very difficult for us to understand this, but we have to try to understand it. As I said earlier, and I didn't mean it in a negative sense, that part of the reason for our degradation lie in our own history of our own culture. And what I'm saying is also the other part of this thing of why Rajiv Gandhi is lying dead, like his mom. In other words, any time, and see, we come back to what I'm always talking to y'all on another level, and I hope you don't play this down. Accident of history. Starting with, in terms of modern history, the first accidents was when Columbus, quote unquote, stumbled over Salvador. Was that where he was heading for? He wasn't looking for Salvador. He was looking for a westward course to India. Now let's look at another accident, which has to do with European culture. What was the problem? Europe at this time, and remember this clearly, you had 3 million square miles. I've just shown you the small little land masses of these various kingdoms. You had 3 million square miles, which covered all of what they now call Europe. Now, you also must understand this, that in the Europe of the 15th century, there was not 1 square inch of land that was not spoken for. Is that clear? All we've got to do is look at the laws. The laws that talked about what the penalty was for doing certain things. We today still use the expression by hook or by crook, which meant that poor people who had nothing to eat, would either take a stick with a hook on the end of it and go by some rich person's house on the outside, because they had to have a high fence, and they didn't have us, see, so it couldn't have been us doing the mugging. And they would take, and if they saw anything that they could reach with that hook, they would reach in over the fence through the window, and they'd have a little bag underneath, like the bag that somebody uses when they take up, when they pick up trash out of the garbage, right? And get that bag and hold that bag underneath and pull it off and catch it and take it and run with it. Now, if you got caught, that was a capital crime. That tells you how desperate people were to turn property. You got caught, they hung you. The same penalty was true if you caught the fruit trees. And they would take these hooks and these crooks and go close to the fence, and when the fruit, the pears or the peaches or whatever got ripe, dig them through the fence and they'd cut and get rid of it. Now, if you got caught, if the Lord of the manor caught you, you probably remember I talked to you the other day about how this guy shot this top man off the top of his head. Human life, only human life that meant anything was the life of the aristocracy, the king and the noble. Now, and that meant what? That the European concept, and again land, was all land belonged to the king. Continue to improve. All right? The king And this was the pyramid. At the top of this pyramid, here sat the king. And he owned all the land. And he's up here. But below him, there's certain of his top vassals called the lords, the dukes, the earls, etc., etc. And the king let out a certain amount of land to the vassals. They could control it as long as they paid homage to the king. They held this land at the king's pleasure. And down on the bottom, then you might have a few other freeholders down here. That might be what you call yeomans and whatnot. They might own, for some service that they rendered, a quarter of an acre, which if all of us spit together, we could drown everybody who was standing on it. And then on the bottom was who? The serfs. And what were the serfs? Slaves by another name. So here you got the serfs, you got all of these people down here. And now you see what the system, the whole system is doing what? Is riding on the backs of these people. Is that correct? That's clear, right? Now, therefore, all of these people up here kissed the king's behind and kicked the behinds of the first and on the tier below. Obviously, when you got down here to the people on the lower level, they had nobody to kick but each other, which would go a long way to explain why even today with the legacy of slavery, why they talk about black on black violence and whatnot without looking at the historical concept. All human beings need, or most of us need, to have some sense of importance of some kind. So therefore, these people here could have whatever they want as long as they paid lip service to this man up here, gave him, and remember, they were the knights, they were the warriors. Dig this, the warrior class. Now, who was up there with them? Parallel with them is who? The clergy. Cute. The clergy were the literate people. They did all the writing. They did all the managing, right? You wanted something written, you went to clergy to sign that ring on it. The rest of these folks below is nothing. Now, there's a point to this, hopefully, because I want you to understand this clearly. This, roughly, is the kind of European culture, or how European society was when they first came out in the latter half of the 15th century and began to discover, quote unquote, or find out that there was another big world out there. Okay? That's the world. That's the kind of society they had. And the laws were strict and stringent. There was more, quote, mugging and robbery in the 10th and 11th century than has ever been since. And up until the 19th century, London was probably the most dangerous city on earth. Not because I said so. They said so. Henry Mayhew said so. No sewage. Babies being thrown out into the streets. You rented a room that had a window with big shillings. And this had gone on. You look at the law going back to Elizabethan time. This is what y'all see the society. Is that clear? Now, put yourself in these people's place. You get on a ship, you stumble it very quickly, through hook or crook, you find out there's another large world out here. The biggest landmass that the people in Western Europe could know of was this landmass. And they didn't identify with them because they said that Russia was the westernmost hump of Asia. The Chinese said that Russia is the easternmost hump of Europe. That argument, that dispute still goes on today. But suffice it to say, now, this is what your culture is, class. You are conditioned to think, what? Small. You own nothing. And no, thank you, no hope of getting anything. Now, all of a sudden, by a series of accidents of history, a man had someplace. Now, why is he going this way? Why does he want to get out there? He wants to get out there for very pertinent reasons. Nobody in Europe ate anything that looked like fresh meat. Everybody. They had a whole culture of where when gay, particularly the English, all of them Teutonic people, they can call me what they want, but this has been documented. When they kill game, like what we would do, you kill game, squirrel or rabbit or whatnot, you skin the game overnight, and then you let the dew hit it, and the next day you cook it. Or you smoke it, right? You bet. That's not what they did. They would skin the rabbit or whatnot, and hang this rabbit out until this rabbit got raunchy. I hope you got a strong stomach, until the maggots was running out. And that was when, at that point, when they call about aging, that's what they call, that's when the rabbit then was now ready for cooking. They would then take the rabbit down, or whatever other game, and they wouldn't worry too much about how much maggots they scraped off. It's that, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, nurse. It's all protein. Now, this is the way these people lived. They ate. Now, it also meant that none of the spices that we have now, pepper, which is very important, they very quickly learned, I'm sorry, Moore, but this is the history class, they very quickly learned that pepper and these spices were preservatives. But they didn't grow pepper in Europe. And then through the Venetians, because all the folks that had access to the trade with Africa and Asia, they wasn't giving away no secrets. It was the Moors and the other folks that told the Europeans, man, when you get out past here, the earth falls off and you get off, man, there's nothing but the green monsters out there. And these were superstitious people. They believed it. Because I don't want you on my turf. But and so the pepper, when they began to understand about spices from the East, they learned about it through the African, the trade that came either across here, Samarkand, over through here, or coming up through here into Africa, into the Red Sea, and then over here, or the Persian Gulf, coming down the Nile River to Alexandria, and then the Venetians controlled the trade by the galleys from Africa into Western Europe. So they charged what they wanted to. You remember one of the reasons that Marco Polo made that walk to the court of Kublai Khan. When he came back and wrote this stuff, nobody in Western Europe believed him. They thought he was lying when he talked about the wealth of what he saw. Because their imaginations, in their wildest imagination, they could not believe that these things existed. But then when they finally did it, and then realized that they were at the mercy of the Venetians and the Florentines, and the Genoese, and remember, where did Columbus come from? Genoa. Remember, he was Italian. People forget that. So that meant then, when you are trying to get a way to go there, you don't know the navigation. You have to go to the people who have the skill. So the idea would be to send somebody west and hopefully outflank these Genoese so you could find something, and of course, and getting control of the spice trade. And the idea that he had, and I'll show you clearly, was I will leave Spain and I will go west and I will keep going west since the earth is round, and eventually I will come around on the other side like they split this map. But naturally, since he had no map, he had no way of knowing that this land got in the way. Got in the way. And so, and that is why, as we know, he lied and said, I've been to India and these people are Indians, because he doesn't spend the Queen's money. And you better not go back home and say you wasted my money because I put all this trust in you. So these folks had to become Indians whether they wanted to be or not. But now the other thing is that you now see, and I just imagine myself looking at this landmass, or Africa. Remember, for over almost 1,000 years, they never got anywhere in the interior Africa. They had never seen Africa from the Indian Ocean. Wasn't even in. What they knew was coming through here, and bit by bit, it took them 200 years to maneuver their way by sea from here all the way around to what we call the Cape of Good Hope. And as I said to you last week, to refresh your memory, when they first got out, Sebastian del Cano got caught in a storm down here. They called this the Cape of Storm, and when the storm was over, they blew him around the Cape. And when the water calmed, he was looking at the east coast of Africa from the Indian Ocean. And say, if today is Tuesday, that must be Africa over there. But he didn't set to go down this way. Now, let's look at the culture of these people that they are finding. The Portuguese go, and one of the things that happen when they get to India, they go right there at a time where several of the Indian princes are having a war. Accident of history. So the Portuguese weigh things very clearly, a small country, and decide, well, I can benefit from this, so let me see which one of these dudes, by me throwing my help to, that might win, and then he'll owe me. So they went for the Sultan of Allahabad or whoever, and sure enough, he won. And they said, well, yeah, right, you can have this province of Goa. After all, India is a subcontinent, plenty of land. Not knowing that you're dealing with folks that come from a place where every square inch of territory is already spoken for. Their whole cultural attitude toward land is entirely different from yours. And when you look at Africa, the beginnings of Africa, long before the slave trade, going back in the 19th, when you read Herodotus in his history tells us, and Herodotus was writing back before the birth of Christ, and he called us, the generic term that was used was what? What was the term, sir? Brown? Ethiops. And that was a Greek phrase meaning burnt, thank you, burnt faces. You don't have to take my word for it. Herodotus' work is still here, very good translation, and he stated that these Ethiopians are the happiest and most congenial people on the face of the earth that the gods have given us, and the most just. That is correct. Now this is Herodotus talking back around what? About 3 or 4 centuries before the birth of Christ. Now you begin to see what the problem was. You now come in contact, and when you look at the indigenous culture here, what do we see? The same thing. Because common sense should tell you, in spite of what they say about celebrating next year the 500th anniversary of the discovery of America, that's a slap in the face of whatnot. But common sense ought to tell anybody that if these people they found here were vicious and savage, and then, like they said, how the hell could three little tin tubs, tell me, am I crazy? 3 little tin tubs, Columbus, according to his figure, had less than 100 men. Now, these people had the technology, and the proof of it is Columbus stated in his diary that their bows and arrows, because the Europe had still not converted completely from the bow and arrow to the gun. And Columbus stated that their bows and arrows are of a far superior make to ours, to the extent that the first crash that we know happened in that island of Hispaniola, which today we call Haiti, which is the Indian word meaning land of high mountain. And as Columbus tells us in his diary, when they were getting ready to set sail back for Spain, after being treated royally by all the people they met in Central in the area, they asked one of the chiefs or kings, they don't like to say other people as kings, they asked one of these kings, would they give them, Columbus then wanted a dozen or so of these bows and arrows to take back to Spain. And the man said, no, because the arrows carries the soul, etc., and to give this would be my soul. And they refused to give him this. They gave him many other things, even women they allowed them to take back. But I can't give you my soul. They allowed them, yes, they took back, we know this. When they landed in Seville, they had about 25 of the indigenous people, women and men. I don't know how the sex was divided, but this was stated. And the reason, and it makes sense, the reason that Columbus did this, because he already knew he had a problem. You know, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. This dude, he had to know that he wasn't an Indian, because he had seen Indians, all right? But he also knew that Queen Isabella and Ferdinand ain't never been in India either, had they? So when he brings these strange people that nobody has ever seen the likes before, and here you come as he landed in Seville, as was stated, with the fanfare, boom, 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 hey y'all, Chris is home. He done come back from India, and he's marching up these people, and here are all these folks with the feathers and their full regalia. Put yourself in these Spanish places to face. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Where you been, Chris? India. Yeah, indeed, here's the proof. He brought some gold, he brought some birds, those species of which had never been seen there. Now, as I've said before, what was the queen going to do? Go tell a pilot, call up a pilot and say, Jose, warm up my helicopter and let me go over there and see where Chris been. Can't do that. She can hardly get from Aragon to Castile. But if Chris coming, here's the proof. And he said, as he said, look, I couldn't bring too much back, but if I can get another expedition, I'll fit go back because there's gold there. Here's some of it. And here's the people. That blew these people's minds. Now, let me tie in another way. Let's turn that happening on its head. This is a bunch of Indians or Africans or so-called Indians who is coming up in 3 little tubs landing anywhere on the coast or trying to land anywhere on the coast of Western Europe. Say Spain, Portugal, England, France, and here you come with your strange regalia and your strange ships, and there's 3 of your tubs, and you coming up there saying, and whatever light by sign, y'all, can I land? I see you got the message. Can I land, please? Can I get some water? I'm hungry. Given these people culture, and I just told you about their laws about what happened if you stole an apple. What do y'all think would have happened if that situation would have been reversed? They're right. Well, that's what they were doing. They certainly would never have lived to tell the tale to get back to where they came from. So that tells us that in all these cases, because of the inherent concept of the cultural hospitality to strangers. For example, let's just look at what the situation is now in Arabia today. In Arabia today, Arabian culture, anywhere in Arabia, states this: your worst enemy is safe under your roof. You cannot, even if this man has murdered your whole family, if he's under your roof, under truth, you cannot harm him or her, because that would be a violation of one of the most fundamental concepts of Arabian culture. Yes. Exactly. You see, thank you, ma'am. Here's this lady, yeah, and you said, I would say, but what have you done to me? You know, and you notice that the same press that was jumping all over Al Sharpton last week for calling the woman a racist, which she is, jumping all over, egads, a hug. You know, now whether she wants it or not, she gonna be famous or infamous for the rest of the world. But again, it exactly, dramatically illustrates the point that I'm talking about. The difference in the hospitality. And as somebody said, the woman knew. She knew what the Queen's background was. Now, if we, or if Miss Fraser's folks, had been guilty of doing to the Queen's people what the Queen had done to our people, and the reverse thing was there, and you came to visit, would that Queen have reached out and hugged her? She wouldn't even have been there. Go home, nigga. They do it all the time. So when we look, and you see, it's when we look back, and as Minister Brown said, and I'm glad it's tied this way, we look back. Oh, yes. Well, yes. And the laws of these people hospitality was the same. The Indians, quote unquote, had the same law. All right. There was the other thing that Africans, the whole concept of the cultural or ethnic relationship to land. In all of these cultures, including the Indian culture, as though there was something there, and particularly in African culture and in the indigenous culture here, the idea of the individual owning land, property, didn't exist. The earth is your mother. It gives you sustenance. It protects you. It feeds you. An Indian would no more have sold his land than he would have sold his mama. The Europeans very quickly knew that. And they used that. You see, because there's all the difference in the world between transferring land use and transferring title to land. And all we need to do to prove this, how the Europeans understood this, I'll give you a couple of examples in the handwriting of two of the so-called great European colonizers here. Thomas Jefferson and Lord Jeffrey Amherst, the gentleman whom Amherst, Massachusetts was named for, has a big unit of the University of Massachusetts there. Lord Jeffrey suggested that the pioneers going out to deal with Indians should sell them or give them blankets that were impregnated with smallpox, as a means of doing what? Exterminating them. Thomas Jefferson, on the other hand, suggested that traders going out to trade with Indians should take along, as he put it, a goodly supply of alcoholic beverages, because they have no, what is the word we want to use? No resistance for this, tolerance, thank you for this. And therefore, and to do what? To serve the same purposes. When we look at the concept of scalping and all of these things, you see very clearly that very quickly, early on, There's no way they can get around this. I didn't say this. Early on, these people had one thing in mind. Genocide. And why genocide? It came fundamentally from the fundamental differences between the two cultures, that is European and the other culture, toward land. Can you all understand that? Because if I am not gung-ho on owning everything that I can get my hands on, then I don't have no need to destroy you, do I? Well, do I? No, if I'm willing to share the land with you and agree, okay, the earth is our mother, we can all use it, etc., etc., there's no need for me to humiliate you, or there's no need for me to try to destroy you. But if I know that I'm a thief, and that I'm taking what doesn't belong to me, and I look at your culture, and I realize that one of the inherent weaknesses in that culture, in other words, in the ability to protect itself, is your kind of naivete, that you are treating me the way you assume that I would be treating you. And we have many examples of this, of where they sat and smoked the peace pipe. If you just want to stop and look at the trail of broken treaties, and it's not something, see, people like to say, well, oh yeah, the apologists say, well, you're making up. No, I'm not making up anything. There are too much documentation of this because they never thought that any of this would get out. We're writing surveyors. Thomas Jefferson said to George Rogers Clark on a trip, I want you to survey everything. Took this Indian lady, Saskatchewan, with him. She was the guide. Cooked for them. Nursed them when they were sick. Not knowing that they were on a trip to do what? To rip off a land. Not understanding the obvious kind of the culture. Or that here you have a benevolent society which is now coming in culture shock with an acquisitive society, which is not only acquisitive but is also greedy and has no problem at all with getting rid of you. Now remember, the most of the Europeans that came here was from this class, right? They had to be. Which meant that they were the class that had, what did they have back in Europe, Smitty? Nothing. And now here you come. And here comes all of y'all out here, and you sitting on all of this land. And you're saying to me, yeah, y'all come on in. Is you hungry? How about some pigeon peas and rice? You know, little callaloo there, little chitlins. Help yourself. Plenty more in the back. Huh? Yes. You know, come on in. Do we still do this? Who made the comment about the lady, Miss Frazier, and the Queen? And I'm sure she didn't even think about it twice. It came just as natural as if I come in here and I say I'm hungry, somebody will have me a piece of head, right? But the European will say, why should I give you an apple? It wouldn't send it for me. I'm not saying all of them. It's not necessary for it to be all. Because culture doesn't depend on everybody who's a part of that culture behaving in that manner. All that's necessary is the people that have the power in that culture to behave in this manner. And I think we must understand this if we ever want to get a handle, at least, on this whole experience of what the slave trade and its ramifications were like, and so also to understand that was also the thing that allowed them to be the original Teflon kids before Teflon was invented. You know, nothing sticks to me. You know, I'm great and I'm good, and anything that happened is something that you did to yourself or you deserve doing. And as a result, if I am not responsible or guilty of anything, then I don't owe you anything. So I don't have no reparations to make up. So therefore, when you come like today, when you talk about affirmative action, or passing a civil rights bill to get some equity for the former victims, which I just read to you about, what do you say? I don't owe you nothing. You're talking about reverse discrimination. Huh? I owe you nothing. Hey, I'm a white man, and I got civil rights too. So what are you telling me? I don't recognize that I did a damn thing to you. You can put that on account, you know. And if I did, it was something that you deserved. So when you understand this, you can see it had to be this way. Because in the beginning of these modern contacts between Europeans and these other cultures, there's no way that the Europeans didn't have the power. They had the will. But in the beginning, they were not able, they didn't have the technology to transmit the ships and the weapons that they needed all at once. And we know, from what little history we know, how it went. Gradually, a treaty here, a busted treaty there, an ambush here, an ambush there, a lie here, and a lie there. Talking, what was it? Who was it? The Indian that invented the term that white man speaks with what? Forked tongue. Meaning what? You're talking out of both sides of your mouth at once. So in order for us to understand this, now once that initial contact was made and the base was put there, let me just give you another example and you may leave for it. We talk about 1652 when the Dutch came to South Africa. Have a good day, right? The Dutch came to South Africa and they needed what? A way station. Now, because Holland, I just told you, what could Holland have done? It couldn't even get Spain off its back. So it certainly couldn't have gone out and conquered nobody, could it? Couldn't have. So you had to have some help. So what happened? You are now trading with the Dutch East Indies Company. Money that is being furnished in large part by the victims that have been thrown out of Spain after the Inquisition. So you're now moving over here. And you're competing because technologically you're ahead of most of the other people in Western Europe. The English is just beginning to get their act together, quote unquote. Now, you got this long journey, 10, 15,000 miles around the Cape. And they needed some way station to rest, put off their sick people. They come here and they ask Bantu nations, listen, you know, we have these people, can we just have a little piece of land down here? You can see the green, this is all fertile green. To put off our sick, let us have a few cattle where we can get fresh meat, right? Because I told you what kind of meat they were eating, right? What was the condition of that meat? Maggoty, rotten meat, right? And have fresh meat, sell it, fruit, and yeah, why not? We got plenty. Look at the size of it. Hey, look at this. And just look at this part. Yeah, we got plenty. No problem. So, you come and help them build the station. It's not because I said so. The Dutch historians wrote that. How kind these people were to them. It's a story that you see everywhere they went. In the initial contact they talk about. There's a book that if you can get a copy of it, it's called The Fatal Impact. I had a copy some time ago. It runs about $20, written by Alan Moorhead. And it's the one comprehensive book that deals with the whole thing of how these Europeans acted against all of these cultures they came in contact with, these people different from them, and when they had finally done in all the people, they went to work on the animals. They almost destroyed all the whales, all the seals, okay? That whale blood used to run so thick up in the water at Adirondack that ships would have difficulty getting through it. And they would kill a whale. Yes, sir. Yes, they did. They did this. The whales and the seals and the alligators and the crocodiles got treated exactly the same way that the buffalo got treated out west. And you know, one of the things they did with them was they would send excursion. You wanted to do some hunting, you would get on a special train that would go out, Union Pacific, and they would take like maybe 9 or 10 cars, specially equipped for hunting. And you paid a certain fixed rate. And then they would head on out to Colorado, wherever these trail herds was, Idaho. And these people, and on both sides of these railroad tracks, listen to this well, these herds were as thick as the hair on your head, right? And what they would do, as the train would come, naturally the railroad was something new, the animals wasn't that familiar with it, and the herd would run. They'd follow, and these people would just sit and kill. On one of these things, they would kill as much as 5,000 to 10,000 buffalo. Well, to give you an example, when they went out there, according to their own testimony, there was over 500,000 of them out there roaming, and when they finally had to declare these buffaloes an endangered species, there was less than 1,000 of them left. And it wasn't for the meat. The sport, huh? No, sport. No, they just killed them. They went on a buffalo hunt trip. Bam, bam. The train never stopped. And the trick became, how could you kill a buffalo? How fast could you kill a buffalo with the train going? And they would take bets. If the train is going 70 miles an hour, I'll kill more buffalo at the rate of 70 miles an hour than you. And then bam, 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 bam. What did I tell you that Brigadier General Reginald Dyer did in Jalain Walabar in Amritsar in 1919? When he got all of these 10,000 Indian people up and then told his troops what? Don't fire no volleys because I want to make every bullet count. And fire, sir? I'm afraid so. Well, let me put it this way. I can only go by as a historian. And I understand why you're asking me this. I can only go by the record. All right? Now, I've read you. I have never sat like this and said you this so and so. Everything I've done. These damn books are heavy. Now, you saw me. I came in, I pick up any book at random. And what do you find in there? Here are people sitting down contracts. This cut and dry. You would never think that they were talking about buying and selling human beings, would you? Now, if this is the way you do, and it's not like you did this for 15 or 20 years and said, oh, Lord, I made a mistake. Anybody can sin, quote unquote. No. You institutionalized it, and you rationalized it, and you justified it. Just as Mr. Bush made the statement about Rajiv Gandhi's assassination, quote, I don't know what this world is coming to, and you just got through slaughtering with smart bombs. Nobody even knows who was killed. Then it comes out, because the truth will out after a while, on All Things Considered 2 days ago when he was talking about the media is up in arms. They're saying, never again will the Army run a game by us. That's a crock. They knew what the Army was doing. But not giving us this thing, whatnot. And the guy said, well, they had to know this because the first stage of this was the Grenada invasion. And now, I didn't know this before, maybe some of y'all did, but what happened when the press came up and tried to cover that invasion from Grenada, the Army put guns on them. These are American reporters. The military said, if you step off, get off the plane, whatnot, you're a dead man. To this day, nobody can tell you how many Grenadians were killed or how many American soldiers or how anybody was killed. They were not there. They bombed a hospital and killed everybody in it. And they said it was a near miss. Who could call them a liar? Right? Panama, the same thing. And you see, now watch what I'm saying in terms of, because I'm tying in a point he made. What complexion were these people? Okay? I'm sure that most of us, that we don't know nothing to know that the Grenadians started at the same place in Africa that we did. Right? Right? Now, did the press complain? No. What about the Arabs? Are they considered white folks? No. And if the truth be known, they don't consider the Indians as white. Now, if an Indian had made the statement, what is this world coming to, about what this country did, if the Indians had made a statement, God, about what is this world coming to, as a result of this fiasco in Grenada, this country would be ready to say, this is an insult to our country. Who do you think you are? So, how else can I interpret this? Because you look at a scuffle between black folks, that is ethnic struggle in South Africa, and you call it what? Black on black violence. In a big land mass. You look at a piece of land that's less than 150,000 square miles, Yugoslavia, has got 6 republics in that little area. All of them Slav. They belong to the same ethnic group, just different subfamilies. Nobody says Slav on Slav violence or white on white violence. And they say this thing about black on black violence like it's some big discovery. Like, oh God, what are them niggas up to again? Y'all excuse the expression, but you know what the men go like, no? And we have been programmed again to follow along with the same thing. The issue again, that then begs the issue in terms of South Africa. So it becomes a whole other issue. You're not even talking about getting your butts out, going back where you came from. Nobody invited you there. You now, since you can no longer rule the way you did, you now talk about shared power. Well, I have no problem with that. If the Dutch in Holland is willing to share power with us in this room, no problem, in Holland. Didn't they do everything they could to keep the Indonesians from getting control of their country? Came out of World War II, and I want you to note this, sir. Remember, what condition was Holland in at the end of World War II? Everybody in this room is old enough to know that. Holland was occupied and mistreated and kicked into posterity by the Germans, right? And had to be saved and rescued by the so-called allies, a lot of whom was folks that looked just like people in this room. And when they came out of this, the Germans had killed them, they had slaughtered them, they thrown them in the gas chamber, they had nothing. Who put them back on their feet? The United States of America, as they did the rest of them, because they were the only one that had them. Go check your record, don't take my word for it. And at that point, the Indonesians, the other people said, we declare our independence. And Sukarno, remember this, all these people in Holland said, yeah, I'll go along with that, that's cool. And it took them about 5 years. And during the 5 years, as in Vietnam, same people, who armed them? The United States of America. Who armed the French in Vietnam? The United States of America. What they did the same thing that they had done earlier with the Indians. We pretend that we have a treaty. And when the Dutch finally had what they considered was enough arms and weapons and support from this country to try to retake its empire, it went back to Indonesia, and damned if they didn't try to take it back. But once again, they had miscalculated. Why did they miscalculate it? Because of racism. You see, that's the other part of it. It can program you to such an extent that you don't see other people. Dwyer didn't understand that when he said these Indians had to get down and crawl across that square, that he was setting in motion that even the most mild-mannered, Anglo-loving Indian could not live with. And as a result, this country, because it was the only one that had the power, kept that area of the Pacific in turmoil for 40 years. And it's not over yet. And what was the struggle? Not being willing to learn that it is over. And as Yogi Berra was supposed to have said, when it's over, and when it ain't over until it's over. And here you were, the same people who fought you, helped you fight the Japanese, the Vietnamese. You were right back doing what? Giving the French arms, aiding them sneakily. Now that whole story has come out how between 1944 and 1950, this country took nothing but arms on top of arms, plus the billions of dollars that was given to the French. And none of it was enough to win. And finally they had to come out of the closet, didn't they? Say, oh, them frogs don't know how to fight. Dig the word. That's what it stated. Go back and check it. Them damn frogs don't know how to fight. We gave them all the money and the arms, and they can't do the job. So guess who's going to come do the job? Sam. Did Sam do the job in Vietnam? No. Remember how he had to come out there hanging by helicopters. Now you're mad. We need to drop the atom bomb on the people. Don't tell me, now I ain't say this, you did. Drop the bomb on them. Bomb them back into the Stone Age. That's what he said about Saddam Hussein. Bomb them back into the Stone Age. These are not my words. And finally, when you get caught up in a war where you build Iraq up as some kind of huge military monster, knowing damn well that these people were paper tiger, but you needed to kick somebody's behind. Thank you. You needed to kick somebody's behind. As a matter of fact, Bush stated it, not me. After this thing was going so well in Iraq, he made the statement, well, we can finally put Vietnam behind us. His statement. Now, what does that say to y'all? We've had this thing grating on us for 20 years because we ain't supposed to lose. But now we finally got revenge. And then turn around and make the statement, you don't know what the world's coming to? I don't understand, Minister Brown, how I could come to any other kind of conclusion. Because when you look at the Anglo-Saxon Teutonic people, again, when you look at them, have a good evening. When you look at these people, go back to Tacitus. Again, I quoted Herodotus. Go back to Tacitus. Tacitus, in his segment on these people, and he knew these people contemporarily. He met the Germans living in the forest. And this is what Tacitus said about them. And he was a Roman historian, their own people. And he said, quote, that these are the most warlike people I've ever seen. Another proof, when the Roman Empire had deteriorated to such an extent that it could not depend on its own people, the whole system was going down. They needed the emperors. Every other day, you'd pick up the paper and you'd see where somebody assassinated or attempted to assassinate an emperor, some big shot. So they decided we can't trust our own people. So where the hell? What do you think they did? They went to Germany and created something they call the Praetorian Guard. Trained specifically the household troops to protect the emperor and his family. And why Germany? Now Germany, in case y'all don't know, now here's Italy. Here's Italy way over here. Huh? Germany is way over here. All on the other side of the gap. So they went all the way from Italy into Germany to get the guards to guard the emperor. Now, so that means you do it for two things. First, you can't trust your own people. And second, these people already had a reputation as warriors because the Romans had already tangled with them. And even though they had beat them any kind, the Germans put a hurting on them. Now, that's when Tacitus was out there at the time when the Roman Empire was moving into Western Europe. And Tacitus tells us in his a section on Germany called Germania, he describes these people as he found them. Now, he had no axe to grind. And he said, one thing he said, that the women are as warlike, and in many instances, they are more vicious than the men. That when they go to war as a team. Mama and Papa and the children. And it's nothing that they love better than fighting or shedding bloodshed. Now, remember when we talk about the Anglo-Saxon people, as I've talked before, I read you examples of their rule. Ordeal by what? Ordeal by fire. Ordeal by water. Stick your hand in the fire, and if it ain't festered in 3 days, you's innocent. They remind you, now, because it's not them, who found you guilty or innocent? God. Ain't that cute? I make you run with a red-hot iron in your hand for 9 paces. But I didn't do it to you. You see, this is so God can find out the truth. And if 3 days later your hand is not festered or blistered, obviously you're innocent. And then whoever accused you must be killed and get the tongue cut out. Now you notice, of course, that the rule of evidence plays no part in this, does it? You find nothing that compares with this in any of the indigenous cultures that the Europeans went out and, as I said, conquered or went over. You find nothing in African culture. You find nothing here. Yes, the Indians were warriors, but they were warrior death. You went certain things. There were certain codes. In African wars, when 10 people got killed, that was a huge war. You understand this? Because there was always built into the system some way for the losing person to holler uncle and be left with your dignity. The Western European, Teutonic, Nordic folks didn't play that. They still don't play that. What did Bush say about the Iraqi troops? How must they leave Kuwait? You must crawl out on your hands and knees back to Iraq. What did Brigadier General Reginald Dyer say to the Indians in Jalan Walabar in 1919? From here on in, between the hours of 5 in the morning and 8 at night, when you crossed this square where you had the nerve to put your hand on one of our sacred white women, you will crawl across there. No problem. You don't have to go across there between 5 and 8. You can travel before that. Or most of your houses got back doors. Come around into the back. That sounds familiar to most folks here? Next week we will do experience of slavery. Any questions? Yes, sir? Mm-hmm. Very simple. The answer to that is a part of the thing we're asking here. All right, the question is simply this. There will not be any peace in Ethiopia or in Arabia or anywhere in the world as long as Big Brother here is calling the shots. That whole situation in Ethiopia was not done by indigenous people. Now, for example, when Italy pulled Eritrea off, nobody said anything about it. What you see happening in Ethiopia is you see the West, quote unquote, that are still looking. They haven't forgiven up. Y'all better understand this. They never quit, y'all. You follow what I'm saying? And they're just trying to reinstate their control by other means. And the way you can't come in like they used to do. You know, you can't come in like you did in Grenada. It's a long distance. So what you do, you try to find somebody within the group that you can corrupt. All right? Now, this country, the West, has a lot of money. And what is happening there, as I see, is very simple. That you find that they have decided they do not want a strong, unified Ethiopia. They don't want a strong, unified, nothing nowhere in the dark world. And therefore, just like with Indonesia and just like with Vietnam, just like in the Caribbean, anything that they see that they can hopefully turn to that, they will do so. And it will continue to work until the indigenous, I'm not trying to absolve the Ethiopian or anybody else from blame. It will continue to work until those of us understand the nature of this and stop feeding in to this kind of garbage. The Vietnamese learned it very quickly, and it cost them a heavy lesson. But you notice what they did? When they got the United States out, the first thing they did was they went into all of the cities, and they said to everybody out. Did you know that? Oh, yeah. All of the Vietnamese that was living in cities, high phone, high gun, everybody out, go to the country. Get a shovel and a hoe and a plow, and get with it, get back to digging in the earth. And they brought in the peasants from the country and put them in the cities. And the United States said, oh, that's terrible, they're bringing these people. These people knew what they were doing. I would argue, and y'all can see what you want, I would argue that we need to have something like that for us. You see, once we got away from the soil, we started to get corrupt with these people. You understand what I'm saying to you? Now, the Vietnamese understood that the American system, the American economy, the American culture had corrupted the cities. That was where the whole was. All the countryside was supporting the Vietnam freedom, right? Supporting the Vietnam freedom. They knew this. So they understood that if they left, after all, you got a place already where sisters, where little brothers. You got this situation where brothers and fathers are selling their daughters and sisters for prostitution. You've corrupted the values of the whole society. And people, now you've been there like 20-some years. And there's a whole lot of corruption that's going down in that thing. Now, what would have happened? The Americans screamed like a stuck pig when Ho Chi Minh them said, okay, everybody in the cities out to the country. And boy, they screamed, oh God, you know, my hands, and them former bar girls with blisters all on their hands and yelling and screaming, and the pimps was yelling and screaming out there, but they got with it. They had to get back behind the plow. They had to get back. And what happened is they rehabilitated their whole society. Yes, ma'am. Precisely. That's right. They didn't have a money card. They couldn't. So they went back to and this was the thing. But when they took these people who had been corrupted by the American system and bought and said, hey, no problem. You're going out into the woods, man, they had them by bicycle, walking, and of course the American press was there interviewing them. Oh, what a terrible thing, how inhuman this was and whatnot. How terrible for you to do this. It wasn't terrible for you to corrupt these people for 100 and some years. It wasn't terrible for the French to cut off people's ears and make that. That wasn't terrible. But they got their country back. And this country's still unhappy with that. So sometimes you have to bite the bullet. Exactly, yeah. Yes, that is correct. He's got to change and go to a, yeah. All right, but now, yes, right. But now, why is Bush? You're right. Right. But now, why is he doing this? Look at the distance. Huh? All right? There's Cuba. 90 miles from Big Brother. Okay? Vietnam is over here. Now, we know that for most of Cuba's history,
We usually start, in my view, from inside. So I'd like to do a kind of a historical background on what the Europeans liked before we came into contact, so we can begin to then tie in to see the segue. Okay? So, and I'd like to, just start. Somebody say, just look at the Crusades a bit, and then move in turn. What I'm trying to want to do is establish the culture and the mentality of these folks.
I see.
Right? Then that then will explain why there was a pitchfork Ben Tillman.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't just spring full grown like Minerva from Zeus's head. There's a whole culture and tradition behind it. So anyway, let me just show you some of the stuff I got. You can look at this just basically. What we need to do in the future is begin to have you, Bernice, look at some of this stuff before we do a thing. And then we can, you follow my point? Does it make sense?
Yes.
So you get a sense of, what they what not. But, since you are a pseudo, what's the time? Pseudo journalist. Now, I want to tie in, the interrelationships.
Even the American Irish.
Yes.
If you're going to start talking about Irish folks,
well, ain't they all here?
White people.
Well, wait a minute. Who do we live with?
Anglo-Saxon. Is that all?
Germans. Yeah.
Germans.
And Celts.
Yeah.
Europeans. Well, they were the ones that did us the job on us. Yeah. All right. So now you, since y'all invited me here.
Yes.
Then there must have been some purpose to it.
Yes.
And then look a little bit like what some of the other groups did. Are you familiar with this book? Just look at the title. Because our folks need to understand.
Do it again?
That's right. We need to understand that we didn't invent this. I mean, these folks run these games on us, right? You heard of this dude, right?
No. Who is this?
James Michael Curley?
Never heard of him.
Singing, I'll follow you.
All right, talk about Reconstruction and black folks. You want to speak about where it came from, how it all began, if you will.
In terms of so-called Reconstruction.
In terms of so-called Reconstruction and the kinds of things that they had to deal with, the kind of people they had to deal with.
Well, it was very. Again, I would not. These folks are always using semantics. One thing I must say this, and I don't like for people to get the wrong impression. And I'm always bashing English. I happen to admire the language tremendously. As a language, it is probably the most manipulative language that human beings have ever invented. And I think those who say that it's crazy, all you need to do is look at the proportion of lawyers to the rest of the population in this country. Up until World War II, the ratio was 500 to 1. That is one lawyer for every 500 population. As of 1990, the ratio had climbed to half that, one lawyer for every 250 people. And I didn't discover the fact that the people in this country are considered as the most litigious people in the whole world in terms of, I'll sue you for looking at me cross-eyed. And of course, obviously, when you look at the basic law of the land, the Constitution, I have to say the Constitution is probably the simplest system of rules in the world, of written documentation. I mean, and I have a lot of complaints about these so-called founding fathers. It's interesting in this country to have no founding mothers, or at least none that they wrote about. So I guess these guys were clones. They came here without mamas.
But when you look at that, if you examine that document with the amendment, you see clearly that these folks were looking to put together an overarching set of laws that would be readily accessible to illiterate people. Remember, at the time they put these laws together, probably 1 in every 5,000 people could read or write their name. So when you look at the document itself as written, with the basic document and 26 amendments, I mean, the whole thing, you can read the whole thing, as you know, in less than 2 hours.
Very thin.
Very thin. Then ask yourself, if this is supposed to be the guiding document, the Constitution, then why do you need the ratio of 1 lawyer to every 200 people? Obviously, something has happened that has expanded the interpretation of this basically simple document, which necessitates, or at least believe necessitates, that you have to have not only more and more lawyers, but more and more specialists. You got to have a real estate specialist, a fee specialist, all the rest of these kinds of things. And interestingly enough, the set of laws are used in such a way that they can include or exclude whoever they want to at any time, and they don't always include or exclude the same people. It depends on the amount of leverage that an individual group have, which will determine how it gets treated, or how the law, or the rules, if you will, are interpreted in the situation. So therefore, what this does, what they have done, they've taken a simple document and made it complex. That means that what is necessary for us, it makes it necessary that thinking people or concerned people have to examine every term in the law whenever there's an important, or there are important issues involved. So we say reconstruction. We think we understand the term, right? To take something, it may, and rebuild it. Yes. It doesn't mean that you tear it down. It might have been torn down or whatnot, but you reconstitute it. All right. Then, if we take that 12-year period, 1865-1877, and try to apply the term that they use as the generic term, reconstruction, if we apply the term to what actually happened in a 12-year period, the first thing we see that no such thing as reconstruction happened at all. And that is, I think, what causes a problem for a lot of people. And that's why it makes it very important for us, particularly African folks, to study this thing minutely and particularly, because these folks use language to beat us to death. My father, in trying to, I'm one of 13 children on the South. My dad, very brilliant man. Most African men of his generation self-taught. I don't know, when I look back now, I don't know how the hell they did what they did. But they had something that we needed. And when he wanted to make a point, he used to carry a pencil behind his ear all the time, because he was always doing these small calculations. And when you did something that was frustrating him, he'd take this pencil and says, "Let me tell you something, boy." He says, "I'm trying to teach you something about survival." He says, "You see this here pencil? The white man takes this pencil and kick your butt from here to hell with it." And it was very dramatic. It took me 35 or 40 years, I'm being very honest, to really understand the ramifications of what that meant. That pencil. Now, he was using that symbolically as what the pencil writes in the rules.
And you don't have to be near him when he's right.
Of course not.
Butt kicked.
Exactly. Because that's the whole purpose of the pencil and the rules anyway.
Sure.
I can kick your butt as a distance, or I can interpret the way it is. So this means that they've set this thing up in such a flexible way that anytime they want to change the rules, they can do so. And they can do so in such a way that it seems logical, reasonable, but yet prevents you from doing what you're doing. And also, by doing it the way it's done, it allows these people to run games on us constantly. And you must always be on your P's and Q's. Sometimes you'll have to give up something just to make or stress a point of principle. And so when you looked at what they call that period, 12, 15 years if you will, as opposed to what actually happened, when you analyze what happened in the period, you see clearly there was no reconstruction at all in terms of how we meant it. And therefore, because of that, what we accomplished during that period, as I tried to stress the other night, was even more awesome when you consider that here is this written constitution. And no matter how simple it was, even after they added the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, the people who were most affected by these three amendments, the Africans, were the people who had the least literacy of all. Ain't that ironic? But it was in our interest to be most aware of the nuances and ramifications of these particular amendments. You follow my point?
Yes.
And the other idea is psychology. It plants in people's mind. We can try, oh yeah, things changed. No, it changed only to the extent, that is, in a positive way, that we as African people made them change and forced them to change. When we look at what happened, again, they're running these games on us, semantics. Let's examine, for example, the Ku Klux Klan, the Knights of Camellias, as I touched on the other day. These groups were started in 1866. 1866, the Caucasian South, that's the other thing, when they say the South, they always, that's another term they misuse, the South, meaning white folks.
Right.
When you look at Du Bois's Black Reconstruction, guess what you discover? See, that's the other game, minority. We're not a minority, never have been.
There's more black folks in the South.
Well, you tell me.
There were.
1800, the second United States Census, they counted 5 million people. Now, obviously, no census is ever remotely correct, but in terms of the figures they give, 5 million people. Okay? Of which they said 4 million whites, 1 million Africans. Now, those of you who may have indigenous blood in you, obviously, they said clearly, the Constitution says Indians who were not counted. So they had already determined that the indigenous people were non-people.
Right.
Because that comes out of the concept, which of course the rationale, one rationale went, all land not occupied by Europeans is vacant. Excuse number two, the people who are here just as caretakers until we came here to claim what God had intended us to have in the first place. The third one, of course, was since they are not real human beings, they are inherently inferior to us, they have no right to use this land. And you see this in all the movements as it goes along. As progress or as the world, as the history moves, they modify the land or the semantics to suit the condition. Reconstruction, let's go back again. To show you the importance of this, Article 1, the first article of the Constitution, Section 2, states this, in part states, and rationalizing the 3/5 clause. They don't mention the word slavery in this Constitution until we get to the 13th Amendment. Now, ain't this amazing? A system where, you don't believe me? Check it out. A system where most of the labor done in a large geographical area of this country was done by involuntary servitude, that is, people in bondage.
Sure.
And the Constitution does not even recognize that the institution of slavery exists. When I tell my students that, well, Carson will go read, and I make them read the Constitution. I will hazard this, as a journalist, when you're going and doing interviews, just ask the average person, you know the Constitution? Yes. You believe in it? Yes. Have you ever read it? What? I mean, the basic law, what's purports to be the basic law of land, has not been read by over 95% of the population, and who don't have no intention of reading it because they've been programmed to believe that they know it.
And when they read like the Declaration of Independence, they think it was a communist document.
Right, well, and the other point about that, when they fling this and wave the Declaration of Independence in front of you, I would like to see anybody go to court and try to use the Declaration of Independence as a defense for some action. The Declaration of Independence is nothing but that. It is a declaration of intent or a rationale for what they are about to do. But it has nothing to do with the law of the land. It is, at best, it's a statement of principles, and they're principles which none of the people, Thomas Jefferson? What was that? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created what? Equal, and they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among these life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And when Jefferson wrote those words as a rationale for why they were going up against constituted authority, he at that time, as he wrote, had over 300 human beings in involuntary servitude, providing for his comforts on his land.
But he was speaking about white men.
But that's not what.
But it says all men, and
all right, so that's my point.
Be white.
Exactly. So obviously, then, and the only way that can make sense, and this is why I was telling the young people, use your mind. The only way that can make sense, then, as written, is obviously they are saying, "What about us?"
Not men.
That's right. We're not human beings.
That's right.
Right?
Because
we were here. Yes, we were here.
Right.
And they go on so far as to almost state it about the indigenous people who they were in the process of ripping off their patrimony from, when he said in Article 1, Section 2, in defining who will have the right to vote. And they state qualifications, age, of course, citizenship, age, race, and then they talk about qualification. That is, then they say each one will have a certain right to vote, etc. And then they say all others will be counted as 3/5 of a vote. All others, except Indians, not counted. That's what the Constitution says. Check it out. I didn't bring my copy with me today, but I'm sure you must have one. We'll count, everybody will be counted, everybody except the people we talked about above, such age and how long, residence and whatnot. All others will be counted as 3/5 of the vote. Now look at the hypocrisy. Then you'd have to ask the question, what others? You say Indians don't count. So what others you talking about? You don't even mention Mos and Mosetta. So obviously we are invisible. I mean, if you take the Constitution literally, I didn't write it, they did. Now then, so the 3/5 then is applying to a people that they don't, who are in a state, a legal state, that they don't even admit. Because how the hell are you going to make that fit with your prior Declaration of Principle, all men are created equal? And then turn around and say, well, 3/5 of these people be counted. Now, if you read James Madison, there's a 7-volume set of the minutes of the Constitutional Convention of 1789. James Madison was designated unanimously to be the, what we call the, keep the minutes, secretary. And he obviously kept accurate notes. It goes to 7 volumes of about 3, or it ran early. I have the volumes now, it's about 4 volumes. And in there, he talks about all kinds of minutiae. How people look when they said something, the argument, what was heated and compromise that was made. So you get a sense of what these folks had that was thought was important. And one of the things that caused the most heat and debate was what? This 3/5 amendment. And every Southern delegate to that convention yelled and screamed in favor of this 3/5 amendment, which would allow them to count each one of us as 3/5 of a vote. But remember, you had at that time probably living outside the South, you probably had at least 150,000 to 200,000, I'm not sure the figures, of African folks living in non-bondage. I can't say, I won't even want to use a stronger term as quasi-freedom, because we still ain't there yet.
The shackles weren't actually
the shackles, yeah, they were wearing invisible shackles.
Right.
And nobody made any provision for their vote to be counted. As a matter of fact, most northern states passed rules, and I'm going to share some of that with you, passed rules that specifically forbade any people of color to participate in the franchise. So you got all of these, you follow me, all these contradictions are already built in, even before the end of the Civil War. From the beginning, the hypocrisy and the absurdities inherent in this was causing problems for them. Now, Madison tells us that the argument that the Southern delegates brought forth in favor of that 3/5 amendment, 3/5 clause, was stated clearly. Most of the free whites are living in the North, and most of the people who are living in the South are slaves. And if we just have a straight one man, one vote,
right,
you Yankees, as they later call them, will have all the jobs and all the votes because you outnumber us. So the only way we can get parity is to have our slaves counted as 3/5 of a person, which then will give us some kind of parity. Now, you can see there's a contradiction. I mean, from the beginning, this country was in trouble.
When you say parity, wait a minute. You're talking about like when they're proportioning seats, that kind of thing?
Yes. Well, what it meant very simple is this. Because the South was talking 3/5.
They were counted, but they couldn't vote.
Absolutely.
I see. They were counted.
There's no provision for slaves to vote. Exactly.
They were counted
as
on the
3/5 of a person
for the apportionment of seats. That kind of thing.
Exactly.
On the other hand,
all right,
they couldn't vote for it.
Well, remember this.
Yes,
all right. The Constitution says what? The amount of people in the lower house is based on population of each state. So therefore, you get certain states that have larger population will have more represented. What do we have? 435, I believe, as we constantly sit here. Now, you get the drift.
Well, I have a question then. Why wouldn't they want them to be counted as a full person? Wouldn't they get more seats that way?
But there you go being rational. You see, there you go being rational. Right. This wasn't about rationality or logic, it was about power. It's always been about power. Exactly. Exactly. Now watch this, there are many absurdities in this. Not just the ones that would touch upon us emotionally. But let's look at this. They're counting, listen to this, 3/5 of all of us. Grown folks, children, male, female, women, and men.
Right.
Everybody gets counted, and babies gets counted as 3/5 of a vote.
Right.
The Constitution gives who to vote? All white males above a certain age and over. Now watch this. I see some absurdities on top of absurdities. All white males above a certain age had to have been a citizen for so many years, etc., etc. And with all this garbage they talk about this great freedom and equality, you had to be in possession, after all the other thing about residence and birth, and of course you can only be president if you were born here. From the beginning, they set up that qualification. Then on top of this, hold on to your hat, they said, each potential voter, or each voter, each exerciser of the franchise must be the owner of 50 pounds sterling or its equivalent in property. Now, you say 50 pounds sterling, you may be thinking in terms of dollars. But 50 pounds sterling in the latter half of the 18th century would buy you a damn fine living. If you earned 50 pounds a year, we're going to put this in real terms, you could have a home of any very comfortable dimensions. You could have a cook.
You could have a housekeeper, you could have a yard man, and a coachman.
Oh, really?
This is what the actual value. Remember, people didn't deal with money in those days because there was very little hard currency or specie. So a lot of stuff was done on barter. All right? Tom Paine, to his credit, one of the giants, when I look at the giants of that period, I accept Paine because Paine, of course, was a true Democrat. Fought for the rights of African people from the beginning and pointed out the absurdities. As a matter of fact, all of them beautiful phrases that Thomas Jefferson and them were spouting, they copied that verbatim from Paine and John Locke, among others. If you go look at John Locke's treatise on liberty, treatise on economics, you see clearly where he's talking about the rights of man and et cetera, et cetera. So Jefferson then was not innovators. They've been like Americans have always been. They are copiers and modifiers. And they'll steal the sweetening out of ginger cake without cracking the crust, if you ain't watching. Now, I didn't invent that phrase. That was my grandma's phrase about the bucklers. I mean, yeah, you blink and you lost sight on the world. All you got to do is look at our music, jazz, blues, and anything. They grab it going and say, no, I invented that. You had nothing to do with it. No shame. But, we remember Langston Hughes' poem? You done take my flute and gone? Thank you. Right. He's talking real there, okay? So, in any event, but the thievery just didn't start with our culture. First they steal us, then steal everything you create and blame you for it. That's the name of the game. So in terms of these kinds of euphemism and the semantic about this clause of 50 pounds sterling or equivalent, Tom Paine wrote in his Rights of Man, which is a book that everybody should read, and Common Sense. He wrote and asked the question, all right, if property then is going to be a qualification, 50 pounds sterling or a property, he said, suppose I go up to register to vote, and the registrar says to me, do you have 50 pounds sterling? No, I do not. Do you have anything of the value of 50 pounds? Yes, well, the mule I rode up here to vote on, I just bought him 2 years ago, and I paid 60 pounds sterling for him. You have bill of sale? Yeah, well, I bought it, but just happened to have it on. Okay, right. So you got it and you vote. 4 years later, you come back again. The registrar looks at the register book and he says, Mr. Graves, I see that you gave us the idea that you had this mule that qualified you to vote. Right. Yes, I did. Do you still have the mule? No, so the mule died, then you can't vote. Right? So Tom Paine then asked the question, well, who had the right to vote, me or the mule? Obviously it was the mule. When I come with the mule, I can vote. Okay. I come back again, the mule is dead, I've lost the franchise. So what kind of sense does that make? They didn't take long to throw him out of the country and headed him toward England and says, don't come back. Everywhere he went, there was on his butt because he took freedom seriously. So you see, by the time we get to this post-bondage period, the contradictions were already embedded in the system. You're counting 3/5 of all members of a particular group, men, women, children, male, female, who cannot cast a vote. But the people who are exploiting their labor gets to use their presence to count, but yet at the same time, you're not classified as a human being. And so when you come to this period that Du Bois wrote so succinctly about, and the only one, particularly at this time, until the age of Kenneth Stamp and whatnot, any thinking person can see the absurdities, not only the absurdities, but they had no intentions of altering the position of African folks any more than necessary. If you recall the Thursday night you came, I read the statements that Abraham Lincoln made to this group of African men and told them point blankly, what? I got some money, I want you to take your people, not the ones in bondage, the ones who are quasi-free, and go somewhere else. And we give you some money and give you the ships to go. Right. Because as long as you're here, we're going to always be separated. Nobody on either side of this war gives a damn about you one way or the other. And yet they're killing each other. And again, blaming the victim. What does he say? If you were not here, but for your presence among us, white men would not be killing each other.
Right.
Now that's the good guy. That's my Abraham, the great emancipator, who didn't emancipate nobody. You know. But there was no question on what side he stood on. If I could preserve the Union, which is my purpose, by freeing a few slaves, I would do that. If I could preserve the Union by freeing all slaves, I would do that. If I could preserve the Union by freeing anybody, I would do that. I do not believe, because he's going on to say, wherever two different people live side by side, one of them must rule. And since I am white, I am in favor of white rule.
Right.
I mean, if you read the Lincoln-Douglas debates, long before he became president, he was on record time and time again. He says, I've never advocated and have no intention of advocating granting suffrage, voting right to Negroes.
This was during the Lincoln-Douglas debate?
Douglas, of course.
But that's always held up as an example of
well, that's
American,
why I say to y'all, and you see this young man over here?
Yes.
The biggest responsibility that we as elders and scholars have is to put the information out there so that they can get it and you can point out where they can find it. Because at some point, we have to begin to examine and analyze ourselves what happened rather than what other folks tell us that happened. And, you know, this is, I guess, one of the reasons why we're here. If you look at, like I tried to do on VI, right. And if you notice, if you got the tape, a couple of ladies called and said, thank God I've lived long enough for somebody to come and tell the truth about our experience. This lady said to him, listen, one lady said, I was born here, my parents took me to the West Indies, and when I came back, what did they do? Put her 2 grades behind. Isn't that what she said? That's right. You got it on the tape.
Sure. That's
right. There were a couple of ladies who were teachers who were brought here from the South and had the same thing done to them. Nobody even sat down and said, let's take a test to see what level you perform. Where'd you last go to school? Your mother took you into a registered school. Where'd you last go to school? Savannah, Georgia. What grade? 5th grade. Okay, you're now in 3rd grade.
Right.
Now, look at the consequence of this. People say, well, so what? You're talking about poor African folks who are coming here trying to get better, to go further and do better. And it doesn't matter whether we call from Ireland, Central America, whatnot. The goal was to get damn oppression. We were looking first to survive. And we figured wherever we would go, because it would be better than where we were. Now, that meant that we didn't have much people who came here who migrated to these cities. We had very little concrete. I love the way that your planes just love to go root over your house.
Oh, this is the root.
Obviously, move the house someplace else, please. I mean, so for next session.
Nothing to do about that.
Now let's look at the consequence. It just wasn't a question of a child being left back and say, okay, well, we can make that up. But education, or preparing a child for education, or supporting a child while they're getting the basic education, is a very expensive proposition. Particularly when you're talking about people who are eating low on the hog, who are the smallest jobs. You follow me?
Sure.
So now when a child, instead of graduating high school, that child is now in the 10th grade. So those 2 years, those 2 grades, if you will, that child will haunt you and take extra money out of your pocket. The child is 2 years back in this, child is 2 years back in that. So what does this tell you? The system never really had any intention of educating us in any meaningful way for ourselves. This is obvious, and I don't know why too many of our leaders can't point to it. I guess maybe people just ignorant or they don't want to think. So when I talk about it, people say, well, my God, I've known these things for years. You heard the conversation, the board was lit up, 50-some people have to go back again because people don't talk about the things they didn't know about. And again, look at the culture.
Mama says, okay, well, Mrs. Graves, yes, well, your child can only work in fifth grade. She went to, and they just made this arbitrary decision. I mean, it wasn't a question. They didn't even know what the hell was taught to you in the South, or what was taught to you now. This is arbitrary. Well, if you come somewhere else, my system is better. Do they really plan to try to give you a better education? Hell no. Because the better education means more competition for power. Mm-hmm. And this is what we need to hammer. If we want to really educate our young people, this is what we need to hammer at them. Hell yes, get all the skills you can, but understand the reality of the situation. So that when you get up there with this dumbass cracker who's sitting next to you and they get all the promotion and whatnot, at least you will understand why. Oh yes, I don't speak Ebonics. I mean, after all, I sound as though I'm Oxonian. I come out of... What we need to understand, which my grandmother, who had no education, said, the more education you have, the more skills you have, the bigger the threat you are to these folks. So it's not about improving your skills to automatically get a better life. We need to understand that any better life you get is going to be in spite of, not because of the system. It's not in place to help us. We were not brought here to be helped. And if you look at this history, this background, you see a lot of their time, even the so-called good white folks, a lot of their energy over the years was spent what? And figuring out how can get rid of these folks. As Thomas Jefferson said, send them back to Africa. After they're 18 years old, train them, boys and girls, 18 years old, give them plows and stuff and send them out. Send to Northern Europe. Very important historian. He said send to Northern Europe to bring, yes, read his notes on Virginia.
Why? Again, I'm sorry.
Huh?
Why send them to Northern Europe?
Why replace? No, he said send them back to Africa or someplace else.
Yes, yes.
With enough tools and whatnot that they could survive.
Yes.
Implements, plowing, whatnot. And then send to Northern Europe to get replacements for them, because we need to, quote, populate this empty continent. His words, not mine.
That sounds similar to what they're doing now, where they're taking them and taking black folks and sending them to prisons while they're sending over to Europe to bring in the white teachers.
Whether you call it a prison or whatnot, it's still the same. The goal is the same, isn't it?
Yes.
The method changes, not the philosophy. Mm-hmm. As people become more sophisticated, you have to come up with different terms. But anybody that's in the know, I mean, you have the code words, mm-hmm. and everybody understands clearly what the code words mean. Never mind what is said. You and I know, they're not going to do this. You see, and we know, yeah, well, what are them niggas going to do next? So I didn't make this up, and Thomas Jefferson states in his notes of Virginia, send to Europe, Northern Europe. He specified, he didn't say send to Europe, mm-hmm. Northern Europe. Now, you don't have to be no genius to know what kind of people live in Northern Europe. I think we call them Nordics, Anglo-Saxons. Yeah, he ain't want no Slavs, in spite of the fact they've been bombing Yugoslavia, they can't even come about so-called ethnic cleansing, which is a big crop, because we know it ain't about that. No Slavs, no Armenians, certainly no Jews, certainly no Southern Europeans, meaning Italian, and certainly no Mediterranean Europeans, because as you know, even the Italians say that everything south of Rome is Africa. That's been a cliche of of Italians for God knows how long. And if you doubt that, just get on a train at Rome and get a local train, a slow train down to Naples, and watch the complexion of the people as you go south. So Jefferson was very well aware of this. He didn't want no blacks. He didn't want no folks that might even be misconstrued as blacks, no Mediterraneans. So he said to get our own people, meaning the so-called Nordic. That would be the English, the French, the Germans, and the Scandinavians. And as we out here well aware, who was it that they put most in the Midwestern state, which came long after Jefferson?
Yes, the Scandinavians.
It's the Germans, okay?
Sure.
Minnesota and these places, people who've been out there 5 generations and speak Swedish or German and then not the language and don't have no problem with it.
I was out in, I think it was in Minnesota and was at a wooden shoe factory.
Okay. A Sabat, yes.
That's right.
Yes. And everybody lives along with us. Only when we try to do things to perpetuate our culture, people start yelling. Well, of course, it's their media, and they catch the weak-minded among us or the ignorant among us who don't know, have not been taught in terms of comparison. So if you see, you begin to see what I'm saying, by the time we got to the 1865, there was a whole bunch of mess out here, and these folks were scared shitless. You can, if you want to edit that out or not, but I'm sure these folks know what shit is. They use it as a verb, a noun, an adverb, a pronoun. I mean, just about every other word I hear out of young people mouth. Where's my shit? I got the shit. Don't fuck with my shit. Whose shit is this? Whatnot. It's amazing all the things, the usage they can get out of that word. But I believe in the vernacular, where it fits. But so this is now the background. So we are not really seen as a free people at the end of 1865, and that is why so quickly, even though the South was occupied by a, quote, victorious army, of which we made up 500,000. So that's the other lie about Lincoln freeing the slaves, and nobody freed us. We freed ourselves. Now, a lot of folks say, well, Professor Mackey, that's propaganda. No. Again, look at history. From the beginning, Frederick Douglass, William Lloyd Garrison, Martin Delany, not John Brown, but the other guy, had begged Lincoln to enlist black troops. Right. Massachusetts, and Douglas and other people organized 2 regiments, the 54th and 55th Massachusetts Volunteer Regiment, ready to go, trained with their own officers. Lincoln, in effect, said, no, this is a white man's war, because 1861, he said, it's a piece of cake. We got all the technology. His advisors told him, hey, we'll do these dudes in a couple of months. But them dudes could fight like hell. Make no bones about it. It wasn't the fact that these folks out fought them. They didn't have the manufacturing, and England couldn't get the stuff here to support them enough for them to do it. But they gave a good, I'm looking at this objective, sure. They gave a good account of themselves. The first 2 years, they were kicking butt and taking names. You remember first Manassas and all the rest of them places? And the slaughter at Gettysburg, man. And mind you, these are basically Caucasians killing Caucasians. Sure. Brothers on one side, other brothers on the other side, fathers on one side, sons on the other side. The worst slaughter in history. Now, you would think that at the end of that war, the side that was victorious, the so-called North, or the Yankees, okay, we got it. Let's complete this emancipation deal. But they didn't. How can you say you won? How can you say Reconstruction when the losers, in less than 6 months after the end of the war, are organizing terrorist groups to harass the former bondspeople? Now you're organizing the terrorist group, and you're in occupied territory. You're in territory that's occupied by northern troops.
How is it that you can go ahead and form your terrorist?
Not only form, but immediately start in the countryside, burning down places, taking black people out, whipping them, beating up, burning down their houses when they built one. Let me tell you something else about us, that in less than 1 year, we are scuffling to get a base. With no education. That's why I take the position that this was one of the most heroic period for us in history. Because that was the period where we had to build our community from scratch. Just as we had to do in the Caribbean a generation before in 1834.
Talk about that. Talk about that.
Yeah.
Building that community, the things we did, how we did.
Well, let's give you an example we had to overcome. So this tells you clearly, if you just look at what happened. Quickly, let's go back and look at the Caribbean. 1834. Oh, let's back up. I'm sure how these people plan. The British Colonial Office, 1800, had come to a conclusion because there were uprisings all over the place. The Jamaicans were burning crops like they were going out of style. They almost couldn't find sugarcane to plant. Maroons in the hills. They're losing control over and over. They can't bring any more of us from Africa because they say they spoil the domestic ones, right? You got a problem. And you realize these are small islands, and you don't want to get caught in a long 200 or 300 year war. Mind you, already had a 30-year war in Europe. You already had a crusade of 200 or 300 years. And now you're going to get in another war where it's very easy for the people to recognize you because you white and they black. Right? You just now also are looking at what just happened in one of the islands across from you, Haiti. Right? Where Toussaint Louverture, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, and he had put a hurting on the best troop. Who had the baddest army in the world at that time? Napoleon. And they kicked his butt up one side and down the other. And of course, because it was the Haitians that invented modern guerrilla warfare. Well, as my grandma say, you have to know them things. But the English are not idiots, whatever they are. They didn't get to rule 25% of this world by being stupid. Dumb, yes, but they understood certain things, and they were crazy because they killed crazy, as they still are. But in any event, they also tried to think, and in 1800 they looked out, and as they saw it, they projected that by 1850, slavery would be over in the English Caribbean, all over. So they started to put in place what they thought would be a logical replacement for slavery, which would, of course, maintain British control and power. Now, they didn't have no plan for sending us back to Africa, because who was in the Caribbean? 90% or more in the Caribbean was us. So, and how big is Britain? 58,000 square. Well, it's 52,000 square miles, smaller than the state of Georgia. Okay, and at that time they had about 6 million people. When you look at what they did, you figure they must have done it with mirrors. So they knew there was no way, unlike the United States and these islands, that they'd be able to repopulate these islands. They knew we were there to stay. They didn't delude themselves like the folk, their brothers did here. So the question then became, as the colonial office saw it, is how do we put in place a system after bondage is over to allow us to control these people and keep them from becoming a challenge to us? And the system, as you know, the form system they put in place and they started training for this in 1800. As it turned out, they didn't have 50 years, they only had 34. But by the time 1834 came around, for the so-called emancipation of our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, they had put in replacement the most important thing that they felt, and that was an education system set up to maintain British power. A system that boys would be trained separately from girls, right? They would be trained in arts and crafts, not in the sciences, not in the liberal arts. In other words, boys would be trained to be carpenters, plumbers, other kind of things, under white headmasters, British headmasters. Girls would be trained for what they would consider the fine arts, sewing, the domestic arts, under a British headmistress. Now, the theory, and of course, no grade beyond, I think, the 5th form. No school, no school above the 5th form that would allow you to go higher. So when you reach that 5th form, no matter what you achieve, it was then up to the home government or the resident government of the particular island to determine who, if any, would be eligible to go on to England to attend Oxford or Cambridge, which were the two basic schools, right? Now, they ain't giving you no scholarships. They're just saying, okay, if you can find the money and your fare to get over there and to whatever page you, then you can go. But they wasn't letting too many people get by. That's why you had for so long, well, in Barbados, you had a few people like Sir Conrad Reeves and others. But like us, they had the people that lift themselves up without a bootstrap because you didn't have no boots. So you don't need no strap if you ain't got no boot. Now, the other plan was how much should the masters, if you will, be paid? How much compensation should they be paid for their vested interest in us? And when they came up with the figure, the amount escapes me now, it turned out that it was more money than the Brits had in their treasury, in the exchequer. So what do? They call in, who else? The Rothschilds. You notice?
Yes.
And they borrowed the money from the Rothschilds, as they later were to do to purchase the Suez Canal. Borrowed the money from the Rothschilds. And they're still paying the interest off on that, by the way.
Which I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Rothschild has had a major, an auction of the works that had been stolen from them in Austria, the artworks.
There was what from them?
There was some
stolen from them?
They were stolen from the Rothschilds, and they just recovered them and sold them for some $98 million. This is art, various kinds of artwork and that kind of thing. Are you suggesting that some of that money, the interest that is still being paid on those original monies, is still in their accounts?
I'm saying that it is still being paid for the same reason that we here are still paying off interest on the IRT subway. Because that money was also lent us. The first subway system built in New York. The money for that came again from the Rothschilds. Because the Rothschilds had sent their agent, a gentleman by the name of Schoenberg, S-C-H-O-E umlaut B-E-R-G. August Schoenberg, a Jewish gentleman from Frankfurt, out of what they used to call Judenstrasse, or Jew Street in Frankfurt. And he came here in 1832 as an agent for the Schomburgs. And he did very well, made a lot of money. And because they always have these depressions, in the depression of 1833-35, he started to speculate not only in the interest of Schomburg, in the interest of Rothschild, but also on his own. He ended up by being an extremely wealthy man. Hold on to your hat. August Schoenberg married the daughter of Commodore Matthew Perry, the gentleman who supposedly opened up Japan. Next time we better get in the cellar. The gentleman who was supposed to open up Japan. He married Perry's daughter, changed both his name and religion, became an Episcopalian because he wanted to be in with the in group, and he changed his name. Now when I tell you, you know what Schoenberg translates to in English?
No.
Schön meaning beautiful or dear, sweet Schön, Schönberg, right? Schönberg, Berg, hill, mountain, mount. Belmont. You've heard of Belmont Raceway.
Belmont, yes, Belmont Stakes, Belmont Raceway, yeah.
That's the Belmont.
Oh, okay, that's Schoenberg.
That's Schoenberg. But that was Schoenberg, that's Schoenberg after he's Schoenberg.
Gotcha.
So he eventually became, and he later became a big man in the Democratic Party in New York politics. And as you know, during that same war we talk about, see how everything locks in? But as Grandma say, you have to know them things. During that same war, as you are probably aware, New York City sided with the slave owners. Well, you weren't supposed to.
New York City sided with
New York City sided with the slave owners. And if you think about it a minute, it becomes perfectly clear why.
They're a major market.
Absolutely. New York was the clearinghouse.
Sure, clearinghouse.
Wall Street invested in all of these stocks and bonds and cotton futures and et cetera, et cetera.
Sure.
And it was the market where cotton product came, was traded, sent out all over the world. Right. So New York had a multi-million-dollar interest in the institution of bondage. It has as big an interest as Baltimore or New Orleans or any other port city, or Savannah or Charleston. Okay? So that means they fought like hell. Most of the so-called copperheads, that is northern people who supported civil law, the core of them was here in New York City. And the Democratic Party in New York City supported, of course, the copperheads. Now this ties in with something else. You see, I handed you this book about the Irish. Right? The Irish very quickly became Democrats. Now, when did the majority of the bulk of the Irish come here?
Potato famine is all.
That's correct. 1840 to 1850. In the beginning of 1840, the Irish population was, according to them, as neighborhood 8 million. By the time the potato famine slopped it up, it was down to 2 million. About 3 to 4 million came here, and the rest starved to death, literally. Now, was the starvation necessary? No. Why would one crop, the failure of one crop, cause a devastation against the people? Very simple. The British used Ireland the same way as we were used in the South. Agricultural crops which were market crops. The Brits controlled Ireland and Iran. The Irish were tenant farmers on their own land. And since Ireland is not that big an area, it's only 52,000 square miles, land was at a premium. Therefore, the British did not want the least land set aside for table crops. The more land could be devoted to commercial crops. So the only crop that they allowed the Irish to grow was the potato, because the potato proliferates. You plant one potato vine here, and when that thing fill up and you pull the potato up, you have one plant, you'll have 20 potatoes down under the ground. So they think, and potato, of course, is very nutritious. You eat one Irish, but we even give the name Irish potato. You eat one potato, a medium-sized potato a day, it gives you all the nutrients you need. Now, work on, because that's kind. And now, when out of leaching out and overproducing and not fertilizing the land, the crop started to fail. And the Brits refused to allow their Irish tenants to plant any other crop to eat, any other table crop to replace the potato. As a result, of course, people had to either die and they had no money to get away.
You know, when I hear you talking about 1830s, and I keep thinking of 1990s.
Well, what has changed?
I don't. The only thing is
what's the French say? Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more things change, the more they remain the same. And that's because the greed and the desire of people to exploit folks who are weaker than them does not change. And I, as a historian, feel that it is essential that our people understand that just because you occupy a certain landmass doesn't necessarily mean that you are considered to be a legitimate part of that landmass. You still have to struggle against the environment. But now last time I looked, now watch this. That's why I study, as Dr. Clark, my mentor, taught me. And I try to hammer on to my young people. I know it's hard and it takes time, but you got to study it all as much as you're able to. You want to understand African history, you must look at European history and the rest of the world, because it's so important, they all interconnect. This is a noisy area you live, man. Don't you have a lot of white people around here? I thought they have noise pollution laws where they live.
Still have some remnants around.
Well, man, go tell them that they ain't doing their job. What did I say? Oh, so when you put these things together, you begin to see the connection, and also tells you where you have to go. And also, this whole thing about how much faith you can or must not place in so-called potential allies. In other words, the assumption is, if two different groups are catching hell, and they're being given hell by the same people.
Right.
Therefore, it would make sense logically for the two groups to come together right, against the common enemy.
Common enemy.
All right, but that is not what history tells us. Because something happens in translation. Like those 2 or 3 million Irish who managed to get here. Illiterate, peasants, no knowledge, nothing. They were worse off, and this is what Greeley tells us. I'll read some passages for to make my point. Now, you would think that, hey, you come into a situation and you're running into another exploited people. You make common cause, right? The Irish leave one Anglo-dominated area, their homeland, to come to what? Another Anglo-dominated area. And to the same situation. There was a time in New York City where for common labor, blacks got $1 an hour. Irish common laborers got 75 cents. Got 75 cents an hour, and Italians got 50 cents an hour. This was pretty through much of the 19th century. So the Irish, as soon as they got here, even though they were Catholics and being tormented by Protestants, black folks are basically Protestant. They did not make common cause in the beginning. Down in the first era, we lived in the 5 points and on top of each other, intermarried, interscrewed, all this other stuff. But as they began to understand American ways, even though they were still catching hell, they managed to put it in, hey, you're white people. You're not quite as good as Anglo-Saxon white people, but you're better than them niggers. Right? So the Irish now are democratic. The Tweed, as you know, that's how democratic politics came from. Registering to vote, bribe, and all the rest. So by the time the Civil War comes on, they are convinced by their leaders, Mr. Belmont and them, that the reason for this is who? Who they blame? Us. As Lincoln put it, if these niggers were not here, we wouldn't have to be being drafted into the army. Now, they never dealt with the fact that during that war, and up until World War I, if you could find, the draft law stated, that if you could find somebody to replace you, like your name came up,
right,
and you went to Brother Brown and say, I'll give you $300 to go for me. Right. Brother Brown then took the $300 and he went in your place. Well, now, the WASP would pay Irish or other people to go. So the Northern Army was loaded down with a whole lot of Irish people. Don't believe me, let's check the names. So the Irish, understandably, said, they didn't have no $300 to pay nobody to go for them. When they got called up, they had to go dodge bullets.
Sure.
And like it's true for most Caucasian people after a while, who the hell do you think they blame for this state of affairs? Mose and Mosetta. Our fault. So how did they respond? By starting an uprising, as you know, in 1863, where they killed, you will never know how many of our folks they killed, burned down the community, threw children out of the orphanage on 43rd Street, killing whatnot.
This was draft riots?
That's what they call the draft riots. Those riots my butt. I love the way, whenever they do something, it's an uprising. When you do it, it wasn't no riot. It was literally an ethnic uprising on the part of Irish. Now, if this were not true, then tell me this. By this time, or riddle me this. By this time, the police force in New York City already in the 1860s were predominantly Irish. And when these uprisings broke out, who you think the police sided with? In other words, when the Irish jumped up in the Tenderloin section where we were living, on the upper side over by Fifth Avenue where the Bryant Park, do these people do any damn thing but fly over your house?
Oh, we on the route to LaGuardia.
Route hell, they ain't never lighting nowhere, landing nowhere, they just flying around over this house. As soon as we finish, they'll stop. They'll find another place to fly. I know this happened to me before. Don't call me paranoid.
Go ahead.
But as I said, as soon as these uprisings started, black folks ran to the police for protection. Some things seem very hard for us to learn, doesn't it? Well, it was a lot more logical for us then because most of us had come from somewhere else and we thought we were going to be free. And what do you think the cops did? Anybody in this yard need 3 guesses?
No.
You need three guesses, son?
You use the billy clubs.
Billy clubs, kick, shot. Yeah, blacks running, and this is documented in testimony when they did hearing. Yeah, well, these a bunch of black men start running toward the police, ask for protection. The cops just start going bam, 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 shooting people down the street. And of course, how did they put it down? Death by person or persons unknown. Huh? 1863, the summer 1863.
I think that's when you said that they felt their lives were in danger.
Well, you hey, man, like you can imagine how many of us would have been killed if they'd had beepers back in them days.
Right.
You know? That's correct. Now, and there, I may be able to tell you something. It might be there's a couple of books on it. If I can find a copy, I may have an extra copy to give you on that right there. Ivo Bernstein did it. But in any event, this lasted 2 months. Now, I don't know how you can define an uprising where people are burning down the whole city as a riot.
It lasted for 2 months?
Yes.
2 months? Is that right?
Never heard of that.
I always thought of it as being
there's enough, as my grandma always said, there's enough you ain't heard of to make another new world. Let me get some. Give me something to drink, please. Some something to liquor.
Yeah, let's get some. Can we get something to drink?
Some orange juice would be fine, please.
Yeah, okay. In the kitchen, in the table?
Yeah, in the refrigerator.
You talked about the meaning of Reconstruction and how they play with words. But in what ways was it successful economically, and in what ways was
it was successful. The successes economically, the successes we had were the successes that we made. In other words, you have to see that a lot of the things that they take credit for that happened during that 12-year period, or I like to say the period between 1865 and 1900, had nothing to do with any efforts on the part of the powers that be to help us. You follow me? In other words, you can find during that period, and I want you to read, if you get a copy, read Du Bois, Brooklyn, and Kenneth Stamp's Reconstruction thoroughly, because you will find that at every turn that we made to try to help ourselves, the powers that be either stymied it or turned their backs on as our former enemies did us in. Now, so what I'm saying, and why you heard me say before, I think the night you were over, and I said that was a heroic period for us, and the reason I say this is because, and I'll repeat this because I want you as a young person to understand this, and you're going to have to be the one to carry this on. When we come out in 1866, just use your head. What did we have in the South? What did we have? Nothing. As Dr. Lewis said, yes, we had institutions, but those institutions could only work to a certain level. We didn't even have the right to a family, son. When you think of that you could not, as a father, you could not have anything to say about what happened to your child, because your child was owned by who? The master who owned you or your wife. And one of the things I want you to do when you get your time, Brother David, you can work with him on that. I don't know how you go about it.
Yeah.
And I have to take this sidebar because this is probably the last time we get a chance to see. The thing that really worked for us, we had in those days a very active and effective black press. That's why the black press was born. And if you, at one point, like when I was going up until the end of World War II, every city, a community that had a population of 30,000 African folks or more had at least one black newspaper. New York at one time had 5. Now what that means, these newspapers existed as any black paper didn't exist for the purpose of general news. It existed to articulate the needs and the problem of the African folk. And therefore, the original black newspapers in that period dealt with specific issues that were of
Conjunction us. And to understand the importance of this family thing, maybe Brother Graves can help you. I assume that the Pittsburgh Courier, Dave,
Yes, sir.
the old Amsterdam News, the Black Dispatch, the Chicago Defender, these are classic places, the Atlanta Daily News must have archives somewhere on the internet where you can plug into the historical stuff.
Well, the Schomburg has them on.
All right, Schomburg. And go. All right. Well, what I'd like you to do, specifically look at the Baltimore Afro-American, Pittsburgh Courier, Norfolk Journal and Guide, and Chicago Defender from the period between 1900 and World War II. That's in 1900 to 1942. And look specifically at the personnel columns. And what you will see, I'm going to tell you what you will see there. In every one of those issues, these were weekly newspapers, and these were full, not tabloids, 8-column newspapers, right? Full-size newspapers. And in that period, everyone, we consider those national newspapers, particularly the Pittsburgh Courier, the Chicago Defender, and the Baltimore Afro-American. These were papers that all our folks all over this country read. We might read one smaller black newspaper, but anybody any of us who were concerned would subscribe to one of these major newspapers, Chicago Defender, etc., and they would be passed around a community because everybody didn't have money, and these papers were dependent on. Why I'm saying to look at the personnel column, because what you will see in every newspaper during that period,
no Irish.
Huh?
No Irish need apply.
No, I'm talking about just the other thing about us here now, especially. I want to see it. You would see ads about 5 or 6 pages, 8 columns. People advertising, looking for relatives, our folks, and the ad would run like this. My name is David Greaves. You follow me? I'm trying to locate my mother, Anna. We come from a plantation, Mr. Greaves plantation, in Virginia. And my mother was sold away so-and-so, or my sister, my brother. Anybody having any information, get in touch with us. And these newspapers would publish these ads gratis. Now, what am I saying to you? Now, I don't know what happened before that because there weren't that many papers. I'm talking about the heyday of press. Now, look at this. This is almost 100 years. See, that's when people say this shit about we don't have no family connection. The end of this horror is 1865. In 1940, 75 years after the end of this, you still have our people advertising in our newspapers looking for information of brothers or sisters. Now, look at the logic of this. Let's say that you and I were separated, and at the time they sold you away to him, that you were, say, 22 years old. And this is now 75 years later. What are the chances that you're still alive?
Very few.
Very few. And people older. But the desire for family and to make connection that our people, son, never gave up. They kept those ads going until after